May I also thank you very much for taking the time to be with us earlier than what was scheduled on the program so that we can make up some time lost yesterday. And to that point, we've got a really jam-packed program for today. We're now going to have 3 high-level panels this morning, and then we're going to have about 6 breakaway sessions during the course of the afternoon. And then at the close of day, we will have feedback and report backs by the rapporteurs
Recording in
as
progress.
to some of the deliberations in those breakaway sessions. So because we've got an agenda that's really, really detailed and comprehensive and dense, I'm going to ask you in all humility that we keep to time today. We keep to time in terms of the allocated slots for each high-level panel. We keep to time when we have 30-minute coffee breaks. We keep to time when we have a 1-hour lunch break. Please, 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 delegates, we've got this comprehensive agenda so that we can tackle a broad range of issues that meet the obligations and the flow of work for this 12th edition of the Africa Regional Forum. We cannot achieve all of that if we are tardy and don't stick to the protocols on time. And that applies to everybody in the room, including myself. Please, can we try to do just that? So by way of concluding yesterday's agenda, the high-level panel 3 is titled Achieving Full Employment and Decent Work for All, Poverty Reduction, Social Protection in Africa, taking forward the outcomes of the Second World Summit for Social Development. I think it's quite a broad theme, but it's self-explanatory. We're living on a continent that has what we call this youth dividend, but is it a dividend when young people who make up the majority of the population cannot be absorbed into the mainstream economy, cannot get the requisite skills that are needed for the aspirations of the economy, and can they participate meaningfully as citizens of African nations if they cannot earn a decent living, contribute to the tax base, and build for future generations, and if the state cannot offer them the social protections that at least help them to manage a variety of exogenous shocks, external and local inflation and the like. So it's really a full detailed conversation about the social imperative and how the macroeconomy interfaces with ordinary citizens. Before we introduce you to the moderator and the speakers of the session, let's remember that we are here under the guidance and stewardship of the Bureau Chair. And so I'd like to defer to the Honorable David, our Bureau Chair, who will lead this session and also then defer to the moderator and the speakers. So please warmly welcome our Chair.
Excellencies, ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very welcome from my side to the second day of our forum. I hope you all had a good evening, and thank you for being here this morning, early enough to be on time regarding the schedule we had on the initial program, which means starting at 9. So we will today resume our deliberations by turning our attention to high-level panel 3, which we could not deal with yesterday due to time constraints. And this panel level 3 bears the following title: Achieving Full Employment and Decent Work for All, Poverty Reduction and Social Protection in Africa, taking forward the outcomes of the Second World Summit for Social Development. Distinguished delegates, sustainable development will only succeed if it delivers for people. Full and productive employment, and especially for youth and women, remains the most powerful pathway to poverty reduction and social stability. Social protection systems should be seen not as cost, but as investments. Investments in resilience, human capital, and inclusive growth. At the same time, we must address informality through integrated approaches that combine jobs, skills, protection, and productivity. This panel is expected to develop specific transformative actions to drive full employment and decent work for all, poverty reduction, and social protection in Africa. Its deliberations will be informed by the outcome of the Second World Summit for Social Development. With that overview of the panel, it is now my great pleasure to welcome the moderator of the panel, Director, Gender Poverty and Social Policy Division, ECA, Ms. Susanna Schridwowski, to request her to introduce the speakers and panelists and take up her role as moderator of this panel. I would like to inform you that this high-level panel will last for 60 minutes, and I wish very kindly to remind the moderator, the presenter, and all the panelists to strictly observe the time limits so that we can complete the business of the day in a timely manner. Ms. Susanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, moderator. And it is my great honor to be here and introduce our panel members. So first we have a guest speaker, Her Excellency Louis Muswik-Kivabo, who is a Secretary General of Organization for International Organization for Francophone, and she will give a keynote speech. And then we have panelists, Her Excellency Olosova Ismail Abdo, who is the Minister of Social Affairs and Solidarity of Djibouti. Then we have Her Excellency Justine Kasule Lumumba, who is the Minister for General Duties in the Office of the Prime Minister of Uganda. We also have Dr. Hanan Morsi, who is the Executive Secretary and Chief Economist of the Economic Commission for Africa. Further, we have Dr. Robert Aguiarco, who is Special Advisor on Health, representing Her Excellency Commissioner of the African Union. Then we also have Mr. Doris Momo, who is the Special Representative of UN Women to the African Union. We have panelist Dr. Gary Conil, who is the United Nations Resident Coordinator in Kenya and former Prime Minister of Haiti. And then we also have a representative from youth, Mr. Bening Ahmed, who is the Secretary General of Pan-African Union. If I can please ask the panelists to come to the floor and take their seats. So as the panelists are taking seat, I would just like to take a few minutes or just 1 minute. And the Bureau Chair has already told us about the purpose of the panel, but just remind everyone very quickly about the World Social Summit. It took place in November, early November in Doha, and it was follow-up on Copenhagen 1995, so after 30 years. And it basically built on the Doha pillars, which is poverty eradication, decent employment and social inclusion, and social protection. It represents renewed consensus and focuses on moving from commitments to actions. So actually delivering. It was also acknowledged significant progress has been, even though uneven, in the reduction of poverty and even reducing unemployment. But new challenges are here, in particular climate change shocks, conflict, and they all, of course, have major socioeconomic implications. And also, just to strengthen the focus on implementation, there will be a review process this time, and we will not wait 30 years. So after 5 years, and the regional commissions will review every 2 years the regional progress. So with that in mind, I would like, if we can have the video from our keynote speaker, please. Okay, so I understand the video will come later, so we will proceed directly to the first round of the questions. So as the chair of the Bureau said, we have 60, not 90 minutes. So I'm asking panelists to keep answers to 3 minutes each, please. So we will start with our Executive Secretary and Chief Economist, Dr. Morsi. And could you please tell us about the implications of the World Social Summit for Africa? What are the key takeaways and what are the challenges?
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. The World Development Summit reaffirmed 3 important and reinforcing pillars of social development. And these are poverty reduction, decent employment, and social protection. And these pillars are fully aligned with the mandate and programs and priorities of the Economic Commission for Africa. And let me perhaps, go to each one and what it meant. On the poverty reduction, despite progress in several countries, poverty remains widespread in Africa, uneven and deeply rooted. Unfortunately, more than 2/3 of the world's extreme poverty reside in Africa, and 40% of Africa's population is estimated to live in extreme poverty. The issue remains multidimensional, with overlapping deprivations in health, education, and housing, as well as access to basic services. This persistence of poverty is driven by a number of factors: rapid population growth, slow structural transformation, climate shocks, as well as rising urban poverty. The implication for the World Social Summit on this is that we need to really shift from the way we've been tackling poverty to more multidimensional and integrated approach, really deep-rooted in human capabilities and how to better align measurable outcomes to progress in fighting extreme poverty particularly. Second area has been decent employment, and employment creation remains, of course, a core component, as even the discussions of our Conference of Ministers has emphasized and shown. The key challenges here include the insufficient job creation that we have, the high levels of informal employment, and the persistent skill mismatches that we have. ECA work really has focused on an employment and people-centric approach to poverty reduction, and this through supporting small and medium enterprises, particularly those that are led by youth and women, building entrepreneurial and digital capabilities, and working on issues of enhancing access to finance and markets, as well as leveraging opportunities under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The World Social Development underscores really the importance of youth employment and youth participation, and the need to invest in digital skills, STEM, and vocational training. And the fact that to actually achieve this, we need to make sure that we're accelerating Africa's economic transformation to generate decent, productive, and formal jobs at scale, particularly for our growing youth population. The third area on social protection really was about how can we address social protection and vulnerability at scale. The issue remains critical because we have only 1 in 5 Africans that have access to at least one form of social protection. This leaves the majority of the population exposed to economic and health shocks, as well as climate-related risks. ECA has been supporting our member states in expanding coverage across life cycle, improving targeting and delivery systems, strengthening shock responsive mechanisms, and assessing sustainable financing options. However, as we know, the issues of limited fiscal space in our countries limit the ability to enlarge and extend these social protections. What the World Social Summit highlighted is the need to scale up an inclusive and sustainably financed social protection systems that are better integrated in development strategies, and particularly emphasizing a few enablers and drivers. One was the issue of financing as the core challenge. There was a demand to reform the global financial architecture, which we've been, working on with member states and ministers of finance to lower cost of capital, to allow debt relief for low-income and fragile countries, and the need to shift from aid dependence to investment and to domestic resource mobilization. Fair taxation, curbing illicit financial flows, and leveraging remittances. Second, and I think this was the theme or the core driver of the World Social Summit, which is the need to move from diagnosis to implementation, and establishing a 5-year global review cycle. What we need to do now is to focus on implementing the poverty reduction measures, the decent work and social inclusion, and to work on issues of moving informal sector to formality, improve health, universal health coverage, and the quality of education. Third, demographic and digital transitions. And this is really critical given the youth bulge that we have and the need for economic transformation. We need to invest in digital literacy, STEM, and vocational training, and make sure that we use involve youth in the governance and the implementation and monitoring of these initiatives. One of the things that ECA has done also within this area is the work on climate vulnerability as a social vulnerability, and the need to have adaptive social protection safety nets that respond to climate shocks. And that's a very important issue for many of our countries that are highly exposed to climate shocks. We have also the blue Fund and Great Wall as models of climate jobs solution. So I think this is, in a nutshell, the type of issues that have been raised in this World Social Summit, what we are doing, and what we need as member states and as ECA to do moving forward. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Deputy Executive Secretary, for highlighting what the World Social Summit did for Africa, means for Africa, and what ECA is doing in that area. Now I would like to ask Her Excellency, Miss Justine Kasula Lubumba, to tell us specifically how is Uganda ensuring implementation of commitments from World Social Summit, and perhaps also from the last ARFSD which took place in Kampala, and from your position especially, how is the coordination across various ministries?
Thank you so much, moderator, chair of the session and chair of the bureau, and colleagues gathered here to find solutions to what is challenging us in our leadership. Your Excellencies, distinguished panelists, I wish to extend our sincere appreciations to ICA for organizing the 12th session, but also want you to remember that we are having discussions after the second World Summit of Social Development, which happened in Qatar last year in November. And also at a time when we hosted the Sustainable Development Forum for the region in Kampala. And we're also discussing at a time when we are faced with the challenges of the effects of the crisis in the Middle East. So special initiatives to address the income inequalities and social protection in Uganda is that we as a country, government of Uganda is implementing several initiatives to foster income generation and improve standards of living for all. We have the biggest milestone as of now, we call it the parish development model, where implementation is done at the lowest unit at the parish level. Villages grouped, maybe on average between 6 and 10 villages. But this is targeting the 39% of our population who are still in subsistence production. They are outside the money economy. So the effort is to bring, it is an affirmative action to bring the 39 into the money economy. And we have come up with this as a revolving fund, and part of the guidelines, the targets are that out of the fund, 30% goes to the women, 30% goes to the youth, and 10% to the elderly, and 10% to the people living with disabilities. But still under that, we go to the extent of looking at the people with disabilities. When the others, one individual is given $300 as a revolving fund, the people with disabilities are given additional $150 so that they're able to meet the extra costs that come with the challenges they have, the physical challenges they are faced with. And the government has invested so far $1 billion United States dollars. And the intention is whatever the individual is doing is meant to enhance that person's income. So you learn, you do from what you improve from what you are doing. You don't go into new things to make mistakes. Continue with what you are doing. Additionally, following the National Equal Opportunities Policy, the Uganda government is investing in social protection and empowerment programs, especially along issues to do with the funding and the inequalities. So we have the agricultural credit facility, which is targeting the medium and large scale agricultural value chain. And the government has so far invested $400 million US. But to buffer their fears in terms of harassments of climate change and weather, government has opened up now another strategy of insurance So we have started now ensuring the farms of these individuals. The government pays 80% and the farmer pays 20%, so that they are not harassed by the climate change that we are faced with in the globe. Then we also have funds for the women under the Ministry of Gender, which we call the Women Entrepreneurship Fund. This one is meant for the leaders of women from the village level up to the national level. On every village, we have leadership. We have 10 women up to the national level. So these leaders must be the examples to the people they lead, and this is for the women. We also have the Small Business Recovery Fund. This is for the SMEs, especially after suffering the shock of COVID-19, and this is meant to bring the ordinary person, especially those who have small businesses in urban areas. We have the Youth Livelihood Program and the Youth Venture Fund. This is specifically targeting the youth who have gone to school and are not employed, so that they are able to go for this. And under digital technology, we also have a fund that is targeting the youth to take advantage of the technology, so that they are able to fit in the globe and be able to compete. Then we have what we are calling a MIOGA. This is for the organized groups at the different levels, the taxi drivers, those who are riding motorcycles, those riding bicycles, and those who are tailors, those who are in food vending, those who are adding value at a small scale. This is also targeting them. But also we have the social assistance grants for the elderly, among others. We also have a fund that goes to the elderly, specifically money that is paid to them at every end of month to be able to meet their basic needs in terms of food, in case the family cannot take care of the individual. So we also have a fund that has targeted the women, which we call GROW, which is generating growth and opportunities and productivity for women enterprises. This project helps women not only to compete in business, but to be able to export. And it helps the women to be trained in entrepreneurial skills and help their businesses to grow and also improve on productivity. So training is in management, marketing, and also processing. But we also it is also meant to bring up financial inclusion and also transitioning businesses to help women move from informal micro enterprises to formal scale and medium. But it has also targeted support, especially to the refugees and the hosting communities. And we have also brought in the component of adoption of renewable energy, especially solar, and also improve on issues to do with clean cooking, because women suffer most when it comes to this. Then we have the national strategy that is to do with the national employment strategy, which we developed after the Kampala Declaration. And this is meant to increase production and to increase productive and decent work opportunities through the different priorities and pillars that are in our national development plan. So we have also strengthened the job-rich growth and investment, but also we've gone ahead to improve the education curriculum and skills systems to match the labor market and the needs that are also at the global level. We have also looked at the vulnerable groups, I've explained in details, but also we also have improved on industrial courts so that disputes in these labor issues are looked at and to bring equality and justice, because the staffing was low and we have kept improving. So Uganda is, like many other countries, has come up with key commitments to accelerate sustainable development and ensure social inclusion. These commitments include strengthening trade financing and investment mechanisms, climate-smart agriculture, agro-industrialization and value addition, and science, technology and innovations as a driver for sustainable economic growth for both women, youth, and vulnerable groups. The enabling programs have been strengthened much more than before, but we still have challenges. The mindsets of the people, most of them think that this money is supposed to be consumed. So we're also grappling the issue of changing the mindset, but also making Ugandans understand that as we go to the global platform, we must have what to sell in terms of agriculture, because it's an agricultural-based economy, but as a country which is also endowed in terms of minerals, we are also organizing our mining sector by, we now have a policy, we don't export unprocessed minerals. We are improving to make sure all minerals exported are processed so that we don't export jobs. The processing takes place in Uganda, offer jobs to the people in Uganda, and then export a finished product. And also organizing the small scale, the artisans, so that they can be able to fit in the new era of the mining sector, most especially in the gold. And the Bank of Uganda now has gone into this to facilitate the local people and be able to buy gold from the Ugandans who have been trained so that they also can fit in this era. When it comes to the oil sector, the government has put emphasis on employing Ugandans, most especially to achieve the 60% where we want Ugandans very active in this sector across the strata of all these jobs, from the non-skilled up to the experts, with the definite, deliberate programs to make sure people are trained in all of this. So we are grappling with this, but the intention is to make Ugandans fit in the current challenges and take on this mantle, most importantly, serve everybody, leaving nobody behind. I thank you.
So thank you very much, Your Excellency, for a very comprehensive overview with focus of strategy on employment, and also noted the parish development model, which is very interesting. We will want to learn more about it. Very happy to hear that you have program for youth, but at the same time for elderly, Africa being the youngest but also fastest aging continent. And with that, we turn to the next panelist, Her Excellency Olufa Ismail Abdo. If you could please tell us about your experiences, what Djibouti is doing in the area of social protection. So how are you ensuring coverage, including the vulnerable population, but at the same time making sure, in the fiscal constraint space, that this is promoting employment? Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bonjour tout le monde. Tout d'abord, merci beaucoup. Permettez-moi au préambule donc d'adresser mes sincères félicitations au président donc de l'île Maurice et mes remerciements aux organisateurs de ce forum et d'exprimer l'honneur qui m'est fait de prendre part à ce panel consacré à une thématique très importante pour notre continent, pour nos populations et pour nos différents territoires et surtout nos milieux ruraux. Ce panel est consacré donc au développement social, l'emploi et la protection sociale à Djibouti et j'aimerais vraiment partager avec le reste du continent notre expérience. Je tiens également à saluer cette initiative régionale qui nous réunit autour d'une ambition commune. Bâtir des sociétés africaines plus justes, plus résilientes où chaque citoyen, en particulier les plus vulnérables, peut accéder à la dignité et à des réelles opportunités économiques. À Djibouti, nous avons fait un choix clair de ne pas attendre que les fruits de la croissance se diffusent naturellement vers les plus démunis, mais c'est d'agir activement, de manière proactive, pour construire des conditions d'une inclusion effective. Cette orientation s'inscrit pleinement dans le cadre de nos engagements internationaux, notamment les objectifs de développement durable et l'agenda 2063 de l'Afrique, ainsi que la déclaration de Doha de 2025 qui appelle à renforcer les systèmes de protection sociale inclusifs et durables. Notre gouvernement a placé ces 4 axes majeurs de lutte contre la pauvreté et les privations. Tout d'abord, le renforcement de l'éducation pour tous. Djibouti a atteint près de 98% de taux de scolarisation et également nous avons atteint l'équité parfaite entre filles et garçons. Le deuxième axe prioritaire est la santé. Pour nous, la santé n'a pas de prix. Le développement de la santé universelle, un des rares pays, Djibouti, a mis en place une assurance maladie universelle où les contributeurs solidairement payent pour les inactifs. Parce que la solidarité est une valeur cardinale et demeurera une valeur cardinale, si je dois citer notre président de la République, Ismaël Omar Guelleh, qui a placé la solidarité au cœur de son action publique et politique. Le troisième axe est l'autonomisation des femmes et des jeunes, à travers des lignes de financement revolving, afin de responsabiliser les bénéficiaires et de mieux gérer nos ressources limitées. En outre, les lignes de crédit qui sont offertes par des caisses d'épargne et de crédit, c'est des coopératives qui fonctionnent à travers tout le territoire. Mais pour le milieu rural également, nous avons mis en place ce qu'on appelle des caisses rurales d'épargne et de crédit. C'est de permettre aux milieux les plus éloignés, aux populations qui sont le plus enclavées dans les territoires, également de bénéficier des fruits de la croissance qui sont menés par la protection sociale, mais également de leur permettre de s'autonomiser à travers des activités qui leur sont propres. Soit ils sont éleveurs, rares sont ceux qui font de l'agriculture, mais également il y a des régions à Djibouti, parce que nous sommes une région où vraiment on est victime des sécheresses récurrentes, qui travaillent également à travers l'agriculture. Nous essayons de renforcer l'artisanat là où ils savent mieux faire ou plus faire. Nous essayons de les renforcer à travers des caisses solidaires d'épargne et de crédit. Le quatrième axe de la lutte contre la pauvreté et des privations, c'est le désenclavement à travers le développement social inclusif. Ce dernier répond à une équité territoriale visant au désenclavement des régions de l'intérieur à travers des réalisations de grandes infrastructures et au renforcement de l'accès aux services sociaux de l'autonomisation des régions. Nous construisons des maternités, des centres de santé, des collèges, des lycées, afin que chaque Djiboutien puisse être contributeur de la fiscalité de demain et pouvoir payer les salaires de demain. Nous souhaitons bâtir, parce que les ressources naturelles de Djibouti sont assez limitées. Notre vraie richesse, c'est les ressources humaines et nous essayons dès aujourd'hui et déjà depuis maintenant une vingtaine d'années de construire un capital humain fort pour qu'il puisse être productif. Pour donner corps à ces priorités, nous avons profondément modernisé notre cadre institutionnel et renforcé nos outils d'action sociale. Premièrement, nous avons érigé la protection sociale en priorité nationale. La création d'un ministère dédié à cette cause traduit un engagement politique fort. Mais également, nous avons structuré un écosystème institutionnel cohérent, articulé autour de 3 piliers complémentaires. Le ministère d'une part, l'Agence djiboutien de développement social et les caisses d'épargne et de crédit que je viens justement d'évoquer plus haut. Troisièmement, nous avons investi dans un outil clé qui est le registre social. Mis en place depuis 2013, ce dernier est un système rigoureux d'identification et d'enregistrement qui centralise les données socio-économiques des ménages les plus vulnérables et de bénéficier des programmes de protection sociale ciblés par rapport à leurs besoins. Il recense à ce jour près de 500 000 individus, soit environ 50% de la population djiboutienne. Il garantit un ciblage transparent, harmonisé et efficace de nos interventions, en priorisant notamment les ménages pauvres, les personnes en situation de handicap et des populations rurales où la pauvreté extrême atteint des niveaux particulièrement élevés. S'agissant de l'intégration des jeunes, notre stratégie repose sur une différenciation claire des profils. D'une part, les jeunes bacheliers éduqués, nous leur offrons une bourse de restauration. Quand elles viennent dans la capitale, ils bénéficient journalièrement d'un transfert monétaire via un système de monnaie électronique pour qu'ils puissent se restaurer et réussir mieux donc leurs études et garantir leur avenir. Mais également, les jeunes de 18 à 45 ans, déscolarisés et sans emploi, sont accompagnés à travers des formations professionnelles ciblées et des activités génératrices de revenus. Dans les deux cas, le point de départ demeure le ménage. Ces jeunes sont identifiés au sein des familles pauvres et vulnérables, souvent déjà soutenus par des transferts sociaux, ce qui garantit une cohérence d'ensemble et un accompagnement adapté à leur situation spécifique. Environ 30% de notre population bénéficie d'une protection sociale. 100% bénéficient de l'assurance maladie universelle. Tout le monde à Djibouti peut se soigner gratuitement. Concernant les travailleurs du secteur informel, notre démarche repose sur une double approche. L'identification via le registre social et un ciblage communautaire de proximité. Ces populations sont prioritaires, notamment en période de choc, pandémie, catastrophes naturelles et crises géopolitiques. Dans le cadre des réponses au choc, notamment dans les situations actuelles, nos actions s'articulent autour de plusieurs niveaux. Les subventions de produits alimentaires de première nécessité et du kérosène afin de garantir aux ménages vulnérables une sécurité alimentaire stable. La constitution d'un stock alimentaire stratégique en raison d'une forte dépendance aux importations, car l'économie de Djibouti est tributaire des importations, avec la volonté de disponibiliser sur place 3 à 6 mois de denrées alimentaires à travers ce stock stratégique, surtout avec la crise actuelle du Moyen-Orient. Par également le même outil qui est la constitution d'un stock stratégique, nous essayons de maîtriser l'inflation afin de garantir un pouvoir d'achat à nos concitoyens qui gagnent moins ou qui sont les plus vulnérables. À Djibouti, la protection sociale est conçue non pas comme un simple filet de sécurité, mais comme un véritable levier de développement. Dans un contexte de ressources limitées, nous avons adopté une approche productive structurée autour de 4 axes. L'investissement dans le capital humain, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, via l'éducation et le soutien aux étudiants, le développement de la microfinance, la promotion des activités génératrices de revenus et l'insertion professionnelle des jeunes. Dans ce domaine, nous ne nous contentons pas de faire des grands discours sans lendemain. Nous agissons chaque jour sur le terrain à travers des stages rémunérés de 6 mois au milieu professionnel. Aujourd'hui, 65% d'entre eux ont réussi à transformer cet essai en un vrai contrat de travail. Pour nous, c'est une victoire que nous partageons aussi avec nos jeunes en situation de handicap. Grâce à ces cabines télécom multifonctions, ils retrouvent une activité au cœur de leur quartier et une vraie autonomie financière. Mais l'emploi de demain se joue aussi dans la technique. Nous avons décidé de former nos jeunes sur des métiers de niche, des métiers qui ont de l'avenir. En travaillant main dans la main avec le secteur privé, nous préparons des experts en marine, des spécialistes de la soudure en haute mer ou des techniciens dans les machines du port. 70% de l'économie djiboutienne dépend de nos activités portuaires et infrastructurelles. Ce sont des métiers de précision et nous garantissons un emploi à 100% à la sortie. Enfin, notre regard se porte aussi vers l'horizon. Après avoir réussi le placement, une première cohorte de jeunes sont partis au Canada. Nous sommes actuellement en discussion avec l'Allemagne, l'Europe et les pays du Golfe. C'est des immigrations choisies et qui sont voulues par le pays en commun accord avec les pays d'accueil. Aujourd'hui, les résultats sont là et les données récentes témoignent d'avancées tangibles. La pauvreté extrême à Djibouti recule. Les inégalités diminuent avec un indice du Gini passant de 0,42 à 0,38. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi d'être direct. Un État comme Djibouti, confronté à des contraintes budgétaires réelles, ne peut porter seul l'ambition d'une protection sociale universelle. Il est néanmoins essentiel de rappeler que le financement de la protection sociale à Djibouti repose avant tout sur des efforts de solidarité nationale et une redistribution stratégique des richesses. Les grandes entreprises publiques et le budget de l'État contribuent ainsi au financement de fonds de solidarité nationale et de l'assurance maladie universelle pour un montant annuel total de 2,3 milliards de francs de Djibouti, soit près de 13 millions de dollars annuels. À cela s'ajoutent les fonds d'urgence pour la sécurité alimentaire, récemment créés pour répondre aux chocs exogènes, comme les répercussions de la guerre en Ukraine ou les effets déstabilisateurs de la guerre en Iran sur les chaînes d'approvisionnement régionales. Ce fonds dispose de 8 millions de dollars en denrées, mais également en fonds fiduciaires. Enfin, pour ce qui est de l'innovation numérique, nous croyons profondément que la digitalisation n'est pas un luxe, c'est un outil d'équité et d'efficacité. 3 innovations majeures illustrent cette conviction. La création d'abord d'un ministère délégué chargé de l'économie numérique en 2021. Nous avons, comme je l'ai cité plus haut, le renforcement du registre social. l'utilisation des paiements par les systèmes mobiles pour les transferts sociaux garantissant traçabilité, rapidité et désenclavement. La mise en place d'une plateforme numérique de gestion de doléances améliorant la transparence et la qualité des services aux usagers. Djibouti est un pays aux ressources limitées, mais doté d'une vision claire. En combinant engagement politique, innovation et partenariat stratégique, nous nous efforçons de transformer nos contraintes en opportunités. Notre objectif est simple, mais ambitieux. Permettre à chaque citoyen de trouver sa place dans notre modèle de développement, dans la dignité et avec des perspectives durables. J'aimerais, pour conclure, faire une note positive pour notre continent, pour notre pays, mais également pour notre continent. Je vais citer, comme le fait d'habitude tous les Africains, on a nos proverbes. Donc un proverbe djiboutien dit « La taqul lil jamal dur wa aynu akbar min aynak » qui veut dire « Ne cherchez pas à montrer le chemin au dromadaire, car son orientation est meilleure que la vôtre. L'Afrique sait mieux que quiconque penser et mettre en œuvre ses politiques publiques. Elle est cardinale. Elle sait particulièrement faire en faveur de son développement. Nul besoin de dépendre du Nord ou de dépendre de conseils. Notre continent regorge d'expertise, de ressources humaines capables et compétentes et profondément attachées à leur continent. Faisons-leur confiance. Notre continent regorge de richesses naturelles et de matières premières, notamment dans les ressources vertes, pour trouver son propre financement. Il nous faut mieux nous organiser, nous harmoniser, avoir une meilleure interdépendance intra-Afrique. Nos institutions, nos instruments, nos programmes, tels que l'Union africaine, la CEA, la BAD, la ZLECAF et j'en passe, sauront mieux nous guider. Nous leur réitérons encore une fois notre confiance, car pas seulement les vulnérables, mais nos politiques publiques africaines doivent être aussi autonomes et résilientes. Je vous remercie.
So thank you, Your Excellency, for this very comprehensive overview of situation of Djibouti, but also concluding with Africa. What permitted your presentation was the aspect of solidarity when it comes to funding and need for a distribution of wealth. And also solidarity was one of the aspects that South Africa's G20 presidency put forward as a key pillar. So we can build on that going forward. I noted you mentioned that 30% of population in Djibouti have social health protection. So that's way above average, but still we would agree not some people are left behind. So with that, I would like to ask Dr. Robert Aguiarco from African Union, who is the advisor in Department of Health. What can you please tell us how to establish integrated and resilient health protection systems in Africa? And perhaps also how can these be funded very briefly? If we can please keep to 5 minutes so we allow space for the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susanna. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen. First, allow me to convey the apologies of Her Excellency Ambassador Amachum Amwa, Commissioner for Health, Humanitarian Affairs, and Social Development of the African Union Commission, who was unable to join us. I am honored to represent her and to convey the Commission's perspectives on this important discussion. Now, to come to the question that you've asked, I'll focus quickly on 2 points. The first is how can Africa build integrated systems that connect health security, social protection, livelihoods, and then second, quickly link how we can work better with the ECA and other partners and helping the continent achieve its goals. So on the issue of building integrated systems, the Doha Political Declaration comes at a critical moment for us. It is anchored around 3 mutually reinforcing pillars that you spoke about earlier. One is poverty eradication, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. And 3, social integration and inclusion. These agendas are deeply connected and must be seen as holistic and approached in response. Doha presents us with a good opportunity, but it also then gives us a point of reflection. Because despite the progress made since the first summit in 1995, poverty reduction has slowed, and a lot of our indices look like we are not doing very well. I think yesterday we had some sobering statistics from the first two panels on how Africa is faring poorly on the SDGs. This is not to say that nothing has been done, but we are here to solve problems. So let's see what the problems are. Let's tackle them. From the Department of Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development perspective, this integrated approach is central because by bringing together health, humanitarian affairs, and social development, we will serve as a strategic platform to strengthen public systems that protect people across the full cycle of crisis. In practical terms, this means strengthening primary health care and universal health coverage, expanding inclusive and gender-responsive social protection, support livelihoods, provide decent work, and then improve preparedness for epidemics, disasters, and also ensure that vulnerable populations are not left behind. But this cannot be done alone. So we know the problem, we have plans and strategies, and we have mandates to deliver on, but it has to be done in concert with other partners. And we believe that there are 4 areas that we can work with the ECA and other partners to ensure that we meet the objective in front of us. The first is on policy alignment. Here we'll be working together with member states to align the Doha commitments with Agenda 2063, the SDGs, national development plans, and existing social protection, health, and employment frameworks. The second is on data and evidence, where the focus should be on strengthening the use of disaggregated data on poverty, employment, social protection, health access, vulnerability, shocks, and exclusion. These are the foundations for planning and effective execution. Third will be peer learning, where countries can come together to learn from each other on what has worked, what has not worked, and how we can take lessons from each other to improve the way that we're working. And finally, implementation support, where it will target technical support to countries, find where the financing gaps are at the regional and also at the continental level. So the central message here, which has been the running theme through my talk, is that delivering for people requires connection. And if Africa is to advance decent work, poverty reduction, and social protection, we must align and work together to ensure that this is done. So on behalf of Her Excellency, the Commissioner, I wish to reaffirm that the African Union Commission stands ready to work with the ECA, with member states, with regional economic communities and partners to move the Doha commitments from declaration to implementation. I thank you.
Thank you very much for comprehensive information on a resilient integrated system, including health, security, and social protection. And with that, we can continue. And I would like to ask Ms. Doris Popo, who is with us actually in the audience because we didn't have a space here, to tell us, and she's a special representative of UN Women to African Union and ECA. What did you take, as an agenda for women economic empowerment from Doha, and how can we implement it?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues. With less than 5 years to 2030, and we've heard it over and over since yesterday, our continent faces urgent challenges. We have stubborn poverty and inequality, a vast informal workforce struggling for decent livelihoods, and fiscal pressures heightened by debt and global shocks. Yet we also see tremendous promises in Africa's young women and men, a generation ready to drive our prosperity if given the chance. The question before us is how to accelerate full employment, poverty eradication, and social protection in Africa. The Second World Summit for Social Development, held in Doha last year, offers us part of that answer. It delivered a bold Doha political declaration that can be our roadmap if we seize the opportunity. Today, I will highlight why the summit outcomes matters profoundly for gender equality in Africa and how they align with the SDGs under review at this forum. My message is very simple. Putting gender equality at the center of social development is the game changer to achieve all our goals. The Doha Summit reaffirmed a fundamental truth. No society can prosper if half its population is left behind. 30 years after the landmark Beijing conference and the first social summit in Copenhagen, leaders in Doha recognize that we still have so far to go. 1 in 10 women worldwide lives in extreme poverty. Of the 3.8 billion people with no social protection, 2 billion are women and girls. And women's labor force participation remains nearly 20%, point lower than men's, a gap virtually unchanged in 2 decades. These global numbers are mirrored in Africa, where women, especially young women, are too often trapped in low-paid, insecure work or unpaid care roles. The Doha Declaration makes it clear that closing these gender gaps is not a side issue, but a prerequisite to eradicating poverty and achieving decent work for all. Gender equality is described not as an add-on, as we've seen over the years, over the decades, but it must be the cornerstone of inclusive and sustainable development. For Africa, this recognition is crucial. It means the global community understands that Africa cannot reach its development targets, not fulfill Agenda 2063 vision, unless we unlock the full potential of women and girls. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, these commitments resonate powerfully with the SDGs under review at this forum, because gender equality is the common thread weaving through all of them. First, let me provide a few examples. First, decent work and employment. The summit called for removing structural barriers to women's equal participation in labor markets, including discrimination, unequal pay, and violence in the world of work. For Africa, where informality dominates, this means prioritizing the formalization of the formal pathways, skills development for women and youth, and access to finance for women-led enterprises. These actions are central to SDG 9, which links industrialization and innovation with productivity, decent jobs, and inclusion. Here we also see a strong link to the women and youth in trade protocol under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Second, social protection and poverty eradication. Doha underscored the urgency of expanding universal, gender-responsive social protection systems, especially for workers in informal and rural economies. This fundamental Sorry. This is fundamental to breaking cycles of poverty, enabling labor market participation, and protecting households from shocks. Social protection is not a cost. It is an investment in our humanity. It is an investment in human capital and economic resilience. We must remember that human well-being should not be second to economic growth. Third, the summit placed unprecedented emphasis on the care economy, recognizing reducing and redistributing unpaid care and domestic work is transformative for Africa. Investment in water sanitation, SDG 6, and clean energy, SDG 7, are among the most effective care policies we can pursue. There's no doubt about that. Safe water sanitation and clean cooking technologies save women and girls hours each day, protect them, protect health and dignity, and free time for education and paid work. At the same time, investing in childcare, healthcare, and elder care creates large numbers of decent jobs, many of them while strengthening social protection systems. Fourth, cities and communities, SDG 11. Africa's rapid urbanization makes cities critical sites for delivering decent work and social inclusion. This was also mentioned yesterday by the speaker from Social Open Society, that we need to create jobs in rural areas if we want to manage urbanization. So gender responsive urban planning, safe transport, affordable housing, accessible care services, and basic infrastructure directly expands women's economic opportunities and reduces vulnerability to poverty and violence. None of this is possible without SDG 70. The Doha Declaration rightly places financing and partnership at the center, calling for gender responsive fiscal policies, debt solutions, and strengthened multilateral system. Africa cannot deliver a social development. We cannot deliver on social development if debt servicing crowds out investment in people. Let me say that again. Africa cannot deliver on social development if debt servicing crowds out investment in people. Expanding fiscal space for social protection, care, infrastructure, and decent work is absolutely essential. Excellencies, in short, the outcome of the World Summit on Social Development 2 provide a blueprint for tackling the very issues at the heart of Africa's 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 aspirations. They give us targets to aim for, from establishing universal social protection and care system, to transforming labor markets for inclusivity, to reshaping our fiscal policies for equality. But a blueprint is only as good as our will to implement. The true test to Doha's legacy will be action. We continue to say it. We said it yesterday. We heard it yesterday, including from the young people. Action is what is needed. So why are we stagnating? This brings me to my final point, another call to action. But the hope is that this call will be different, because we need to turn the tide, as the title and the vision of this conference indicates. We have the commitments on paper. Now we must turn them into reality for Africa's women and men, boys and girls. Gender equality is not a parallel agenda. Gender equality is not a parallel agenda. It should not be an afterthought. It should be integral to our planning, implementation, monitoring, financing. It is the pathway to delivering the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development 12 vision. Let's make this a turning point. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pomo, for highlighting how the Doha Political Declaration and its commitments will not be delivered unless gender equality is achieved, and also reiterating that we need to move from commitments to actions. And again, some of these commitments we already had 30 years ago, so indeed it will be very important to implement them. I would now like to ask, you spoke about care economy, which is mostly unpaid, informal. So I would like to ask our resident coordinator from Kenya to tell us how in Kenya, which is highly innovative and dynamic economy, but of course it has also a very high share of the informal sector, how in practical ways we can deliver the Doha commitments and perhaps focus on the youth employment angle, please. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you, Excellencies, Madam Moderator. In the interest of time, I'll dive directly into the question that's been asked. Over the past 30 years, I've had the privilege of serving both in government and across 5 different UN agencies, funds, and programs. So I have therefore seen these types of questions from both sides. As a policymaker trying to deliver under pressure, and as part of a system trying to support government. And often governments want to know very specifically how the UN system can help translate commitments, including youth employment and other global commitments, into answers, is what I would like to really focus on very specifically. And let me first say that in all instances, the first added value we bring to these to governments is capturing what works and making it usable. Across countries, we're not short of ideas. We're often short of institutional memory that travels well. And the UN is uniquely positioned to capture best practices and lessons learned across contexts, but our real value is not just in documenting them, it is in translating and contextualizing them to fit the political economy, institutional capacity, and fiscal realities of each country. Now, you've mentioned, and it's true, that we have all these incredible examples, including in Ethiopia's Productive Safety Net program, which really shows us that predictable social protection, when linked to public works and livelihoods, can move people from vulnerability towards productivity. We've seen things in Congo, Rwanda's delivery model, and as you mentioned, Kenya. So basically, our role is to bring these lessons to government, not as templates, but as adaptable building blocks. Now, second, the UN can consistently help government build what I call an integrated delivery spine. And this goes directly to your question. From my experience in government, the real challenge is not designing policies. We've learned to do that over the years. It's really making systems work for young people and for poor people and for the most vulnerable. So young people do not live in policy silos. They need a continuous pathway, right? From skills to jobs to income to protection and eventually to opportunity. But in many countries, these elements remain disconnected. Social registries are not linked to employment services. Skill programs are not aligned with market demand. Financing is not reaching youth and women entrepreneurs. And local governments lack the tools to deliver at scale. And this is where the UN system can play a decisive role. We can support governments in building an integrated delivery spine that actually connects social registries and digital ID systems, payment platforms and financial inclusion tools, skills and apprenticeship systems aligned with private sector demand, local economic development, and country level delivery. And you've mentioned Kenya, for example. Many of these building blocks actually already exist. Mobile money, social protection programs like the Inua Jamii, a dynamic private sector, and strong county supports systems. So the opportunity now is to connect these into a coherent pathway from vulnerability to employment. So the shift we need is a simple but profound one, from fragmented programs to integrated systems. And that should be, I think, what we carry and learn from the many countries that are having very, very successful programs, but are still struggling with bringing them to scale. And third and last, the UN can be helpful in helping government convene partners and not just coordinating them, because too often coordination becomes a process. And I think what government needs is alignment around delivery. And we're seeing in many success countries around the world where the UN, through the resident coordination system, using its unique convening power, is able to mobilize different stakeholders around critical issues. And this is helping governments move from consultation to co-investment, as was mentioned, from parallel initiatives to shared delivery frameworks. A good example is bringing together government, the private sector, and training institutions to define real labor market demand and design skills. Because of time, I think I would like to conclude on what I see as an important point, if I may, on a personal note. When I served in government, what I needed most from partners was not more projects. And certainly, I had heard and been involved in so many different forums. I'm pretty aware of what the global commitments are. But my challenge, being in government, one of the poorest countries in the world, was really how do I bring this together in a very concrete and practical way that makes sense, given the limited resources that I have. Now, the Doha commitments do not lack ambition, and we know that. So the question is whether we can translate it into systems that work consistently, predictably, and at scale for people like young women that we all recognize will need that support across the continent. And so the encouragement here is for all countries to make the best of the opportunity and support that the UN is in a perfect opportunity to provide through the resident coordinator and the UN country team. And what we hope is that in your countries, the UN system is making a decisive contribution, not by adding complexity, but by reducing fragmentation and helping governments strengthen system and aligning partners behind national delivery. And that is how we move from commitment to impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Resident Coordinator, for bringing both perspectives from your experience from the government, but also now the unique contributions that the Resident Coordinator system can make in this important, and then the emphasis on practicality. And with that, last but not least, actually very importantly, I would like to ask the Deputy Secretary General of the Pan-African Youth Union. You were with us in Doha, you had a major forum there. You were with us here, you had a major forum here. What would you like to share with participants, and how we turn youth from having a voice to actually having agency and decision-making power? Over to you, please.
Thank you, Susanna. So this session has clearly shown that youth empowerment is not only a priority, it's one of the most urgent challenges for our continent. We heard about progresses, but also about the gaps that still remain in access to decent work, social protection, and real opportunities for young people. One message stands out. We need to better connect policy with reality. At the Pan-African Youth Union, we work across 54 African countries to bring youth voices into real action, from dialogue to implementation. And this is exactly what we did 2 days ago through the youth pre-event co-organized by the Pan-African Youth Union and the ECA, just in the room here. Under the team Youth Leadership for Transformative and Coordinated SDG Action. This event brought together young leaders and senior UN officials for a real intergenerational dialogue focused on turning ideas into concrete actions. The message from the dialogue and from today's session is clear. Young people are not waiting, they are already creating solutions, building businesses and driving innovation. But they need support, access, and trust. In this context, I would like to highlight our important outcome. Just recently in Tangier, as a side event that actually BYU organized in the margin of COP26, it was mainly this declaration is a practical roadmap focused on digital sovereignty, youth-led innovations, skills for the future, and strong accountability mechanisms. Africa's transformation must be driven by its youth through technology, innovation, and leadership. It calls for stronger digital sovereignty for Africa can control and benefit from its own data. It promotes ethical and inclusive use for technology, ensuring that innovation reflects African realities and identities. It emphasizes the urgent need to invest in youth-led innovation to turn ideas into business and jobs. It highlights the importance of skills, preparing young people for the future of work in a fast-changing world. And most importantly, it calls for real accountability, where youth are not only consulted, but fully included in decision-making process and implemented in that process. This is reflect exactly what we have discussed here, and also recently through the Pan-African Youth Union, we brought these priorities to the ECOSOC Youth Forum in New York, where we shared the outcome of Tangier and contributed also on the Doha Declaration to shaping global discussions on youth and SDGs. This is part of our commitment, not only to speak, but to connect local realities with global platforms and turn youth perspectives into real influence. Africa has the talent. Africa has the ideas. Now we need implementation. At the Pan-African Youth Union, we remain committed to working with government, with the United Nations system, and all partners to turn dialogue into real impact. Because empowerment is not only about jobs, it's about dignity, stability, and the future of our continent. And the time to act is right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General, for this very dynamic voice of youth. And again, you need to join us, or we will support you actually in youth-led action. And before going to the video, I would like to see if there are any burning questions. We have chair has graciously gave us few extra minutes because we are already at 1 hour. But are there any questions? We have room for 3 questions to panelists. Okay, I see one question over there. If you can introduce yourself, please.
Good morning. Chukwuegu Chidozie from Imo State Government of Nigeria, Youth Affairs. So my question is to Excellency Justine Kasule. I hope I pronounced that well. So I wanted to ask, Madam, you mentioned the government's 80% subsidy to farmers to subsidize their funding. I would like to know, please, what disbursing strategy was employed to ensure that the funding actually gets to the hands of the farmers? Then secondly, you mentioned mindset. So how do you get to change the mindset of the beneficiaries of this fund so that they actually understand that this should be used for the exact function is actually stated for? Thank you.
Eritrea, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just I was thinking on the issues of course, ensuring social protection and reducing poverty, on the importance of investing at the household level by creating enabling environment, by investing in real people like especially at also the excellent moderators have been, panelists have been raising, by enabling level playing field, by empowering people, by investment. Just I was thinking on the role of small and medium enterprises as well as small startups, so that to enable the youth and the women to have small job creating mechanisms, because thinking of not only in elevating their livelihoods, but it has also a multiplying effect by enabling local production as well as creating jobs. And it has, for in Eritrea's case, we do have a very good examples where we have seen a very positive impact in elevating small household level startups and small medium enterprises where the government incrementally invests, and it has a very productive mechanism. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much for this insight. And yes, there is one question there in the back.
Thank you very much. Sandra Adong Oder is my name. I'm from Uganda, and I work at the Women's International Peace Center. We have offices in Kampala, Juba, Kinshasa. I wanted to just maybe find a way to bring this conversation to something a bit more broad around peace and security. I think what I'm hearing from the different speakers talks about how we can leverage the enablers, talking about the economy, talking about how we can look at making sure that the informal sectors are also part of the the paid economy. I'd like to just maybe request if we could have some maybe insights shared on how the issue of peace and security can also be discussed within this context of sustainable development. But more importantly, around social protection, I would really want us to have something around this area when it comes to addressing the issues we are discussing today. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for this question. So if I can now ask Her Excellency, Madame Lumumba, to answer the first question from Nigeria.
Thank you so much. The issue of giving subsidies, the one I talked about, 80% meant by government and 20% by the farmer, was in line of to do with the farming, agriculture. You know, we are faced with the issues to do with the climate change, issues to do with the harassments from weather. So when a farmer has borrowed money, has invested, the insurance companies had not taken on that sector. So government had to bring in an incentive to buffer the hearts of the farmers. So when one goes in for insurance for agriculture, and agriculture, government pays 80% and the farmer pays 20% against whatever shocks the farmer will be faced with because of climate change. And it's a new area. And this has encouraged people to take on agriculture as a job. because most of the people think jobs are only in offices, the white collar jobs, and yet our economy is an agricultural based economy. So agriculture is also looked at as a job, because when you have your cows, you milk and sell milk every day. And that means you are earning every day, you are earning daily. When you decide to sell the cows, when you decide to, you get income. Sometimes even much more income than those who are in offices. Then the issue of mindset change. It is a challenge. One, when people are given under the parish development model, the 39% who are still under subsistence, when they are given the $300 to enhance what they are doing so that they can improve and maybe even qualify for bigger loans or bigger credit facilities in the different sectors and at different levels in whatever tier. You find quite a number of men in some of our villages run to go and buy mattresses, but that's not an income. It doesn't bring in an income. Secondly, you find some of the people go into bars for alcohol, and some of them think it's a reward for having voted the government in leadership, in power. So those are things that must be worked on, and we're working on them for them to understand that it is their responsibility for them to pull out themselves out of poverty. But what government does is to bring an enabling environment, policy that helps them. And part of the policy, the environment, is to give them that enhancement to improve on what they are doing. So we have to work on the mindset for them to understand that they must have food, but at the same time have income to be able to meet some of the basic needs they require in the home. So it sounds simple, but it is not. And it has taken on the responsibility of both government and the non-state actors. And everybody is online to make sure we all get out of poverty. It is so bad to be so poor, because sometimes you fail to even appreciate that you are also a human being like the others who have. But we must all work together to make sure this is worked on. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would now like to ask our Deputy Executive Secretary to please give quick reaction on the role of small and medium enterprises in employment to the delegate from Eritrea.
Thank you. I think on the issue of the small and medium enterprises, there are a few elements of that. I think they need to be an engine of job creation, because they are the dominant factor in the landscape of businesses. But the issue there is that they are kind of stunt in growth. So you have small, medium enterprises that you don't see them moving up the value chain to become medium and then to become large. So some of the things that we need to make sure is to have the type of reforms of the business environment to remove hurdles, to enable them to actually grow. In terms of access to finance, in terms of a competition landscape that allows them to do so, and also to how to increase their resilience. So some of the things that we try to help with is issues of access to finance and the capabilities of these businesses to being, have strong financial literacy, but also in terms of their adoption to technology. Because in terms of shocks, we have seen studies that show actually that firms that adopt technology and IT and so on tend to be more resilient when shocks hit. We've seen that, for example, in COVID. So that's another area that we work with businesses on. And then we have also a huge opportunity with the Africa Free Continental Trade Agreement and the regional integration to actually allow larger market access for these small and medium enterprises, and the teams that regional integration teams at ECA have been working to actually link in terms of how can the protocols, the free trade area become an engine of growth for these such small and medium enterprises. So it's multidimensional in terms of what needs to be done, and we try to provide that in number of areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then, on the role of the SMEs, and in particular also on the game changer that AFCFTA can be if utilized. And now I would like to ask the representative from African Union, because you were talking about the role of health system and connection with peace and social inclusion. So if you could very quickly, just very briefly react to the representative from Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you would agree with me that peace is the foundation for any enterprise, and without that, there isn't much that can be done, be it in the area of delivering health systems, health services, or social services, or humanitarian services. So I'm here representing my boss and not the whole African Union, so allow me to stay on script with the Department for Health, Humanitarian Affairs, and Social Development. I think working in concert with others, clearly areas of crisis preparedness, and also strategic partnerships with those who are in the area of peace and security, with our sister agency, of course, the Africa CDC, WHO, and others, but the UNFPA, the gender teams, and co. Then you are able to understand, of course, with those who are working on the ground, exactly how things are working. In crisis situations, for example, in response to epidemics and I would say in the Congo and other areas, you would have to be very careful how you interact with communities. Respect for community and others are all areas where you have to look at. So in short, I would say that peace is the foundation for any enterprise, and we all must do our best to ensure that there is peace and sanity where we belong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I agree that we all would, I'm sure, agree that peace is foundation of everything we do, and particularly key priorities. So with that, we now, with the permission of Chair, we have an opportunity to see the video from Her Excellency Louis Mishwiki-Wabo. And because we are already 15 minutes over time with this video, which were supposed to come at the beginning, it comes now. We are concluding this session. So if we can please have the video.
Si on n'a pas le son, c'est un problème général. May I press upon our technical team to make necessary arrangements so that we can have a video with the volume, with the sound, please? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, because we cannot hear. So let's give it a 30-second chance, and otherwise we will conclude by a summary of the key messages. Okay, so I would say since we have the technical challenge, we unfortunately need to skip the video. So I would like my colleague Jalal, who also we all took part in the World Social Summit, to give key summary messages and especially what we are planning to do going forward to help ensure implementation of Doha. Jalal, please, over to you. Jalal is a senior policy advisor in Socio-Economic Development Division, ECA.
Thank you, Susanna. Thank you, moderator, and all distinguished panelists for this rich discussion. I'll be very short. Allow me to highlight just 4 key reflections on what has happened. First, integration is essential. Africa's overlapping shocks, climate, economic, health, require connected systems linking health, security, social protection, and livelihood. 2, implementation is a real test. The Doha commitment on poverty reduction, decent work, and inclusion must translate into scalable national solution, especially in the context of high informality. Third, financing, partnership, and accountability matters. We need better aligned investment, strong domestic resource mobilization, and coordinated UN support backed by data-driven delivery. Fourth, AU ECA collaboration is fundamental and is key. A similar light members state-led approach can support policy alignment, data collection, peer learning, and implementation without adding reporting burdens. Finally, use must be central. As partners in shaping, delivering, and holding systems accountable. Like Salahuddin said, trust and access is very important. I recognize this. The message has been very clear. Africa must move from commitment to coordinated, measurable action through resilient and integrated system. And I thank you.
So thank you very much, Jalal, and big thank you to our panelists and everyone here in the audience for an informative session. And we are really eager to work with all of you to really make the commitments of Doha a reality this time around. So thank you very much.
I would like to thank the moderator, the panelists, and our delegates for this very rich discussion for our last high-level panel discussion. So I would like to inform everyone that we are now running with 30 minutes delay behind our schedule. And what I will do, and I will propose that we switch directly to our very first roundtable panel. And for those of you who would like or who would need some coffee, please help yourself. Coffee and some sweet are available at your convenience. But we will now shift directly to plenary high-level roundtable panel 1. And once again, thank you for our panelists for this morning high-level meeting. Can I ask to our official photographers for one souvenir picture? We are a panelist and our moderator before we leave the stage. I can see that there is some movement in the conference room. I would like to remind you that we are switching without interruption to plenary high-level roundtable 1 on evidence-based voluntary national and local reviews to drive transformative and coordinated actions for both agendas.
Honorable delegates, please take your seats. We're going to start the next session. Honorables délégués, merci de prendre place. Nous allons commencer la session suivante. Merci.
Yes, please. Take a picture. Yes, I give you my card. See you for your pizza. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Allez. Écoute, nous l'avons. Distinguished delegates, it is now high time for us to start with plenary high-level roundtable panel 1, bearing the title Evidence-Based Voluntary National and Local Reviews to Drive Transformative and Coordinated Actions for the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. As a reminder, we are now on agenda item number 6. Distinguished delegates, voluntary national and local reviews are most valuable when they are evidence-based and lead to change. They must be instruments for learning, for accountability, and for course correction, and not reporting exercises alone. This panel is designed to facilitate learning and strengthen practice in conducting and following up on voluntary national and local reviews in order to advance the implementation of 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. With that overview of the panel, it is now my great pleasure to welcome the moderator of the panel, the Deputy Executive Secretary for Program Support from ECA, Ms. Mama Kaita, and request her to introduce the speakers and panelists and to take up her role as moderator of this panel. I would like to inform our delegates that this high-level panel will last for 1 hour and 15 minutes, and as usual, very kind reminder to the moderator, to the presenter, and to all the panelists to strictly observe the time limits so that we can complete the business of the day in a timely manner. Ms. Mama Keita, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Excellences, chers délégués, bonjour à tous. Et c'est un grand plaisir pour moi d'être modératrice pour cette session. Comme nous le savons tous, l'horizon pour atteindre les ODD, également les objectifs de l'agenda 2063 approche à grands pas. On est à moins de 5 ans pour les ODD et en ce qui concerne l'agenda 2063, on est déjà dans la deuxième décennie et des progrès sont réalisés, mais on peut faire mieux, on peut faire plus. On a donc ces processus-là, ces mécanismes-là qu'on appelle les VLR, qui permettent d'évaluer les progrès et qui permettent également de tirer des leçons. On souhaite qu'ils soient des mécanismes qui permettent de tirer des leçons. Quels sont les facteurs à succès qui permettent les progrès, mais également quelles sont les sources d'échecs ou alors les sources de défis. Et donc, on est là pour apprendre les uns des autres, pour apprendre des expériences des différents en pays. On souhaite que cette session soit très, très pratique en termes d'apporter des nouveaux enseignements, des nouvelles connaissances, afin que, effectivement, les processus de VNA et de VLR ne soient pas seulement des processus où on vient parler des progrès, mais où on apprend des choses qui nous permettent d'être encore plus transformateurs dans le continent, afin d'accélérer la marche vers les deux agendas qui nous intéressent. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on peut changer en matière de politique, de stratégie, de plan, de planification, de budget? C'est sur ces choses-là qu'on voudrait apprendre davantage, mais également, qu'est-ce qu'on peut changer au niveau des mécanismes même, au niveau des processus même, pour faire que les VNR et les VLR soient des meilleurs mécanismes? Comment on peut transformer ces systèmes, la coordination, le caractère inclusif, en fait, cette gouvernance-là, on veut en savoir plus. Et pour ça, avant d'inviter mon panel, on a un guest speaker en la personne du city manager de la ville de Addis Ababa. I would like here to call Mr. Wandimo Seta, city manager of the city of Addis Ababa, to give us a key address. Mr. Seta, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning to you all. Excellencies, distinguished ministers, mayors, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to join this important regional forum at a moment when Africa is being called not merely to review progress, but to accelerate transformation. I wish first to commend the Economic Commission for Africa, the African Union Commission, the United Nations systems for convening this timely dialogue under the theme that speaks directly to our continental moment, turning the tide through the transformative and coordinated action. For us in Addis Ababa, this theme is not an abstract. It's a daily work of governing rapidly growing African cities while trying to align local action with national priorities. Continental aspiration under Agenda 2063 and the global ambition of the Sustainable Development Goal. And this is why the discussion today is so important, because development is ultimately delivered locally. Cities are where inequality is felt, where climate shocks are experienced, where jobs are created, where infrastructure gaps appear, and where solutions either succeed or fail. So if implementation happens locally, then accountability and learning must increasingly happen locally as well. This is why we see these kind of sessions not simply as a reporting instrument, but as a governance tool. Tools to measure progress, tools to improve coordination, tools to strengthen evidence-based policy making, and importantly, tools to connect citizens more meaningfully to development outcomes. In Addis Ababa, we are increasingly treating urban transformation as an integrated development agenda. Our efforts in corridor development, mobility systems, digital public services, housing, environmental rehabilitation, economic inclusion, and climate-sensitive urban upgrading are not isolated interventions. They are part of the broader attempt to move from fragmented delivery to integrated urban transformation. And one lesson we are learning is this: what gets measured in silos is often implemented in silos, but sustainable transformation demands integration. This is where this kind of sessions and platforms can add real values. It helps cities move from activity reporting to outcome management, from projects to systems, from implementation to learning, and from local action to shared accountability. 3 reflections from our experience. Allow me to offer 3 reflections. First, localization of the Sustainable Development Goals require empowered cities. Local governments cannot merely be implementers of national aspirations. They must increasingly be partners in shaping, measuring, and accelerating them. The connection between the VNRs and the VLRs is therefore not technical, it is strategic. National progress becomes stronger when local delivery systems are stronger. Evidence-based reviews should not be about producing reports. It should help governments identify what's working, where gaps persist, and how resources can be aligned more effectively. Reviews must lead to a course of correction, not just compliance. Third, transformation must be coordinated. No city can advance the SDGs through government actions alone. Private sector actors, communities, research institutions, and development partners must all be part of the architecture of implementation. Coordination is not an accessory to transformation, it's an operating system. In Africa, urban opportunity, urbanization is often described as a challenge. I believe it's also one of our greatest opportunities. If governed well, African cities can become engines of green growth, resilience, innovation, and social inclusion. But that will require stronger city systems, better urban financing, better local data, better metropolitan governance, and stronger integration between national and local development planning. Forums like these help advance that agenda. As Addis Ababa prepares for larger roles in continental and global engagements, including our ambitions linked to climate diplomacy, we are increasingly see sustainable urban transformation and climate action as inseparable. Resilient infrastructures, green public spaces, integrated mobility, urban environmental restoration, these are not city development priorities. These are climate priorities. And African cities have much to contribute to the global conversation. Excellencies, turning the tide will not happen through commitments alone. It will happen when the implementation becomes more coordinated, more evidence-driven, and more locally grounded. That's why the conversation on VNRs and VLRs matters, because it's fundamentally a conversation about how to make development work better. Addis Ababa stands ready to contribute to that learning and to continue advancing city-level transformation that's aligned with national ambitions, continental visions, and global responsibilities. Let us use this forum not simply to review progress, but to strengthen the partnership and systems needed to accelerate it. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Seta, for these really pertinent words. Development is delivered locally. So if implementation takes place locally, accountability also should take place locally. The VLR is a tool that connects citizens to development outcomes. Let's abandon silos, rather promote integration and systems. Urbanization is an opportunity that can be unlocked through targeted actions, notably climate diplomacy and so on. So many rich insights. Thank you very much for this. And yeah, thank you very much. I would like to ask you to, again, one round of applause for our keynote speaker here. Voila. So, Mr. President, now I'm going to call my panelists into 2 groups. We have 2 groups. Group 1, we have the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, the Kingdom of Eswatini. Excellency, if you are in the room, kindly join us here. Mr. Apollo Mafalala. Do we have, he's here? Excellency, please. Our second panelist in this group is Municipal Chief Executive, Mr. Atibubu Amantin, Municipal Assembly, Ghana, Masoud Musa Ayarba Thomas. Kindly join us here. The third member of this panel is Mayor Mosel Bay, South Africa, Mr. Dirk Kodze. Kindly join us here. And the third person is our sister Sarah from the Africa Peer Review Mechanism, Sarah Amuda Taufik, Senior Continental Government Officer. Welcome to you all, and thank you very much for participating in this panel. Like I said, this is for you to share your experience with the rest of the forum for peer learning, in order for everyone to be better tooled, better equipped to improve on action that will allow for accelerating both the attainment of the SDGs and also the goals of the Agenda 2063. My first question will go to the Minister of Housing and Urban Development of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Honorable Apollo Mafalala. The question that I would like to ask is first that Eswatini has done the Vienna exercise in 2025, and that exercise was particularly strong in incorporating findings from local government and municipalities. So, based on this experience of last year, how do you see the linkages between the VNRs and the VLRs help to strengthen institutions, improve policy and budget coherence, and speed up delivery of the two agendas that we are talking about, Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. Over to you, Excellency.
Thank you, Chairperson, Moderator, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates. I do bring warm greetings from His Majesty King Mswati III of the Kingdom of Eswatini and the people of Eswatini as well. It is true that Eswatini compiled the VNR in 2025, and for the first time, Eswatini integrated reviews from the local levels. We engaged in municipalities for the first time. Of the 15 gazetted urban municipalities in Eswatini, 7 of them participated in the VLRs, and then by extension in the VNR. Now, the question that you have posed is that how do we then see these linkages, adding value to issues of strengthening institutions, improving, policy and budget coherence, and speed up the delivery of both Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. I will highlight only a couple of key learnings that we picked from the exercise. First of all was the localization of the SDGs. So as we interacted with the municipalities, the central government took a strategic decision to say, we are not this time around going to be relying on only on national data and interaction with central government ministries for development of the VNR. So it was a strategic policy, direction by the central government, led, of course, by the Minister of Economic Planning and Development, where the issue of coordination for SDGs is sitting. So it did help us in terms of strengthening the localization of the SDGs. We have learned from Addis here that if we miss out on the local action, we are missing out a very significant component of what could contribute towards achievement of the SDGs. So during the interactions, municipalities were able to better appreciate what SDGs are, what the targets are, what the reporting frameworks are, and all of those details that go with the global development frameworks. So that is the first thing where we thought it really did add a lot of value. That is localization of the SDGs. Secondly, it's the alignment of national and local planning frameworks. The interactions as we're developing the VNR did, open opportunity for municipalities not only to appreciate what SDGs are, but also align their own planning, frameworks to integrate the SDGs as well. And by extension, this improves the synergy between global development frameworks and what is happening at local level. And then the third, key area in terms of value addition is the strengthening of the intergovernmental trust. I think there's often some element of mistrust between central and local government. So as we were developing the VNR, we were able to improve on the trust between central and local government, both in terms of what is expected for delivery at local level and at central level. And this also improves the interactions and the engagements between the center and the local levels. We often see these types of engagements, if the mistrust still exists, often managed in a cautious and conservative manner. But after our interactions and the continued engagements thereafter, they are really adding a lot of value in the way the central government and the local governments are operating. And then on the matter of budget coherence, the joint meetings for the national and national and local voluntary reviews identified the need for a more harmonized and structured, resource sharing and employment formula. It became clear that the national and local budgets need to be appropriately, harmonized and coordinated. And that would add a lot of value in terms of the distance that could be covered in the implementation of the SDGs. And then the formation of technical teams. In the process, we're able to formulate technical teams that will continue, to track progress, both at national and local level as to how we can add, impetus on the implementation of the SDGs. And then the last point that I'll highlight is the identification of the data gaps. As we were, doing the reviews both at local and national level, we were able to identify, data gaps. The national or central statistical offices often, do not have data that is aggregated up to the local level. And in the process, as noted, we miss out on what is happening at the local level. So that has now informed the policy stance by government to say, we need to, as we develop the national data collection tools, but we also need to have a structured way in which the data from the local level could fit into that. So quite clearly, we would encourage the countries that are developing their VNRs this year to strongly consider integrating municipalities or rather the local governments in the development of the VNRs. Eswatini, stands ready to share those kinds of experiences, because I think there's a lot of positives that we picked out of that interaction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency, not only for conducting the exercise, but also to making sure that you learn from it. Thank you for sharing the lessons, really showing that the VLR is a pertinent exercise, allowing for alignment of planning processes between across different levels of governance, central and local, better synergies, strengthening the level of trust, extremely important for better engagement. Also, better allocation of budget. Yes, because from the first speaker, he reminded us that development takes place at the local level, and then we need to have a consequent level of budget in order for that development to happen. Identification of data gaps that allows, especially at local level, allow for better evidence-based policy making. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The next one will be the mayor of Mosei Bay Municipality, South Africa, Mr. Dirk Kotze. The question is as follows: how have you meaningfully engaged youth, civil society, and marginalized groups in the review process, not just as participants, but as co-creators? How can trust and accountability be strengthened through more inclusive review processes? Over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Moderator. From my side, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here speaking on behalf of South Africa and our local government. In Mossel Bay, we're currently the fastest growing municipality in South Africa. And strategically, we believe in partnerships. So I'm going to speak a bit about that because our whole process was built on trust and partnerships. So we've got a growth strategy. So the strategy is to grow Mossel Bay in collaboration with various partners. And unfortunately, we see kind of worldwide that in many cases, politicians are not trusted. And for that reason, we've really delved in and focused on how we can first build trust with various sectors in our community, and then obviously collaborate from there. So with our trust relationships continuously being built and strengthened, we have set out to meaningfully engage internally and also externally. But since this question is more about our external engagement, I'll only elaborate on that. So what we did is the benefit of our trust relationship that we've been working on for various years, we've tried to leverage that. And then in the municipality, we've got a social development department through which we continuously liaise with youth, with marginalized and civil society. Just to come back to the partnerships, of what we've done is we've created various partnership forums, and some of them we've created non-profit companies where we've got the knowledgeable and the private sector partners involved, and then also council members serving on that non-profit company. So for example, we've established the Environmental Forum, which is a non-profit company with all the different environmental sectors in town collaborating. So also with safety, we've got a local drug action group where everybody is involved fighting drugs. Collaborating with us. We've established a faith-based leaders forum, early childhood development forum. Then we've also established within the organization a youth office, and through them we also run various youth cafes. Then we've also established the Junior Town Council, Women Action Forum group, and then also we've got a campaign where we collaborate continuously with people with disabilities themselves. It's people with disabilities themselves serving on that panels, and we call that Disability Accessibility Mossel Bay, and we've got various projects that provincial government also collaborate with us on that. So through these partnerships, we've had various workshops, and then obviously built on that trust relationships we've also already got. It's quite easy to get these people who's passionate and knowledgeable about what they're doing in your community to collaborate with us, and obviously through them and through our own communications department, we then also create awareness about the SDGs. So the second question is, how can we trust and continued accountability be strengthened through more inclusive review processes? So just to carry on, the trust is earned and it can be measured. It's measured through elections. If affordable, sustainable basic services are delivered on a continuous basis to all communities, trust is earned. If the mayor and politicians and administration are regularly available, trust is earned. If accountability can be proven, and in Mossel Bay's case, we've had 12 clean audits in 14 years, trust is earned. If your organization or municipality is getting good reviews and ratings, trust is earned. And then obviously, there's positive things within all the challenges in Africa and in South Africa, within our municipalities. It's important for us to continuously communicate these successes and the partnerships. And obviously, the benefit of partnerships is that your partners also assist you with driving the message and the reasons why we are involved with SDGs and why we're measuring. So people have to be part of success and will buy in if they believe in that. And lastly, our administration must also be inspired. Many times, this project, or as we speak about SDGs, your project will fail if your administration do not buy in, if they're not inspired by leadership, and that they cannot experience that belief, that there's belief in what's been doing. So with a relationship of trust and a track record of accountability, plus SDG awareness programs, people will not be unfamiliar with what the leaders are busy with, what they stand for, and what they are trying to achieve for our own communities through that. Thank you very much.
Madam Moderator, just if you allow, thank you for our last panelist. I am being informed that some delegates at the back of our conference room cannot always hear properly. So I would very politely and kindly ask our panelists to speak close to the mic or to speak louder. So we are all looking forward to listening to you talking loud and clear of your action and vision for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dirk Kotze, for sharing the experience from Mossel Bay. Very insightful experience where you really try to bridge the gap, the gap in trust in your community with dedicated strategy, with partnership, with thematic discussions and collaboration. To say that in this process, communication is key, awareness raising is key, inclusion is key, but above everything, there is need for an inspiring leadership, a leadership that can be trusted, and also a good governance mechanism. The constituencies, the communities know that they can sanction the leaders through election, through different reviews. Thank you very much for sharing this. Okay, our next speaker is Sarah. Sarah from APRM, familiar face and partner. So Sarah, APRM has been a strong and consistent partner in assisting countries to evaluate and enhance their progress towards both the SDGs and Agenda 2063. What, in your view, are some key observations from peer review and exchange in Africa and lessons that African countries can share with one another in pushing forward with both agendas? Over to you, Sarah.
That should be right? Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And let me start by actually thanking ECA for the invitation addressed to the African peer review mechanism to participate in this high-level roundtable. We greatly value the collaboration with the ECA over the years to support not only the domestication of both agendas, Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, but to also enhance harmonization and standardize of reporting on both agendas. And let me also seize this opportunity and congratulate you, my sister Mama Katie, for your new designation at ECA, truly inspiring model of African women that we all learn from. And we wish you all the best in the next years ahead. Reflecting on your question, the African peer review mechanism, as maybe some of you are aware, we are the African Union organ designated to promote good governance in the continent through conducting governance assessment reviews. But we have also been given an expanded mandate to support African countries in the monitoring and the evaluation of both agendas. And we established actually over the past 5 years, a continental platform on Agenda 2063 to complement the efforts exerted by ECA, UNDESA, and other partners alongside the African Commission to support the African countries at technical level to improve the overall reporting, implementation, and domestication of both agendas, with a special focus on governance enablers of the agenda, and of course, SDG 16, which meets Moonshot 3, Africa with good governance and rule of law. From our interaction with member states over the past few years, and even recently, we hosted in South Africa a regional dialogue on VNRs for the 2026 High-Level Political Forum. We can see 4 key observations, Madam Chair. The first one, that African countries are telling the African stories and documenting the alignment. They're actually moving and shifting from just alignment of the national development plans with both agendas to the execution tracking. They're also taking bold steps to enhance governance enablers and other accelerators to improve budgeting, coordination, and foresight planning for both agendas. For instance, in Zambia, we can see that the country is improving the legal frameworks, including the National Planning and Budgeting Act, to provide a strong foundation for coherence and implementation of both agendas. Algeria also is demonstrating systematic integration now of both agendas into national development frameworks. Uganda, I think, has been exhausted in that forum to highlight their experience on the integrated framework for SDG and Agenda 2063 reporting. Botswana, through its Vision 2036, aligns also both agendas with national frameworks. The second observation we have noticed is also how countries are developing more innovative instruments and institutional strengthening for inclusive finance, how this is adopted in Nigeria, in Algeria as well. Countries are developing green bonds, sukuk and diaspora bonds continue to diversify the economy and diversify financing tools for both agendas. The third point, and I think my distinguished speakers already alluded to, is how cities are shaping and increasing this, moving from passive implementers to active financiers and decision makers in Africa's development landscape. We can see that certain provinces and cities across the continent are involved in sub-regional and regional platforms for fundraising. From Accra to Addis Ababa, from Cairo to Cape Town, we can see a massive transformation in urbanization. And this rapid urbanization actually requires innovative tools such as land value capture, municipalities' bonds, and fiscal decentralization. The fourth and last point here, Madam Chair, is also how countries, even though going through conflict, post-conflict security, are yet aiming to make progress towards embedding Agenda 2063 into national development frameworks. Mozambique shared with us how they are also developing a developmental observatory mechanism to serve as a national mechanism for multi-stakeholder engagement, to enable communities to directly get involved in monitoring and evaluation of both agendas. And lastly, but not least, how also our member states are increasing the leverage on partnerships and South-South cooperation programs to assist African countries in fulfilling the financial gaps, especially for infrastructure, water, and energy sectors. We have seen Cameroon and Algeria also collaborating on some issues to enhance regional connectivity and investment in these sectors across the continent. So, Madam Chair, these are the observations we have seen, but also there are a few recommendations, if my time still allows, to say 3 recommendations very straightforward, coming also from the voice of our member states, that there is a need to scale up the utilization of evidence-based and credible toolkits while conducting the VNRs. And we as APRM developed certain toolkits to support African countries in enhancing the strategic planning and foresight. There is also a need to improve the multi-stakeholder consultations. We have heard actually 2 days ago in the ECAV in our workshop that Cabo Verde and Malawi have also noted the challenges they have in this concern. And lastly but not least, there's also a need for better coordination and policy coherence at national and regional levels, how to bring all these partners together to support and moving the challenges to and addressing the actual reality of the reviewed countries. So let me stop here, Madam Chair, and I would like also to invite our participants later on to the APRM OECD side event on policy coherence, which will take place in conference room 4, hopefully by 12 or quarter past 12 noon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. Thank you first for informing us about all the initiative of APRM, about notably this continental platform that is providing support, technical support in terms of implementation and also reporting. We are focused on government tools and enablers. Thank you for that. Thank you also for sharing country experiences. We learned that these reviews foster alignment between national plans and global and regional development frameworks. We also take note of the major recommendation that you've made. Notably, countries still need toolkits, but toolkits that really are based on provide evidence-based policy making. We need to foster multi-stakeholder engagement and consultative processes. We need more coordination, better coordination, and also more coherent policy making across different levels of decision making and implementation. Thank you very much, Sarah. For this group, my last but not least speaker, panelist, is coming from Amantin Municipal Assembly. Atebubu Amantin, actually. Honorable Masoud Musa Arad Ayarba Thomas, welcome to this panel. And here's the question that I would like to ask you. How can VLRs strengthen vertical coordination between national and subnational governments? And would you kindly share with us Ghana's experience in localizing SDGs? What are the top 3 priorities action needed to accelerate progress? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, the Bureau Chair, distinguished panel members, colleagues from across Africa. I send you warmest greetings from the good people of Ghana, especially the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and especially the people of Atebubu Municipality, where I am the Municipal Chief Executive. It is a great honor to join you here in Addis Ababa, a city that symbolizes Africa unity and cooperation. My duty this morning is to answer a simple question. How can voluntary local reviews strengthen vertical coordination between national and subnational governments? And as we share Ghana's experience in localizing the SDGs, and what are the top 3 priority action needed to accelerate progress? From the experience of Atebubu Municipality in Ghana, West Africa, voluntary local reviews have proven to be a very important tool for strengthening vertical coordination between national and subnational levels, whilst also improving evidence-based planning. The achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals depends not only on national commitment, but on how effectively we implement them at the local level. This is where voluntary local reviews, or VLRs, become very important. VLRs provide a structured way for local governments to assess progress, report on development outcomes, and align local priorities with national and global goals. Distinguished colleagues,
VLRs strengthen vertical coordination between national, like Ghana, and subnational, like Ateguamanti Municipal, in the following ways. First, VLRs promote policy coordination. Local government, local development plans are better linked to national SDG frameworks, ensuring that we are all moving in the same direction. For example, in Ghana, the Municipal Assembly prepares the medium-term development plan based on the National Development Policy Commission guidelines and integrates the Sustainable Development Goals into local priorities. In Ghana, our decentralized system empowers metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies to play a central role in policy implementation. How does it work? We have the SDG that is at the global level and provide overall development goals. The NDPC at the national level translates the SDGs into national policies and planning guidelines. At the municipal level, they prepare the medium-term development plan that localizes the SDGs into district-specific development plans. Then the municipal assembly that is at the local level, and that is the implementing level, provides funding to execute the medium-term development projects. The voluntary local reviews, that the reporting and feedback level, measures progress, identify gaps, and inform national and global reporting. Practical example. The SDG 6 talks about water and sanitation. That's at the global level. And the NDPC at the national level. In Ghana, in fact, the District Assembly Common Fund allocates 20% of the District Assembly Local Fund to water and sanitation. At the national level, the NDPC includes the SDG at its national priority areas. Then the medium-term development plan will also, because the SDG 6 talks about water and sanitation. So at the medium-term development plan level, the municipal assembly will include the borehole construction to it. Then the municipal assembly will then prepare budget and then provide funds for the borehole construction. At the voluntary local review report level, the question then will be, how many communities gain access to clean water? This is evidence that the VLR ensures that there is a vertical coordination between national and subnational governments. Also, through VLRs, data generated at the district level feed into the national reporting system, strengthening transparency and evidence-based decision-making. Through VLR, local realities and challenges are communicated upward, helping national government design more responsive and inclusive policies. To accelerate progress, I propose these 3 actions. First, we must strengthen local data system. Reliable data is essential for planning, monitoring, and reporting. Investment in digital tools and capacity building is critical. Second, we must enhance financing for local governments. Without adequate and predictable resources, implementation will remain slow. Fiscal decentralization and innovation financing must be prioritized. Third, we must institutionalize coordination across all levels of government. Strong platforms for dialogue between national and subnational actors are essential for effective implementation. Colleagues, local government or subnational governments are not just implementers. They are drivers of development. They are closest to the people and best understand community needs. In Ghana, the subnational have been given power under the 1992 Constitution of Ghana and the Local Government Act 936 to raise funds, and develop the local communities. As we gather here under the spirit of African cooperation and within the broader vision of the African Union, we must strengthen collaboration, share experience, and support one another. In conclusion, voluntary local review are more than reporting tools. They are bridges that connect national ambition with local action. From Accra to Addis Ababa, our success in achieving the SDGs will depend on how well we coordinate, cooperate, and invest in our local system. From Accra to Addis Ababa, our collective responsibility is clear. Achieving the SDGs must be locally driven, nationally coordinated, and continentally aligned. VRs provide us with a pathway to make this a reality. Let us work together to ensure that no community is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for sharing the experience of Accra. Thank you for taking us through a concrete example on what, how the linkages between central government and local ones are happening, actually, from planning tools at central level to funding allocated to local level, then implementation taking place, reporting on progress taking place, then evidence built about outcome, and then clear decision-making processes with lessons identified and learned and communicated at different level of decision-making process, and also with your three main recommendations: data system to be improved, financing for development to be really better allocated and then more actually in better quantity to local levels, and finally enhance and institutionalize coordination and dialogue between the different level of decision-making processes. Thank you so much. On this chair, I said I had two groups. The first design was to open for question, but I think that in the interest of time, I would like to say thank you to this panel, and will sit in the front here. We'll receive the second panel, and the question will be for the two groups at the same time. So please let us thank this panel. Thank you very much. Oh, yes. So a photo, do we do an initial photo or we wait for the... Would you mind coming back after? And we also after, yes. So you'll go and we'll call you back. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Well done. On this, the second group will continue to help us to learn on these processes and the action that can help us to accelerate progress and but not progress and socioeconomic transformation in African countries. The group is as follows. I would like to invite the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Rural Development of the Republic of Gabon, Your Excellency, Mr. Pakom Kosi, kindly join us here. Yeah. Second, I would like to invite my very own sister, resident coordinator of the Republic of Togo, Miss Kumba Dieng. So, Kumba, kindly join us here. So, the third panelist is Miss Christina Matusi. She's National Director of Planning, Ministry of Planning and Development, Mozambique. Madam Christina, kindly join us here. And we have a fourth panelist coming from Cameroon, and the name is Mr. Emmanuel Danki Babe, Deputy Director of African Regional Cooperation at the Ministry of Economy, Planning and Regional Development, MINEPAT of Cameroon. Kindly join us here. Okay, so group two, very warm welcome. And we are very grateful for you to be available to share your experiences here. So let me see where we start. Let me start with Madam Christina Mutase, with the experience coming from Mozambique. Madam Christina, you're welcome again. In your experience, what differentiates a reporting exercise from a truly transformative review process? Would you share with us one key lesson, or even two, from your country's review process that others could adopt immediately? Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, first, DCA, for inviting the Mozambique to share the experience in this forum. Thanks, Madam Chair, for the time. Dear participants, let me say that Mozambique has prepared his first voluntary national review in 2020. And then now we are in the process of preparing our second national VNR. And then today we have assembling a technical working group reviewing the draft of the report. So the process was done engaging a lot of stakeholders. Then from last year, we have started, we have piloted the local reviews with the participation of different stakeholders. So all sectors at the district level, the private sector at the district level, the academy, the National Association of Municipalities, and then different various groups. So going straight to your answer, Madam, one key lesson that we think that the others they could adopt is that on the process of doing our local reviews, we have implemented a principle of one territory, one process, and one product. How we did it is that we did a local review for the district and the municipality at the same time. So there is a difference in our country between the districts and municipalities. The districts, they are more administrative divisions of the states in each province. They primarily serve to organize the central administration in the territory. They are headed by an administrator appointed by the central government. So they don't have their own political autonomy. They are following the guidelines from the national government. And then the municipality, their local authorities, and then they have a financial, administrative, and patrimonial autonomy. So they have their own democratic elected bodies, the mayor, and then they are responsible for local management, such as sanitation, urbanization, markets, basic urban services. So what we did is that for local review, we did in a territory. So joining municipality and the district. And then we did in 6 regions, 2 in South Maputo province, which it was in 2 districts and the municipality, Boan and Manisa. And then we did the 2 in Central and then 2 in the North. So what we have learned from that experience, it's that the principle of one territory, one process, one product proved high effective in overcoming institutional fragmentation by aligning districts and the municipality authorities around a single analytical process and output in our decentralization framework and the process. So it improved data consistency and quality, reduced duplication of effort, strengthening joint ownership, increased the policy relevance of the results. This is the practical low-cost lesson that can be adopted in other contexts to avoid fragmentation and taking into account the same framework that Mozambique have presented. So we believe that so this was more related to the question. So I have more questions maybe later.
Thank you very much, Madam. And let's thank you very much for sharing the experience of Mozambique and telling us that simultaneous reviews at different level of decision making bring better results, better data quality, less duplication, less fragmentation. So colleagues, distinguished participants, this is the experience from Mozambique, and these are actions and processes also to be tried, to be tested in your respective context. Thank you very much, Madame. Next speaker, Monsieur le Ministre, Ministre de l'Agriculture, de l'Élevage et du Développement Rural du Gabon. I'm going to ask my question in French, but leave you the latitude to respond in the language that you prefer. Avec votre vaste expérience à l'ONU, mais également dans les instances gouvernementales et de l'administration publique, on est heureux de vous avoir. On est heureux d'avoir la chance d'entendre l'expérience du Gabon. Le Gabon est embarqué dans son exercice de VNR cette année. Ce sera le deuxième exercice dans le genre. Quelles leçons vous voulez partager avec le reste, avec l'audience en matière de les leçons apprises par rapport à l'exercice précédent et qui permettent de faire en sorte que les feuilles de route pour les ODD et également l'agenda 2063 soient effectivement mises en œuvre et permettent de favoriser une transformation socio-économique dans le pays et également dans d'autres pays africains. Monsieur le ministre, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Maman. Et bonjour à tous. Bon, étant donné que je vais faire la présentation des leçons apprises du VNR du Gabon, je vais le faire en français. Nous sommes, comme tu le disais, à notre second VNR. Le premier a été fait en 2022. Et ce second VNR, nous l'aurons prêt pour le mois de juillet 2026. Et pour nous, ce second VNR n'est pas ou ne sera pas simplement un diagnostic ou un plaidoyer ou un instrument. Plutôt, nous le voulons comme un instrument de pilotage stratégique et de présentation des réformes dans le pays. Et d'ailleurs, je voudrais profiter de l'occasion pour remercier le système des Nations Unies et notamment le PNUD qui nous accompagne dans la préparation du VNR. Alors, nous avons 8 leçons ou 8 enseignements à partager. Le premier enseignement, c'est que ce second VNR s'inscrit dans la continuité du premier. Parce que souvent, nous remarquons que les VNR ont tendance à être un peu isolés. Ils ne construisent pas les uns sur les autres. Pour nous, ce que nous voulons faire, c'est nous assurer que ce second VNR est vraiment une continuité du tout premier. Et pour cela, nous nous posons un certain nombre de questions et les questions principales sont, par exemple, quels sont les engagements que nous avons pris envers nous-mêmes en 2022 et qu'avons-nous fait depuis 2022 pour remettre ces engagements-là en œuvre. Donc voilà un petit peu le premier enseignement. Le second enseignement, c'est, je le disais déjà, c'est de faire de ce second VNA un instrument d'aide à la décision. Et nous voulons passer d'un rapport qui est simplement purement descriptif, comme on le voit dans beaucoup de contextes, à un rapport qui nous aide à piloter le processus de développement dans le pays. Et de ce fait-là, là également, il y a un certain nombre de choses que nous regardons, hein, notamment quelles sont les priorités pour nous, quelles sont les priorités à fort impact, mais aussi les leviers de pilotage transversal. Je le disais hier déjà, tant que nous travaillons de façon en silo, de façon séparée, difficile d'avoir un impact, tout de l'impact à échelle. Et ce que nous faisons dans le contexte du INA, c'est d'utiliser, de voir quels sont les leviers qui existent au niveau national pour conduire un exercice qui rassemble les forces vives de la nation. Et pour cela, nous mettons l'accent sur non seulement les résultats que l'on veut atteindre, mais aussi les domaines pour lesquels on a encore des difficultés. Le troisième enseignement, c'est comment nous articulons l'agenda 2030 et puis l'agenda 2063. Il est important de faire la relation, si vous voulez, entre ces deux agendas-là. Et ce que nous utilisons, par exemple, au niveau national, hein, c'est déjà d'utiliser le plan national de croissance et développement, qui est notre plan de développement national, pour faire la synergie, si vous voulez, entre l'agenda 2030, mais aussi l'agenda 2063. Et ça nous paraît très important, d'autant plus que, et on l'a vu dans de nombreux contextes, ça appelait dans tous les sens, il n'y a pas de synergie à ce niveau-là. Le quatrième enseignement, c'est que ce deuxième VNA, si vous voulez, soit une véritable feuille de route qui accompagne la trajectoire de développement du Gabon. Il est important que ce ne soit plus simplement, je le disais déjà tout à l'heure, un document narratif, mais qu'il soit un véritable outil qui va accompagner ce que nous faisons au niveau national. Et donc pour cela, nous regardons déjà quelles sont les priorités. Nous regardons également les actions clés, les institutions qui vont de chef de file, les indicateurs de résultats, mais aussi le calendrier de travail dans le cadre de cette feuille de route-là. Ce quatrième enseignement. Le cinquième enseignement, c'est l'épineuse question du financement. Nous en parlions déjà hier et ce matin également. Le financement du développement est très important. Ce que nous faisons au Gabon, c'est de sortir des sentiers battus un tout petit peu en regardant quelles sont les autres opportunités de financement qui s'offrent à nous. Et donc, nous regardons un peu qu'est-ce qu'il y a comme finance innovative, finance mixte, mais aussi des partenaires, je dirais, non traditionnels. Nous explorons toutes ces pistes-là de façon à avoir une carte qui nous permet de voir avec quels partenaires on peut travailler dans les domaines qui sont des prioritaires pour nous aujourd'hui. Le sixième enseignement, c'est la question des statistiques. Là également, hier, nous en parlions, mais aussi ce matin. La statistique est très importante parce que le VNA, pour qu'il ne soit pas simplement un document narratif, il faut qu'il s'appuie sur de la statistique. Et donc, le renforcement des systèmes statistiques nationaux et pour le Gabon, c'est une question importante et cruciale. Sans statistique, on ne sait pas, on ne peut pas évaluer de façon objective la performance et on ne sait pas non plus comment nous projeter. Et donc, comment nous guidons le développement de nos nations, dans le cas d'espèces de notre pays, le Gabon, si on n'a pas de données statistiques qui sont des données fiables. Donc, le renforcement des systèmes statistiques nationaux pour nous est fondamental et nous y travaillons. Le septième enseignement, c'est le renforcement de la gouvernance, la coordination et la redevabilité. Redevabilité est ici le mot-clé. Pourquoi? Parce que sinon, nous engagons sur une feuille de route dans laquelle on a des chefs de file, un calendrier, des résultats. Il est important que chaque entité responsable de la mise en œuvre d'une activité ou de plusieurs activités soit redevable. Et cela est important si nous voulons faire du VNR un exercice qui n'est plus simplement un exercice narratif, mais un véritable outil qui accompagne la trajectoire de développement de notre pays. Le 8e et dernier enseignement, ce sont les accélérateurs. À la fois, l'agenda 2030 et l'agenda 2063, comme vous le savez, il y a plusieurs objectifs. Il est important que nous, au niveau national, nous sachions ce sur quoi nous pensons que nous pouvons nous appuyer et en faire des accélérateurs qui accompagnent le développement du Gabon. Et donc, pour nous, le deuxième biennale doit également mettre un accent sur ce qu'on appelle les accélérateurs. On ne peut pas en avoir 160, on va avoir quelques-uns qui vont être les leviers sur lesquels nous allons tirer ou pousser ce selon pour accompagner le développement du pays. En résumé, ce second VNR, nous le construisons sur 3 piliers fondamentaux. Le premier, c'est la continuité. Le second pilier, c'est l'apprentissage. Et le troisième pilier, c'est l'accélération. Je pense que tout ce forum, nous le faisons également sous le sceau de l'accélération. Et donc, il est important dans le contexte du Gabon que notre travail, que ce soit dans le VNR ou dans le cadre d'autres exercices, que nous bâtissions cela sur les aspects d'accélération. Voilà, merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le ministre, de partager l'expérience du Gabon avec nous. Je pense que l'approche adoptée par le Gabon donne tout son sens à ce que nous faisons aujourd'hui. Il s'agit d'apprendre. Et là, nous entendons que le Gabon cherche à apprendre de lui-même, de son propre processus, du processus de VNR numéro 1, d'utiliser tous les enseignements qui ont été dégagés de ce processus-là, voilà, d'en tirer des leçons et de bâtir la stratégie qui va conduire la réalisation de l'exercice du VNR numéro 2. Donc, continuité, utilisation comme instrument de pilotage, alignement de différents instruments de planification qui existent au niveau national, au niveau continental, notamment l'agenda 2063, et également au niveau global, notamment l'agenda 2030, avec un accent sur notamment les moyens de financer les différents programmes, avec l'utilisation de partenariats ciblés comme également moyen de faire face à différents déficits de financement. Le ministre a souligné l'importance des systèmes statistiques pour rendre les exercices encore plus fiables. Les systèmes de gouvernance et de redevabilité seront des éléments pris en compte pour améliorer le VNR. Et enfin, se reposer sur des accélérateurs qui vont favoriser cette transformation que nous recherchons. Merci encore, Monsieur le ministre. Nous allons ensuite aller vers Kumba, qui est coordinatrice résidente au Togo. Ma chère Kumba, je vais ici encore poser ma question en français et vous aurez la latitude de répondre en français ou en anglais. Alors, donc, le coordinateur résident ou la coordinatrice résidente est un partenaire clé en termes d'appui au pays pour la réalisation des exercices de VNR et de VLR qui visent, n'est-ce pas, à évaluer les progrès dans les agendas 2030 et des agendas 2063. Sur la base de votre expérience riche et variée, qu'est-ce que vous pouvez partager avec nous qui permettent de renforcer ce partenariat et qui permettent de dégager des actions qui seraient utiles aux différents pays pour accélérer les progrès dans les deux agendas que nous regardons aujourd'hui? Kumba, à vous.
Dear Chair, Honorable Ministers, Lord Mayor, my dear sister, Deputy Executive Secretary Mama Keita, Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning. I bring warm greetings from Togo and thank you also for the warm welcome in the land of origin. Madame Moderator, as you said, I will respond in French. Et permettez-moi de commencer par une prémisse du point de vue du Togo, qui sera centrale dans ma contribution, qui est pourquoi un pays déciderait-il de réaliser à de si nombreuses reprises une revue nationale volontaire, 5 fois dans le cas du Togo. Cette décision, elle procède d'un consensus allant des plus hautes autorités du pays aux praticiens et décideurs politiques, en passant par la société civile, y compris au niveau décentralisé, tous partageant la conviction suivante. Les revues nationales volontaires ne sont pas de simples instruments de reporting descriptifs. Elles fonctionnent au Togo comme des mécanismes analytiques et opérationnels qui alimentent directement les choix de politique publique, l'allocation des ressources et les modalités de mise en œuvre. Dans ce contexte, le processus de VNR constitue un mécanisme structuré permettant de recalibrer périodiquement les stratégies nationales de développement sur la base de données empiriques. Alors, le parcours de l'engagement du Togo est intéressant dans le processus des VNR parce que depuis l'adoption du programme de développement durable à l'horizon 2030 en 2015, le Togo a adopté cette stratégie volontaire, intentionnelle, délibérée, d'engagement soutenu et itératif dans le processus des VNR. Avec la préparation de sa 5e VNR en 2026, le Togo est le seul pays en Afrique et avec l'Uruguay, l'un des 2 pays au monde ayant réalisé le plus grand nombre de revues. Et cette continuité a été à la fois, comme je le disais, intentionnelle et instrumentale. Chaque cycle de VNR répondait à un besoin spécifique de gouvernance. Je commence par 2016, immédiatement après l'adoption des objectifs de développement durable. C'était de nature diagnostique et institutionnelle. Elle visait à renforcer l'appropriation nationale des ODD, à les intégrer dans le plan national de développement, à mettre en place les mécanismes fondamentaux de suivi et d'examen, y compris une première évaluation des systèmes de données statistiques et aussi les niches de mobilisation de ressources. Les VNR qui ont suivi 2017 et 2018 ont été progressivement déplacés de l'analyse vers la transformation sectorielle, les infrastructures, la protection sociale, la durabilité environnementale et les cadres de partenariat, renforçant ainsi la pertinence politique de l'exercice. Le VNR de 2022, réalisé dans le sillage du choc lié à la COVID-19, a constitué un tournant critique parce qu'elle a évalué de manière explicite les vulnérabilités systémiques, les inégalités territoriales et de genre, ainsi que la performance des systèmes de protection sociale et de santé qui venaient d'être soumis à de fortes pressions, reliant ainsi l'analyse des ODD aux réponses à la crise et aux efforts de relèvement que le pays avait fait, et particulièrement au niveau décentralisé, parce que là, il y a eu un fort effort de faire le lien essentiel entre les VNR et les VLR. Alors, depuis 2023, le Togo fait face aux retombées de la crise du Sahel. Et sa réponse, fondée sur une approche territoriale, a un double volet axé sur la protection sociale et la résilience, qui vient également des leçons qui ont été apprises en termes de décentralisation pendant ce VNR de 2022. La VNR de 2026, qui est en cours de préparation, elle coïncide avec l'évaluation de la feuille de route gouvernementale qui se termine 2020-2025 et l'élaboration de la prochaine. Donc, c'est vraiment timely et les deux se font en parallèle de telle sorte que les enseignements de l'autre inspirent le suivant. Alors, cette séquence illustre pour nous, les Nations Unies, une leçon essentielle, c'est que l'efficacité d'une VNR augmente lorsqu'elle est synchronisée avec les cycles de planification et utilisée de manière prospective plutôt que rétrospective. Il y a des résultats empiriques issus de ce suivi soutenu. Parce que l'engagement systématique du Togo dans le suivi des ODD a produit des résultats de développement quantifiables. Il ne le faisait pas juste pour le faire, mais pour prioriser, et on a vu les résultats de cette forme de priorisation. En 10 ans, ils ont fait donc 5 VNR, donc every other year. Entre 2015 et 2025, l'indice global des ODD du pays est passé d'environ 50 à près de 60, traduisant des progrès constants, bien que variables selon des secteurs. Et je vais donner 2 exemples. L'ODD 4, éducation de qualité. La performance a presque doublé en 10 ans, le score passant de 45,4 en 2015 à 81,3 en 2025. Et cette évolution extraordinaire reflète une combinaison d'interventions immédiates et directes, côté vraiment répondant à la demande avec une offre constante, avec des programmes comme l'alimentation scolaire ayant réduit les taux d'abandon, de nouvelles salles de classe, etc., en faisant de l'inclusion particulièrement. Et l'ODD 10, inégalité réduite, le score est passé de 38,9 à 61,5 sur la même période. Alors, ces résultats soulignent la valeur d'une prise de décision fondée sur des données probantes, soutenue par un suivi systématique et des ajustements politiques itératifs. Et au-delà des résultats mesurables, le processus a généré des effets institutionnels de gouvernance significatifs au Togo. Il a renforcé la cohérence des politiques publiques en alignant les stratégies nationales de développement sur les ODD. Il a favorisé la coordination horizontale, encourageant le dialogue interministériel et réduisant les cloisonnements sectoriels. Il a renforcé la gouvernance multipartite grâce à l'inclusion structurée de la société civile et des organisations de jeunes et de femmes, notamment à travers des consultations dédiées à la jeunesse lors de la VNR 2022 avec l'appui des Nations Unies. Et enfin, il a facilité aussi l'intégration verticale avec des efforts récents visant à intégrer les indicateurs des ODD dans les plans de développement municipaux et régionaux. La décentralisation, et je vais faire un point sur cela, ça constitue un pilier central de la nouvelle vision gouvernementale depuis la VLR post-2016. Et les autorités locales ont été renforcées dans leurs capacités avec le ministère de la décentralisation et un ministère de développement à la base qui, lui, s'assure que personne n'est laissé de côté. La contribution du système des Nations Unies, je préfère celui-là à la contribution de la coordonnatrice résidente, parce que tout au long de ce parcours, le système des Nations Unies a joué un rôle de facilitateur et catalytique, et l'appui onusien, bien sûr sous la coordination du coordonnateur ou de la coordonnatrice résidente, a été holistique, répondant à plusieurs dimensions clés. 1. Renforcement de la base factuelle à travers l'appui à la collecte de données, l'harmonisation des indicateurs, à l'analyse et aux projections en complément des statistiques nationales. 2 diagnostics complets du système statistique ont été réalisés en 2016 et en 2025 avec l'appui de la CEA et avec des formations régulières post-VNR sur les budgétisations nécessaires, et tandis que des recensements et enquêtes réguliers sont menés avec le soutien de UNFPA et du PNUD. 2. Développement des capacités. Grâce à la collaboration avec l'université de Kara, qui est la 2e université du pays, qui propose un master professionnel en planification et pilotage des politiques publiques, lancé en partenariat avec le PNUD Togo et les ministères concernés. Et ce programme qui vise à former des spécialistes de haut niveau. Nous avons des secrétaires généraux des ministères aujourd'hui, des directeurs de policy and planning qui sortent de ce master et qui ont acquis toutes les compétences qui permettent de faire ce suivi et évaluation avec les VNR de façon alignée. 3e, garantie de l'inclusion et de la légitimité par un large engagement des parties prenantes à travers toutes les couches de la société. Et là, les Nations Unies jouent un rôle fédérateur organisant des consultations majeures. Quatrièmement, renforcement de la redevabilité internationale, puisque après chaque VNR, le Togo participe au forum politique de haut niveau à New York et présente ses résultats, échange avec ses pairs. Et finalement, c'est le cinquième et dernier point, quand ils reviennent du forum politique de haut niveau, il y a en place une boucle de rétroaction politique en faisant une restitution qui vise à traduire les conclusions des VNR en dialogue politique interne dont les recommandations viennent immédiatement nourrir la planification à travers des ajustements. Chère modératrice, voilà les points que je voulais partager en ce qui concerne le Togo. Et leur choix, il est délibéré, il est intentionnel, mais il est gagnant en cohérence, en alignement, en gain de temps sur les systèmes de monitorage et en flexibilité. Je vous remercie tous de votre aimable attention.
Merci beaucoup, cher Kumba. 5 VNR, mais les résultats ou les leçons sont vraiment à la hauteur du nombre de VNR conduits. Donc, chers distingués participants, riches enseignements nous provenant du Togo, les VNR, finalement, leur réalisation conduit à l'enregistrement de progrès notables. La coordinatrice nous a donné l'exemple de 2 ODD concrets où, pour l'un d'entre eux, la performance a été carrément doublée. Donc, ce n'est pas des exercices vains, c'est vraiment des exercices qui conduisent, lorsqu'ils sont bien faits, à des progrès, à de la transformation. Et donc, le fait qu'on se réunisse ici également, qu'on essaie d'apprendre les uns des autres, c'est bénéfique. Et voilà, lorsque c'est reversé dans les processus d'apprentissage et de recalibrage, pour utiliser un des termes qu'elle a prononcé tantôt. Donc, le VNR est vraiment un mécanisme, un outil stratégique pour le cas du Togo. Chaque exercice essaie de mettre le focus sur l'amélioration d'un pan de la planification nationale. C'est ainsi que les 5 différents VNR ont été utilisés à améliorer certaines choses lorsqu'il y avait des gaps, notamment le premier pour améliorer la co-création, l'alignement, tout ça, le deuxième pour l'analyse sectorielle, le troisième, les VNR également prônent des revues simultanées entre l'exercice des VNR, mais également les autres exercices de redevabilité menés sur les plans nationaux de développement du Togo. Elle a également dit ceci, prospective plutôt que rétrospective. Ça, c'est également une leçon à retenir pour lequel on doit utiliser les exercices de VNR. Donc, les VNR, clairement, aident à améliorer, à accélérer la cohérence, l'alignement. Et pour cela, il est important d'avoir des systèmes de données qui marchent. Il est important d'assurer un suivi. Il est important de faire de l'ajustement. Et après les ajustements, de se repositionner pour l'exercice suivant. Merci infiniment, Kumba, pour ce partage d'expérience. Et finalement, last but not the least, on a le monsieur Danké du Cameroun. Merci de vous joindre à nous, monsieur Danké. Vous êtes du MINEPAT, le ministère de la Planification du Cameroun. Je sais que le Cameroun est bilingue, alors c'est mieux en français ou en anglais? En français, d'accord. Alors, bienvenue. Nous souhaitons d'abord féliciter le Cameroun pour également être embarqué dans la réalisation de son 3e VNR cette année. Yaoundé, la ville de Yaoundé, fait partie également des premiers ou des pionniers qui sont lancés dans l'exercice de VLR, les revues au niveau local. Alors, ce que nous souhaitons, c'est que vous partagiez avec nous certains résultats de de ces différents exercices. Qu'est-ce que le Cameroun retient? Quelles leçons qui peuvent être utiles à d'autres en matière de ces différentes revues-là? Vous êtes à la 3e revue en matière de VNR, vous avez fait également du VLR, et qu'est-ce que vous voulez partager avec nous? À vous, monsieur. Thank you.
Merci Mama Keta pour la parole donnée. Merci pour cette interpellation, merci pour cette question qui nous offre l'opportunité et l'honneur que vous me faites de partager l'expérience de mon pays, le Cameroun, populairement appelé le continent, en matière d'examen volontaire. Je voudrais justement confirmer, comme vous l'avez dit, nous sommes actuellement en plein dans le 3e examen national volontaire. Nous avions par le passé effectué cet exercice, la première en 2019 et la seconde en 2022. Je voudrais relever comme point positif l'examen du rapport national volontaire sur les ODD et l'agenda 2063 au Cameroun. C'est toujours fait de manière participative, impliquant l'ensemble des acteurs, autant que faire se peut, l'ensemble des acteurs. J'insiste sur autant que faire se peut, vous allez comprendre dans la suite de mon intervention. Notamment, nous avons les administrations publiques qui renvoient au gouvernement. Nous avons les collectivités territoriales décentralisées. Il faut noter que le Cameroun est structuré en collectivités territoriales décentralisées et ils sont impliqués à travers leur association, notamment l'Association des communes et villes unies du Cameroun. Nous associons le secteur privé, la société civile, et nous avons les associations des jeunes et des femmes qui en sont partie prenante, les médias et sans oublier bien sûr les universitaires qui participent à cet exercice-là. Il est bien vrai, au niveau de la méthodologie, il est bien entendu que la coordination étant assurée par le ministère de l'économie, de la planification et de l'aménagement du territoire, où j'officie en qualité de sous-directeur en charge de la coopération régionale africaine. Nous avons structuré ce travail en plusieurs étapes qui notamment portent d'abord sur la collecte des données, qui passe par la revue documentaire, par des avis de certains leaders d'opinion, de certains leaders de société, et l'élaboration du rapport, et qui s'achève par une validation technique inclusive et une validation nationale pour donner les l'onction politique. S'agissant des leçons apprises, peut-être je ne parlerai pas ici peut-être des erreurs ou alors de ce qui n'est pas fait, mais je parlerai tout de suite des insuffisances. En termes d'insuffisance, on peut noter ici, pour améliorer la qualité du rapport à l'avenir, il y a un besoin d'une plus grande responsabilisation des collectivités territoriales décentralisées. Nous sommes en train de nous atteler à travailler pour que les collectivités territoriales décentralisées s'approprient davantage les deux agendas et qu'ils se sentent concernés afin de les prendre en compte dans leur stratégie locale de développement. Il y a également un besoin de l'implication plus accrue des structures en charge des collectes et la gestion des données statistiques. Et bien entendu, nous proposons dans l'avenir d'effectuer un recours à l'accompagnement technique des partenaires pour le renforcement des capacités des acteurs nationaux en matière de VNR. Et bien évidemment, ce ne saurait manquer, on relève également la nécessité d'une mobilisation plus accrue des ressources dédiées à cet exercice, chose qui contribuerait à élargir le spectre de la collecte de données. Et comme je le disais tout à l'heure, nous le faisons autant que faire se peut, d'impliquer l'essentiel des acteurs dans la mobilisation des ressources et également la mobilisation des ressources est également nécessaire. En guise de perspective pour les VNR, le Cameroun se propose déjà de mettre en place un cadre logique, un instrument qui permettra de mieux suivre l'évolution de la mise en œuvre des ODD et de l'agenda 2063. En fait, ici, c'est un exercice, c'est un instrument que nous recherchons qui nous permet de mettre en cohérence le suivi des stratégies sectorielles, le suivi de la stratégie nationale, notamment la SND 30, et qui permettra d'avoir un suivi simultané avec les deux agendas. Et certainement, nous sommes en train de nous y atteler. Peut-être une requête sera adressée à la CEA dans ce sens pour un accompagnement. Avant de chuter, je voudrais, avant de chuter, formuler une recommandation. Nous voulons formuler que l'évaluation, notamment les VNR, qu'il soit effectué en Afrique pour les deux agendas de manière simultanée. Bien entendu, les deux agendas, l'agenda 2030 et l'agenda 2063, car l'exercice tel qu'il est mené porterait à croire qu'on a deux sons de cloche alors que les deux instruments sont en parfaite cohérence. Voilà ce que je pourrais relever ici en matière de relever l'expérience du Cameroun de manière amassée en matière d'élaboration des VNR. Merci beaucoup, je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Danke, pour avoir partagé l'expérience du Cameroun, du continent, comme vous dites, comme nous disons tous d'ailleurs. Donc, processus participatif fortement encouragé au Cameroun, à faire en sorte que tous les acteurs vraiment soient représentés et mènent un dialogue conjoint avec le secteur privé, la société civile, les jeunes notamment, les femmes, les médias, les académiques, les entités locales et décentralisées, tous ces différents groupes qui viennent ensemble pour discuter et qui finalement sanctionnent leur discussion par un rapport qui est validé au niveau national. Une leçon également qui doit inspirer d'autres pays. Il a souligné également l'importance de la collecte des données, de la gestion des données, les défis liés au renforcement des capacités, également à la mobilisation de ressources suffisantes pour mener de tels exercices. Et il nous a fait part d'un projet au niveau du Cameroun de mettre en place un cadre logique qui permettrait un suivi simultané de différents outils, agendas de planification, notamment ceux au niveau national, également l'agenda continental, également l'agenda global. Merci pour ce partage d'expérience. En ce qui concerne les agendas de 2030 et 2063, au niveau de l'Union africaine dont le siège se trouve ici, la décision c'est de parler de deux agendas, une seule implémentation. Donc, tous les pays sont fortement encouragés à mettre en œuvre ces deux agendas à la fois et conjointement également avec les agendas nationaux. Il ne s'agit pas de dupliquer, il ne s'agit pas de disperser les efforts, mais plutôt de travailler à faire en sorte que les objectifs de ces différents agendas soient atteints de manière conjointe et simultanée. Merci beaucoup au Cameroun. Ceci m'amène à dire un grand merci à l'ensemble du panel. Je voudrais qu'on les applaudisse avant que j'ouvre pour les questions. On est limité par le temps, alors je voudrais prendre trois questions à nos panélistes, ou alors ça peut être des questions ou des contributions, des leçons, mais vraiment 1 minute par intervention, pas plus. On va commencer par ici, les deux rangées. Est-ce qu'il y a... Je vois une main là-bas que je vais prendre. Allez-y, s'il vous plaît. 1 minute.
Okay, my name is Abigail Zeblon from Nigeria. My question is directed to Madam Kumbadiang, the United Nations Resident Coordinator, Togo. She spoke on the national ownership of SDGs and how they were implemented at a national level. The laws, regulations, policies were enacted that embedded these SDGs in them, and she spoke that they had great success. So I want to ask, what key challenges did they encounter in localizing these SDGs through their national laws and policies, and what practical strategies were adopted to overcome them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Here, the group here, if there is any intervention. Au milieu là, d'accord.
Merci.
Tunisie. Ok, vraiment rapidement ici, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, rapidement. Donc, je voudrais féliciter les intervenants, surtout le ministre et également le Kumba. Madame Kumba, c'est 6 VNR. C'est très intéressant parce que c'est un exemple. Je peux poser la même question, mais c'est pour vous. On est au premier VLR à Djibouti. On a fait également le VLR de 2 communes de la République de Djibouti. Je voudrais vraiment vous demander, parce que c'est impressionnant, comment vous faites? On a un problème de coordination, même si on a envie. Comment vous assurez pour améliorer l'alignement en termes de coordination au niveau de la base, mais au niveau national? C'est ça qui nous intéresserait de voir comme expérience de chez vous.
Merci beaucoup. Vous avez dit?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As I take the floor for the first time, allow me to congratulate FCA for this important meeting. There is something missing when we are speaking about VNRs. I think we should remind ourselves that we did a great job as African group. We are the largest group to present our VNRs. 19 member states are presenting their VNRs in the upcoming high political forum to be held in New York in July. I cannot agree more with His Excellency Apollo when he said that municipality and local governance should play a very centric role in the governance system of our African country. And in that sense, we think that we should improve the synergies between the African Union and ECA when it comes to local governance. Last but not least, I received a lot of questions why Tunisia is well ranked when it comes to the SDGs. This is because we do agree actually with the Honorable the Minister of Ethiopia when he said that we should think our business model yesterday. In Tunisia, we do think that social justice should be the center of our policies, and this is why actually all the policy, the state policy, are related, and turning around just one word is social justice. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I submit.
Thank you very much. I take it this is not a question, but rather a contribution from Tunisia, and thank you very much for making this. Algérie, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Given that colleagues have took the floor in French, so my question will be in French. Spécialement, je tiens d'abord à féliciter les conférenciers. J'ai écouté avec grande attention l'intervention de la dame du Togo et les progrès qui ont été enregistrés. Moi, nous avons à peu près en Afrique les mêmes expériences. En Algérie, nous avons aussi investi énormément dans les infrastructures, de la data, la gestion, la protection de la data. Ma question pour des pays comme le Togo, mais aussi le Cameroun, c'est comment peut-on pérenniser, comment peut-on assurer la continuité de ces actions, notamment dans des pays où il y a donc des cycles politiques, où il y a des cycles donc des interventions externes. Merci.
Merci beaucoup à Monsieur de l'Algérie. On a pris un certain nombre d'interventions. On va essayer d'y apporter quelques éclaircissements dans la mesure du possible. Certaines questions ont été directement dirigées à Madame Kumba So du Togo et aussi à Monsieur du Cameroun, mais les questions restent ouvertes à tout autre panéliste qui souhaiterait apporter des éclairages ou des éclaircissements. Kumba.
Thank you very much, Mama. Nigeria, That is the deliberate choice of the government of Togo to domesticate the SDGs that way. I mean, we have to remember that the SDGs were developed by government themselves, meaning that Togo contributed, as any other country, to define those priorities. So when they go back home with the SDGs ready, it's just normal that they try to domesticate it and align it to their national policies and programs. It requires, though, expertise, and I think that was the first challenge, and that's where the UN comes in. And particularly for this, it was UNDP that has that mandate to help governments to integrate SDGs into their policies and program, and also the platforms that they use for monitoring and evaluation. I believe that statistics was, and I think it was mentioned by the previous panelist and this one, that statistics is really le nerf de la guerre. I don't know how to say that in English, but that's the most difficult. And there as well, the government is really championing statistics. I will tell you an anecdote. Just recently, when we did the recent census that was supported by UNFPA and UNDP, but I can tell you that the discussion on data was at the highest level, from the top office to all ministries, to making sure that these statistics are really aligned to what are their needs and how are they going to use them across the country. Making sure that also decentralized authorities, they also get to know really those statistics, how they can use them for their planning and prioritization. Maybe I take the opportunity to mention the great role the Ministry of Planning is having, because they are the one coordinating all this process. They are the one calling all the permanent secretaries from all sectorial ministries and also Ministry of Finance and so on, to make sure that then it can desescalate up to the expertise in the various ministries and decentralized offices. Something that is very important as well, I mentioned it, the fact that the experts of the government themselves, they are trained and prepared for this work so that they don't duplicate. It's not that the UN is coming with a platform or a framework, another one is coming with another one, but they have their own holistic view on how their systems should work. They are on the driving seat. I believe that is extremely important, and we are there to accompany them. There was a question regarding how to sustain, comment pérenniser et comment continuer de l'Algérie. Et pour moi, cette question, c'est vraiment la flexibilité. Quand je concluais, je disais que c'était pas seulement délibéré, mais ils avaient décidé d'être flexibles. Et j'ai mentionné quand la crise sahélienne a commencé à arriver jusqu'aux pays côtiers, le gouvernement avait déjà une roadmap, une feuille de route en cours. Mais tout de suite, il y a eu une concertation, des réorganisations, une replanification, un repurposing. Et même pour faire ça, il a fallu à certains moments aller collecter des données pour s'assurer que la réponse qu'on allait apporter, y compris les Nations Unies, notre cadre de programmation qui est aligné à la feuille de route gouvernementale, était à son milieu. Mais il a fallu que les agences des Nations Unies elles-mêmes fassent du repurposing, aillent chercher de nouvelles données. Qu'est-ce qui se passe sur le terrain, dans la région des savanes, afin de pouvoir répondre de façon optimale. Donc je pense que il n'y a pas d'arrêt, c'est un cycle qui est en continu, et à chaque fois qu'il y a un choc, j'avais mentionné la Covid, par exemple, quand elle est arrivée, et c'était la même chose avec ces interventions externes, et je pense que vous pensiez justement à la crise sahélienne. Le Djibouti, merci beaucoup pour la question. C'était le pays où je servais comme FAO representative, donc je suis très contente d'avoir cette question. La coordination, je l'ai mentionné, c'est vraiment le ministère du plan qui est au driving seat. On a un ministère de la décentralisation et un ministère du développement à la base. Et avec le ministère de la décentralisation, c'est là où vraiment on met ensemble tous les acteurs, gouverneurs, préfets, maires, toutes les autorités décentralisées qui, par région, travaillent sur leur contribution volontaire qui ensuite est agrégée pour un reporting au niveau national. Je vous remercie. Et je serai contente de continuer la discussion peut-être en dehors du panel. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Kumba. Alors, on va donner la parole au Cameroun pour également donner la perspective du Cameroun sur cette question qui concerne comment pérenniser les actions dans un contexte où il y a des chocs, où la continuité peut être mise à rude épreuve. À vous.
Merci. Merci une fois de plus à Maketa pour la parole donnée. Justement, comme je le relevais tout à l'heure, il faut relever que en matière déjà de planification, chaque secteur dispose d'une structure en charge du suivi de la planification. Alors, c'est pour cela que nous nous sommes proposés de mettre en place un outil qui permettra de manière synchronisée suivre la mise en œuvre des agendas et ainsi que la mise en œuvre des agendas sectoriels au niveau national. Je crois que cet outil permettra de réduire la mobilisation de ressources pour cet exercice et ça facilitera ainsi donc un suivi et ce sera beaucoup plus pérenne car ça limitera la mobilisation de ressources humaines, ça limitera la mobilisation de ressources matérielles. Voilà en quelque sorte ce que je peux dire dans la perspective qui sera faite. Bien entendu, nous allons solliciter l'accompagnement des partenaires, notamment la Commission économique des Nations Unies et d'autres partenaires financiers qui nous accompagnent déjà sur cette démarche. Merci. Voilà ce que je peux dire, Maketa.
Merci. Donner la parole à Monsieur le ministre de l'Agriculture du Gabon pour peut-être compléter ce que nous avons entendu jusque-là. Monsieur le ministre.
Merci beaucoup, Mama. Le complément que je voudrais apporter, c'est celui relatif à la question posée par Djibouti sur la coordination. Et cela me permet également de faire une clarification importante, parce que même si je présente le VNR du Gabon aujourd'hui, nous avons un ministère du plan, la planification et la prospective. Et c'est ce ministère-là qui coordonne le VNR au Gabon. Et en termes d'ingrédients, je dirais que déjà nous lui reconnaissons ce rôle-là. Nous l'accompagnons dans ce rôle-là, mais qui a une appropriation à d'autres niveaux, dans d'autres départements ministériels. Et c'est parce que nous avons cette appropriation-là que moi, en tant que ministre de l'Agriculture, je peux me permettre ici de présenter ce que nous faisons dans le cadre du VNR. Voilà. Donc, il n'y a pas de cloisonnement, il y a une coordination qui est très bien établie et une appropriation au niveau national et une transversalité qui fait que nous pouvons tous parler de la même chose. Voilà, merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le ministre. So, dear panelists, we have come to the end of this session, but before closing it, I would like to give you the opportunity, if you have one comment in 30 seconds. This includes our panelists that are sitting right here. I will start with them and call on the mayor in Ghana, actually. Please.
Okay. Madam Moderator, thank you very much for the opportunity. And we have enjoyed staying here and we have taken a lot of lessons. And when I go to Ghana, we are going to strengthen the VRR to make sure that we include the SDG in our local planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency from the Kingdom of Eswatini, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I think we've equally enjoyed the interactions we've had with both the panelists and the esteemed participants. And I would like to encourage all governments, particularly those that are doing their VNRs this year, to ensure that they don't leave out the local level. That helps in terms of strengthening the trust, the intergovernmental trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Our mayor coming from South Africa, kindly share your last word.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think many times we lack leadership and setting a good example. So the challenge for, I think, for every one of us, especially mayors and ministers, government officials, is to set an example. And in Mossel Bay, from Mossel Bay side, my challenge goes out to other municipalities, not only in the Western Cape, but in South Africa, to see how we can comply and also be part of this great initiative to see how we can eradicate all these challenges in our countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see Sarah. Is she around? No? Then I will go to our sister from Mozambique.
Thank you, Adam. What I can say is that what I'm taking is that we'll need to strengthen our capacity in terms of doing our VLRs, because it's the way of localizing the SDGs. We did a pilot and then we get lessons, so we need to move forward. But it's important to say that to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, access to information and funding is essential. So therefore, strengthening the partnership and internal resource mobilization capacity, it's a fundamental. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Kumba. One last word.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice. Peut-être que je voudrais juste, en vue des questions qui ont été posées, dire que les revues que nous sommes en train de faire au Togo, elles permettent vraiment l'analyse de tendances plutôt que des évaluations ponctuelles, et aussi le fait d'inclure l'intégration des VNR dans la planification nationale par le gouvernement, ça renforce la pertinence des politiques publiques et l'alignement budgétaire. Le dernier point donc que je vais faire aussi, c'est le lien entre les revues nationales et mise en œuvre locale. Et je remercie beaucoup les maires qui étaient dans cette salle d'avoir vraiment fait le point sur cela, qui renforce la redevabilité et la territorialisation. Et enfin, lorsque les VNR sont utilisés de manière adéquate, elles peuvent bien soutenir une gouvernance adaptative dans les contextes de développement et particulièrement quand il y a de la volatilité suite à la question de l'Algérie. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, cher Kumba. Monsieur le ministre en charge de l'agriculture au Gabon.
Thank you very much, Mama. My last word will be on ownership. It's important for countries to understand that these exercises, Vienna and others, we should own them. We shouldn't be looking at them as UN exercises or UN-led exercises. They're our exercises. They're there to actually help us plan and direct our own development. Ownership of its processes at country level, at national level, is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Notre frère du Cameroun.
Merci. Merci. Au regard de toutes les interventions, je crois que c'est un exercice. Je suggérerais que la Commission puisse encourager et surtout exhorter et sensibiliser davantage les autres États qui peut-être des États de Cameroun qui n'est pas très régulier dans l'élaboration des VNR, et que les leçons apprises soient vraiment capitalisées dans l'élaboration des prochains agendas, puisque nous sommes déjà à moins de quelques années de la fin de notre agenda. Et surtout, comme je le relevais, il serait vraiment souhaitable qu'une évaluation au niveau africain soit faite de manière concertée sur les deux agendas. Voilà ce que je peux dire sur les interventions faites jusqu'ici.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur du Cameroon. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this session. I think it has been a very, very good session for learning, notably to retain that VNR and DLR are really effective process to foster progress. Progress, not only progress in system, but progress in terms of socio-economic transformation. We learned that for this to happen, this process needs to really put a focus on building trust, strengthen leadership, ownership at national and local levels. We also learned that development, or we were reminded that development happened at local level. So local level need to receive the support in terms of the adequate resources, both in terms of human capacity, but also financial resources, coordination, policy coherence, continuity in policy making. All that are very important ingredients for VNR and VLR to lead to socioeconomic progress. Financing may be a challenge, but when you build adequate partnership, some of this financing gap can be bridged. Data system need to be strengthened. Government system should be strengthened. We need to promote systems not working in silos. Lessons need to be identified, learned, and incorporated into practices in order to improve them. Yes, capacity building can be provided by partners such as the United Nations entities, but also capacity building can happen at local level. As Kumba shared with us, in Togo, you have universities providing adequate and targeted capacity building services in order to strengthen the people at the core of this planning and these accountability exercises. So very effective exercises when we take the time to learn from them and to improve our systems and our way of doing. I would like to join me to thank very much my very, very effective and brilliant panel, and then invite them all here for the photo de famille. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mama Kaita, for your moderator task. Thank you as well to our panelists for their insightful contribution. And thank you as well to our delegates for their thought-provoking questions. In the meantime, that the panelists are being called for a group picture, I would like to inform you that before we actually break for lunch, we still have a last roundtable. It will be roundtable panel 2, driving ambitious and integrated actions for the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, leveraging the roles of a United Nations system, young people, the private sector, civil society, and volunteers. So while we are actually taking the picture, and again, thanks a lot to all our panelists, I will already call the moderator of the next panel, the Director, Strategic Planning, Oversight and Result Division from ECA, Said Adejumodi, and request him to come on stage to take up his role as moderator for this round panel number 2. Thank you. He's okay. He's okay. Okay. Sorry. So we will now start our plenary high-level roundtable panel 2. I remind you that we are on agenda item number 7. The moderator is already on stage, Mr. Said Adejumodi, and the session will be chaired by the first vice chair of our Africa Forum on Sustainable Development. I call upon my colleague, Honorable Pakom Kosi, Minister from Gabon, who will chair this session, moderated by Mr. Said.
Let's start. Distinguished delegates, so we are now on agenda item 7, plenary high-level roundtable panel 2, which will be led by Said. So while government remain firmly in the lead, delivery depends on effective partnerships. The UN system and partners and civil society, the private sector, academia, and youth must align behind national priorities and avoid fragmentation. Youth are not only beneficiaries of sustainable development, but they are also innovators, leaders, partners in implementation. This panel, led by Said, will explore the integrated and transformative actions that entities of the UN system, young people, the private sector, civil society, and volunteers can undertake to identify the urgent interventions required to empower and enable these stakeholders to drive the ambitious, integrated, and connected implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. With that overview of the panel, it is now my great pleasure to welcome the moderator of the panel, the Director, Strategic Planning, Oversight, and Result Division of ECA, Said Adejumodi. I request him to introduce the speakers and lead us through this second panel. Said, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Pakom Kosi. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Pakom Kosi. It's nice to see you on the other side of the ice. Minister Pakom used to be one of us in the UN system, and he has since transited to become a minister in Gabon. Hearty congratulations on your new position and assignment. Dear participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this panel will be exploring the possibilities and opportunities for transformative actions by different stakeholders to accelerate the process of the implementation of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. We will be exploring the role of different actors, including the United Nations, young people, the private sector, civil society, the academia, and volunteer organizations on the African continent. It's an all-inclusive platform, and I think we've got about 5, and also very gender balanced. We've got 5 women and 5 men. I won't stand between you and your lunch.
and we'll try as much as possible to be quite brief and succinct, straight to the point. I would like to welcome the panelists to please come forward. Our guest speaker will be the Regional Director for Africa Development Coordination Office of the United Nations, who is based here in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Mr. Yakub El-Hilo. Yakub, can you kindly come up, please? I hope it is in the room. Please. Our panelists include Ambassador Liberata Mulamula, who is the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security of the African Union Commission. Ambassador, can you kindly come to the floor, the podium, please? Our next panelist is the UN Resident Coordinator for Ethiopia, Mr. Uzonia Ojielo, who is ably represented by Ms. Anna. Anna, can you kindly come up, please? Uzonia has got conflicting schedules and therefore cannot be here with us. He's having another meeting. We also have the Director General, National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies in Kuru, Nigeria, Professor Ayo Omotayo. Professor Omotayo, can you kindly come up, please? Is Professor Omotayo in the room? Can you kindly come up? Yes, please. You're most welcome. We also have the Regional Manager for East and Southern Africa, United Nations Volunteers, Ms. Lucy Undugu. Ms. Lucy, can you kindly come up, please? We have a private sector operator here with us who is going to share our experience in engaging in the private sector with us. She's the founder of Savashia Company based in Accra, Ghana. I would like to invite Ms. Ruth Wewura. Ms. Ruth, can you kindly come up with, please? And finally, we have the Director Youth for SDGs Kenya, Ms. Diana Huma. Can you come up, please? Sorry, I think I've omitted someone here, and that's the Ed Partnership and Resources of the Pan-African Youth Union, Ms. Kautara. Can you kindly also come up, please? In the interest of time, I will not do any elaborate introduction. We'll simply go straight into the conversation of the roundtable. I would like to call on our guest speaker, the Regional Director for Africa Development Coordination Office, who has also served in different capacities in the United Nations before he retired. He took an early retirement and went to enjoy himself for a while. He was Assistant Secretary General and served in different portfolios. Took an early retirement, and after some time he enjoyed himself, decided to come back into the system. My brother and good friend, Mr. Yakub El-Hilo, kindly take the floor. You may want to go to the podium to speak from there, because we want to see you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Omotayo, Professor Omotayo.
Thank you, Said. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I will stand on existing protocol and simply say a very good afternoon, in fact, to all of you. Let me start with a picture. The Africa we want. Prosperous, peaceful, integrated, driven by its own citizens,
and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. And that's the vision of Agenda 2063. An Africa where farmers are feeding the world. I see energy grids that never fail because they are driven by the sun and the wind. I see a generation of young people building their futures in Addis Ababa, from Cairo to Cape Town, in Niamey, in Kinshasa, in Africa, not because they have to, but because that's where the opportunities are. This is the vision of Agenda 2063. But to make that vision a reality, we must look at the ground beneath our feet today. It is April 2026. We have about 1,700 days left on the 2030 clock. And we are currently 2 years into the African Union's acceleration decade. To move from vision to impact, we need 3 things to happen, in my view. I call them breakthroughs. Each of these requires a specific commitment from the key actors in this room. Breakthrough 1, the Sustainable Development Goals and financial sovereignty. Globally, only about 35% of the SDGs targets are on track. The data from the Economic Commission for Africa tells us a dual story. Our continent is moving, but not uniformly and not always fast enough. Yes, progress is being made. Strong momentum is visible in clean water and sanitation, responsible consumption, climate action, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Positive movement is also visible in affordable and clean energy, reduced inequalities, and life below water. These gains show that progress is possible, where focus, investment, and partnerships align. But we must zoom out. Several goals are moving, yes, but not at the speed the 2030 deadline demands. Several goals are moving, but not at the speed the 2030 deadline demands. Progress on poverty reduction, zero hunger, decent work, health, education, gender, industry and innovation, sustainable cities and partnerships remain too slow relative to the scale we need. And some goals are moving backwards. The clearest warning sign is life on land, where trends have reversed, reflecting pressure on ecosystems, biodiversity, and natural resources. SDG 15, Life on Land, aims to protect, restore, and promote the sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems by 2030. Key targets include halting deforestation, restoring degraded land, combating desertification, stopping biodiversity loss, and ending poaching. This is SDG 15. Why are we not moving fast enough? There are many reasons, but one major challenge stands out. Our progress is being choked by rising debt and shrinking fiscal space. Development cannot outrun a financing model that keeps narrowing room to act. So, our first breakthrough must be financial. We must move from managing financing gaps to generating financial momentum in line with the Compromiso de Sevilla, financing for development. We need our financial partners to stop viewing Africa primarily through the lens of risk and start seeing it as the world's most significant return on investment, and that is Africa. And once we do that, the private sector must step forward as a true development partner, because our goals need investments at scale. That means public and private financing working together to move from small pilot projects to major investments in food systems, in green energy, and in infrastructure. So my first point is simple. We must fix the financial foundations needed to deliver progress now and sustain it beyond 2030, because delay is never neutral. For a young graduate without work, delay is not abstract. For a farmer facing drought, delay means another season of uncertainty. Breakthrough 2, Africa's agency. This brings me to the second breakthrough. By 2050, more than 1 in 4 people on Earth are projected to be African. We are no longer discussing whether Africa matters to the global future. The real question is whether the global system is ready for an Africa or for an African century. Because by 2050, Africa is no longer joining the conversation. Africa is the conversation. And a continent so central to the future must lead in shaping its own destiny. We have moved past the era of planning. We are now firmly in the era of execution, and we already have the blueprints on the table. We have the African what in Agenda 2063 and the global how in the 2024 Pact for the Future. Our task now is to create the right circumstances for these plans to succeed. Stable rules, transparent systems, investor confidence, stronger tax systems, and domestic resource mobilization to keep more revenue at home, and an AFCFTA that moves goods, jobs, and industry across borders at speed. Saeed, I'm coming back to you. Africa has enormous wealth and opportunities. That wealth must be tapped, secured, and directed towards Africa's transformation. Breakthrough 3, the youth. The youth. Yes, we have minerals and resources that, if handled well, can drive enormous growth. Yes, we have huge opportunities for prosperity through regional integration, including the AFCFTA. But our greatest strategic asset is our people. And this is the third and most powerful breakthrough that will determine whether vision or the vision of 2030 and 2063 become reality. How we support, equip, and trust our young people. By 2030, the rest of the world will be aging. Africa is just getting started. Our youth are not vulnerable groups to be helped. They are the venture capitalists and the engineers who will carry the 2030 and the 2063 vision across the finish line. So, to decision makers and those in position of power, many of you are here, give young men and women real influence, real responsibility, and real seats at the table, not symbolic ones. And invest in youth empowerment through jobs, skills, finance, and opportunities to build and lead. And to Africa's young people, many are here, step forward with confidence. Bring your ideas, claim your space, and lead, even when no invitation is given. And let me conclude by highlighting the role that the United Nations should play. I have served at the United Nations for the last 37 years. Said said I retired, but you see I'm standing before you, still working, because the mission is on. The mission can never stop. We understand that old ways of working are not enough for today's challenges. That is why, through ongoing reforms at the United Nations, the organization is shifting from fragmented support to more integrated, practical, and country-focused solutions. And at the center of that effort are our president, our resident, they're also our presidents, right, in the UN system, and many of them are here, our resident coordinators who convene and partners, align efforts and multiply opportunities for progress while bringing the full weight of the UN family behind national priorities. And let me close. These ideas will only matter if each one of us accept our share of the responsibility to act. Each of us in this room and beyond carries a responsibility to lead at our own level and within our own sphere of influence. And I have questions to leave with you. Will you create opportunities for others? Will you invest where it matters most? Will you build here, not only elsewhere? And will you use your voice, your work, and your choices responsibly? Because Africa's future will not be decided only in summit halls or strategy papers. It will be decided by what each of us chooses to do next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jakub, for an excellent presentation, well structured. You underscored three main points, three main breakthroughs. You underscored three main breakthroughs. The first is financial sovereignty. The second is agency, that we need to be the architect of our own future. And the third is youth. We need to move away from tokenism to substance. Young people should be the agency of development rather than those to be pitied. We'll go on to the conversation of today, and I think you've already set the tune for us. Can we give him another round of applause, please? I would be inviting the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security of the African Union Commission, Ambassador Liberata Mulamula, to kindly share thoughts with us on peace and security. What role does she see peace and security playing in the accelerated implementation of Agenda 2063 and the SDGs? And how can women be drivers of peace, security, and peace building in Africa? Madam, you have 3 minutes to share your thoughts with us. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, my dear brother, the moderator, Honorable Chair, my fellow panelists, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking UNECA for the kind invitation to participate in this important discussion and bringing in this discussion the most important perspective that cuts across all the SDGs, the issue of peace and security, and more important, the role of women as drivers of these goals, and of course, peace and security. In a special way, I want to thank my dear sister, Josephine Mariale, for putting this together, but also inviting us. As they say, if you want things done, give it to a woman. If you want it well said, give it to Brian. So now, responding to your question, Mr. Moderator, let me say, let's face it. There is no sustainable development without peace, and no durable peace without the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women. I want to underline this. I also want, in this regard, to stand on the statement that was made yesterday by the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Her Excellency Ambassador Salma Malikadat. She reaffirmed African Union Commission commitment to working with partners, to working together to accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2063 and the Agenda 2030. She also acknowledged that there are gaps. We are slow. So let me say, it is a political and development reality that determines whether Agenda 2063 and the Agenda 2030 are achieved or remain unfinished promises. Excellencies, peace and security must be understood as a strategic imperative across Africa. We cannot continue to treat instability as a parallel challenge while pursuing development as a separate track. And this is why I'm thankful that you have dedicated this panel to address this important question of the peace and security, because the reality is far more direct. Every SDGs and every aspiration of Agenda 2063 is preconditioned on peace and security. It is the operating system that allows every other development ambition to function. Without stability, without institutions, without stability, institutions cannot deliver, economies cannot grow inclusively, and communities cannot sustain progress. In that sense, Excellencies, peace and security are not adjacent to the SDGs or Agenda 2063. They are the precondition upon which their success depends. So if you look closely, nearly every goal within the Sustainable Development Goal is either directly or indirectly conditioned by peace, be it clean water and sanitation, be affordable, clean energy, be industry, innovation and infrastructure, be sustainable cities and communities and partnerships. None of this can be achieved in fragile context for violence. Let me now say this. The same logic applies to Agenda 2063. It is core aspiration, namely prosperity, continental integration, and good governance, all rest fundamentally on silencing the guns. Without peace, there is no integration. Without security, there is no prosperity. And without stability, governance forms cannot take root. Let me say finally that this is why it's important. Investing in women leadership in peace and security as a catalytic for accelerating implementation of development goals and the Agenda 2063. It requires predictable financing, requires institutional reforms, and deliberate inclusion at all levels, from community mechanisms to continental decision-making. And finally, before Mr. Moderator, you call me to order. Let me say this in closing. If the ambition is to deliver on the SDGs and the Agenda 2063, Mr. Chairman, one fundamental truth must guide our action. Namely, development cannot occur without peace, and lasting peace and sustainable development. And I emphasize, cannot be achieved without women. Together, we can turn the tide for transformative change. I thank you. Asante sana. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think the message is quite clear. No sustainable development without peace, and no development or peace without women. I think that's the key message that she conveyed to us. We move straight away to the next panelist, and that's the UN Resident Coordinator for Ethiopia, Mr. Uzonia Ojielo. He has another commitment, and he has asked the head of the RCO, his office, to represent him, Ms. Anna Smith. And the question is this: as a resident coordinator, how can the UN at the country level be the engine room for the accelerated implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063? And how do you mobilize different stakeholders to achieve that objective? Please, you have 3 minutes to share your thoughts with us. You have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. So I'll be delivering on behalf of my boss, Mr. Uzonia Ojielo. Excellencies, colleagues, and partners, thank you for the opportunity. Let me start with a dose of realism. Across Africa, and certainly in Ethiopia, we are not lacking ambition or frameworks. What we are lacking is speed and coherence. We are attempting to implement 2 major agendas at the same time, but as long as we work through fragmented systems and short-term cycles, we will continue to lose time. We do not have a partnership problem, we have a delivery problem. The delivery gap is most visible in 3 areas: financing, data, and implementation capacity, especially at subnational levels. If we are to close this gap over the next 4 years, 3 shifts are essential. Acceleration will depend on how we organize people, money, and partnerships for results. First, we must organize delivery around people and places. In Ethiopia, the most meaningful progress happens when interventions come together at the local level. Climate adaptation, livelihoods, and social protection cannot operate in isolation. In drought-prone regions, combining early warning, productive safety nets, and market support has proven far more effective than standalone efforts. This kind of integrated delivery is our greatest opportunity. It also requires the UN to support governments in building national data ecosystems, including digital ID and geospatial systems to improve targeting and inclusion. Second, we must shift from project financing to system financing. The project-based model is not fit for purpose. We need longer-term programmatic financing aligned with national priorities. There is no real potential in renewable energy, agro-processing, and the digital. There is real potential in renewable energy, agro-processing, and the digital economy, but investors need predictability and risk sharing. The UN must help align public budgets, private capital, and development finance. This includes advancing debt solutions, blended finance, and domestic resource mobilization. However, finance alone is not enough. Countries need the right enabling environments, strong governance, rule of law, and a skilled workforce if investments are to thrive. Third, we must treat young people as implementers, not beneficiaries. Africa has the youngest population globally. In Ethiopia, youth are already driving innovation, but they still face structural barriers in accessing finance and decision-making spaces. We need to move beyond consultation and towards co-creation. Promising models like youth innovation hubs are working because young people are not symbolic participants. They are decision makers and implementers. Scaling these models must be a priority going forward. Each actor in this room has a distinct role to play. Governments must lead. The private sector must invest. Civil society and volunteers are essential for last mile delivery and trust. Young people must shape and implement solutions. The moderator also asked about the role of the United Nations. Our role is to act as a bridge and a catalyst. We are reforming to act as one coherent partner with a greater emphasis on SDG localization. Our responsibility is to ensure that the global SDGs and Agenda 2063 are not just aligned on paper, but delivered as one single agenda at the local level. Finally, we must be honest about the barriers. For young people and civil society, access to resources remains too complex and too bureaucratic. We must also break the capital city bubble. Opportunities are often concentrated in urban centers. We need to identify methods to diffuse that support to rural areas and secondary cities. This requires making information more accessible and making our operational systems more decentralized and flexible. In closing, acceleration will not come from doing more of the same. It will come from working in a more integrated way, financing at scale, and trusting local actors to lead. I thank you.
Can we give a round of applause, please? I know we are tired and we're hungry, but please let's carry this through. Can we give a round of applause, please? 3 key points which also resonate very strongly with the breakthroughs of the keynote speaker. One, how we organize people for results. Shift from joint project financing to program financing. And young people as implementers, not only as beneficiaries. I thank you very much. We move on to the next presenter and the next panelist who will be sharing his thoughts with us on the Nigerian experience and what we need to do differently. The Director General, Nigerian Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies in Kuru, Nigeria, Professor Ayomotayo. Professor Motayo, can you kindly share with us the Nigerian experience in the mobilization of different stakeholders in the accelerated implementation of the 2030 and 2063 agendas? What policy options can be transformative for governments in making good the 5 years left in delivering on the SDGs? You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, we are present, panelists and distinguished delegates. For us in Nigeria, we know very well that we have 5 years to go, and we are aware of the fact that we have not done so much. But then we changed the gear, and we decided to use a whole of society approach in advancing the SDG goals. We did a mapping of goals that are relatable. And of course, for example, we matched goals 1 and 2 with the third one, and then we put up our agenda to run those ones. We're running with different stakeholders. Nigeria looked at the fact that if all the SDG goals are going to be met, we have to strive and use the mechanisms that we have available for us. Number one, we know that we have problems with funding, and government decided to change the funding mechanism by bringing in integrated national funding framework. We also changed the budgeting system to be more strategic, such that we are mapping our budgeting system to looking at these specific goals that we intend to promote. We also realize that the youths are very important. What government has done is to ensure that youths take ownership of all of what we are doing. And of course, we realize that we also have to improve on our inclusivity. So women are being given the right, we are being encouraged to participate fully in solving some of the SDG goals that we have. We found that the governance system needed to change, and as such, government instituted mechanisms. The first mechanism is for us to do the thinking through the National Institute that I head. And then the second mechanism is to push the outcome of our thoughts to a special advisor's office in the presidency. And once that was achieved, the special advisor's office pushes the agenda for implementation through the subnationals. So we have 3 tiers that are working to ensure that we achieve the goals that we intend to do at the federal level, at the state level, and of course at the level of the local government. The idea is that since about 7 of the goals are relatable, we should walk through those goals. For us, the outcome is looking very positive. We are looking forward to continuous progress, and we believe that before the end of the 5 years that we have, the transformational steps that we have taken will bring about us getting close enough to achieving the 17 goals as set up by the United Nations. That will be all. Thank you.
Can we give him a round of applause, please? The key points highlighted is about the whole of society approach in the accelerated implementation, integrated financing system, and also framework. Youth, once again, as agency of transformation and development, and strategic thinking. There's usually a link between the think tanks and the policy processes. I think that's what he underscored that Nigeria is trying to bridge, as it were. We move on to the next panelists, who will be sharing with us the experience of volunteers. And that is the regional manager for East and Southern Africa, United Nations volunteer, Ms. Lucy Ndungu. And the question is this: what barriers still prevent youth, women, the private sector, civil society, and volunteers from effective participation in implementing the 2 agendas? And how can multi-stakeholder partnerships among United Nations entities, regional and sub-regional organizations be strengthened to remove these barriers and accelerate implementation? You have the floor. 3 minutes, please, Lucy.
All right. Thank you very much, moderator. Excellencies, colleagues, and partners, good afternoon. Just allow me 30 seconds, moderator, just to say what United Nations Volunteers works with the member states and also with UN system to embed volunteerism in support of both Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. Over the years, we have experience with member states where volunteerism has been embedded, and this has contributed significantly, even in their reporting of the growth of GDP, and I will highlight some of this. Now, last year, the General Assembly designated 2026 as the International Volunteer Year in recognition of the contribution of volunteerism to development. And this is something that I would want to encourage member states and also other partners to be able to take advantage of this year to measure, recognize, and of course, embed volunteerism in their national development priorities. Now, to your question, Said, what I would see as the main, what I would call one of the main barriers is actually bureaucracy and inertia. And on this, you look at interests misaligned, organizational culture, top-down decision-making and rigidity of systems. And this actually impacts the way organizations can effectively partner together. If we're going to turn the tide on SDGs and Agenda 2063, then we really need to break down these organizational cultures that actually impede effective partnerships. Reports have shown that where partners have collaborated effectively and where volunteerism has been embedded in national development priorities, then the development outcomes are better. And I will give a few examples where we have seen member states, United Nations, of course, embedding volunteerism in the national development priorities. And one of them is in Rwanda, where you have Uganda, the spirit of volunteerism and the action of it being embedded very well in the national development priorities. And on this, you see volunteerism being very, very integral to the development priorities as being a peripheral force on the conversations regarding development in Rwanda. Secondly, I want to give an example of Zambia and Senegal, where volunteerism has been used on last mile service delivery, and these actually pushed the service delivery to communities that would otherwise be left behind. The second part of your question, Said, how do we then remove these barriers? One of them I talked about the culture overhaul, that we need to be very, very deliberate regarding how we partner, from volunteering organizations to governments to private sector, a whole of society approach. We need to adopt cultures that actually deliberately pursue and enhance partnerships and structured alliances for the global commons. And I will give one example again where this has worked, where United Nations volunteers, the UN system being led by UNDP in this particular country, and of course with a private sector agency, and this was in Zimbabwe. And this was a very, very effective collaboration in trying to address what they called class to career and youth skilling for employability. The second area in removing these barriers would be enabling conditions for partnerships. And here again, I want to give an example where specifically the African Union and the United Nations volunteers undertook a study last year to try and see the state of volunteerism in Africa. The interesting data point from this report was that over 58.5% of Africans who are under their working age volunteer annually. Can you imagine if we transform this force towards the implementation of the Agenda 2063? So then what I would want to finish with, Said, is just to encourage more countries to actually embed and ensure that this force for development is well incorporated within the planning documents. I think in the morning we heard quite a number of member states who are referencing their voluntary national reports, and we have a few member states that have actually been reporting on how volunteerism is supporting the national development priorities in these reports. Back to you, Said.
Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause, please? Thank you very much, Lucy. I took the point that we need to break down organizational culture, rigidities, and territorial protection. And you give us a clear examples, Rwanda, Zambia, and we should be deliberate and intentional in terms of enhancing partnership and encouraging volunteerism. And also we need to embed volunteerism into development planning. Can we give another round of applause? Because I know we are tired. But let's carry this through. Our next panelist is the head of partnership and resources of the Pan-African Youth Union. We've talked so much about youth here today, and I think it's important for us to give them a voice. As a major social category, can you share what your organization, the PYU, is doing to mobilize young people to engage governments in promoting accountability, transparency, efficient service delivery, and good governance for accelerated implementation of the Agenda 2063 and the SDGs, and which youth participation and implementation models have worked best and should be scaled up across Africa. Ms. Kautara, you have the floor, please.
Good afternoon. So thank you so much, Prof. Said. Excellencies and partners, good afternoon. So as for the Pan-African Youth Union, so we see young people not just as beneficiaries of development, but as key drivers of accountability, innovation, and transformation across the continent. As you know, the two blueprints, the SDGs and the Agenda 2063, are both critical frameworks that run in parallel and mutually reinforce one another in advancing Africa's sustainable and inclusive development. The SDG 17, which is the Partnership for the Goals, which is a cross-cutting SDG, highlights that the success of both SDGs and the Agenda 2063 depends on certain multi-stakeholder partnerships, bringing together governments, institutions, the private sector, civil society, and youth in order to accelerate implementation and scale sustainable solutions. The Pan-African Youth Union has been mobilizing youth since 1962, from governance to institutional participation, capacity building, leadership development programs, as well as multi-stakeholder partnerships. When it comes to, or when we want to emphasize more on the institutional youth engagement, the Pan-African Youth Union work closely with member states through their ministers of youth, which is really good for the countries and the continents and the youth. We work as well as with the national youth councils and equivalent national coordinated mechanisms across the continent to ensure that youth voices are not symbolic, but embedded in decision-making processes. Through structured platforms such as policy dialogues, youth forums, town halls, and participation in mechanisms like ECA, UN agencies, the APRM, and others. Regarding the capacity building and leadership development, so here we strongly believe that we need to invest in equipping young people with the knowledge, the kits, and the tools needed to engage effectively with governments. This includes different sectors, different areas when it comes to the training, whether in peace and security, governance, advocacy, everything related to each single country and which is needed in the youth. And the good thing or the good news is that few days back, the Pan-African Youth Union has signed a partnership with CAFRAD, which is the Africa Training and Research Center in Administration for Development. So this is a big opportunity for all the youth in Africa in order to get trained from professionals and experts, to have even certificates, and to definitely be well equipped in order to have a positive impact in their community, societies, and definitely in our beloved continent. Now, let's emphasize more about the multi-stakeholder partnerships, which is the key element, and it's essential when it comes to accelerating the implementation for the Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. As Pan-African Youth Union, we act as a bridge between youth, governments, private sectors, and development partners. By fostering these collaborations, we ensure that the youth-led initiatives are supported, scaled, and aligned with national and continental priorities, but also with the national and local priorities and focus areas. And when we talk about mainly about the partners or about stakeholders here, so the private sector is really essential. But at the same time, we need to work, they need to work directly with the governments and youth when it comes to having the CSR budget to be relocated for different programs. Maybe we're gonna have different internship programs which are helping the youth in order to acquire more working experience, to acquire more expertise, and definitely to have it as a bridge or milestone in order for to find jobs. So this is an open call to our governments, the private sector, UN agencies, and relevant multilateral mechanisms to strengthen their commitment to empower young people by financing youth-led initiatives, which is really, really important for like, as I said before, and as well as ensuring that youth are not only participants in development, but full partners in delivering it. In terms of what has best, a few models stand out. So we have the co-creation platforms where youth and policymakers jointly design solutions have proven far more effective and efficient than rather traditional consultation approaches. And very, very best example is that back to March, so the Pan-African Youth Union has organized a side event in partnership with ACA, which we would like to thank them for their empowerment and for all like continuous collaboration with them. And this town hall was hosted by His Excellency Gatete, and it was really a successful experience, and it gave the opportunity for youth in order to interact with high-level people, with policymakers, with experts, from where they are coming up with a big picture and as a motivation for them in order to proceed later on. And importantly, the institutional recognition of youth structures, like the national youth councils, regional platforms working in coordination with continental bodies has helped sustain engagement beyond convening. As we speak, currently 2 presidents of our national youth councils have been appointed as ministers. So Minister of Youth of Niger and Congo. Republic of Congo. In addition, we have the Pan-African Youth Union's Vice President of Southern Africa is now an MP in the Namibian Parliament, and we also have another Vice President of Central Africa who is currently running for an MP. Looking ahead, these models must be scaled by ensuring sustainable financing for youth initiatives, formalizing youth participation in governance frameworks, and leveraging digital tools to expand reach and inclusivity. To conclude, if we want to accelerate the SDGs and Agenda 2063, then we must move from engaging youth to trusting youth, resourcing youth, investing in youth, and especially co-leading with youth, because Africa's future is not ahead of us. It is already in action and is already being shaped and delivered by young people today. Let's turn the tide all together, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kausara Mondar. I think you've raised a very important point, acting as bridge, and also moving from engaging youth to trusting youth. I do think the youth question is a democratic question for this continent, and it's an open sore on the conscience of this continent. We often claim the majority of the population of this continent is made up of youth, but the leadership of this continent is very much gerontocratic. The average age perhaps is around 50, the roughly average age of leadership. Yet we do have majority of young people. Is it possible for us to begin to think about quota system that crowds in young people in the decision-making process and governance-making processes of this country? How will young people make our leaders accountable and make sure they deliver on the promises they give to us during election periods? Thank you. Can we give another round of applause, please? We're moving on to where the angels normally are very much afraid to tread, and that is the private sector. It's a very uncertain terrain, especially for small and medium-scale enterprises, because of the risk of failure. Here today, we have an entrepreneur who has veered into that terrain, and she has been doing successfully well. She's going to share experiences with us, and that's the founder of Savashia Company in Ghana that uses shea butter to make different products. And she's having products at the exhibition center, which I will invite you to look at. And the question for Ms. Ruth Wewura Guribia is, as an entrepreneur, what challenges or obstacles are you faced with that prevents you from achieving higher scale, increased production, and access to national and regional markets in contributing to the accelerated implementation of Agenda 2063 and the SDGs? Also, kindly share with us how the African Continental Free Trade Area has facilitated your business better or otherwise. Ms. Ruth, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. All protocols duly observed. So I would like to begin by curating a picture. Imagine you wake up every day before sunrise to process shea butter under very difficult conditions. And yet after all that work, you earn just enough to get by. Not only do you lack access to market, you lack access to clean water to process efficiently, you lack access to reliable energy to improve productivity, you lack access to basic logistics to reach markets, and you live in a community that is far from what we would call sustainable. And the interesting part is that you are part of a value chain that is worth billions and that could power Africa's sustainable future. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the fate of Masana and many rural women share processors in Ghana. And when I met them the first time, it got me thinking that how can women so essential to a value chain be so excluded from its value? And that was when it dawned on me to establish my business, Savashare. When I did, my goal was simple: improve quality, connect them to better markets, and ensure that they earn more for their labor. And within months of working with these women, their income improved. They started thinking beyond survival and started planning for their future, for their children, and for their growth. And so I come into this conversation from a lived experience, working at an intersection between entrepreneurship, women empowerment, and economic transformation. And so to answer your question, Mr. Farid, if I'm to be very honest, building a business in Africa sometimes feels like a marathon. It can be very frustrating to have the vision, the talent, the market, but slowed down by barriers that should not even exist in the first place. And so one of the greatest barriers to scaling is usually not capacity, it is access. Limited access to capital, regulatory bottleneck, limited market linkages, and limited access to infrastructure. So for me as a business owner, my biggest challenge in scaling is access to finance. Scaling production requires capital to invest in better equipment, improve product quality, get quality certification, and to reach market. But sadly, most small businesses like mine are often seen as too risky, and this keeps us small when we are ready to grow. Many of us are locked out not because we lack ideas, but because we lack collateral, we lack network, and we lack formal structures. And that notwithstanding, small businesses across Africa are already creating jobs and providing solutions anyway. So what we are asking for is not charity. We just need an ecosystem that invests in our potential and our productivity. And so the missing ingredient here is patient, accessible, affordable, practical financing that we understand. The second barrier which we also face is the lack of sustainable infrastructure, especially energy, water, and logistics, which slow us down. We cannot scale entrepreneurship or industry without addressing these basics. I mean, without water, we cannot produce efficiently. Without reliable energy, value addition is almost impossible. And without logistics, goods do not move. These limit our ability to scale, maintain standards, and meet large export orders on time. And without these, if we don't solve these, then we are just building ambition on very weak foundations. The final barrier that we face is the market access barrier. Exporting for me is not just having a great product. And sometimes, even when you have demand internationally, navigating the complex regulations, systems, and procedures can be very frustrating and exhausting for young businesses. And so sometimes it feels like trading within Africa is fragmented. There are different rules, different systems, different barriers, and then you are caught between it trying to navigate it. But this is where the Africa Continental Free Trade Area changes the story. And I have seen that come to life through the works of the Ghana Export Promotion Authority. And through the establishment of trade houses in key African markets, Ghana is doing something very practical. Ghana is creating soft landing platforms for businesses to enter new markets. And so instead of entering a new market alone and trying to navigate distribution, consumer behavior, logistics, there is now a bridge. And what these trade houses have done for us is that we have been able to gain market intelligence, which would have taken us years to build. We are also able to build trust faster in this new market because there is an institutional presence that is backing our products. So for me as a business owner, the AFCFTA has been very helpful to me. I've been able to grow beyond the borders of Ghana to international market. I've been able to build strategic partnerships across Africa, and my products are able to compete locally and internationally with an African identity. And so to end my submission, I'd like to say that the challenges we face as the private sector are not a lack of capacity. They are not a lack of hardworking people. They are not a lack of potential. We have the people here. We have the solutions here. What we lack are systems that would enable these potentials to thrive. And that is exactly where Agenda 2063 must deliver differently. And for me, these agendas are not abstract. They are about Masana. And if we're able to move her, fully empower her without the value chain and moving her from being trapped in the system, then we are getting it right. And if we can get it right for Masana, then we can get it right for Africa. So when we talk about accelerating Agenda 2063, we are not talking about documents. We are talking about dignity, income, and Umasana's future. If Umasana can move from survival to stability, from invincibility to inclusion, then we are making progress. And if we fail here, then we have entirely missed the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth. I think you've thrown a challenge out there, especially for those who are in the business of supporting the private sector and small-scale enterprises. And that's the point, that it's not capacity, because oftentimes regional, international organizations talk about capacity. Capacity. Small-scale enterprises, they don't have capacity. We need to develop their capacity. I think you refuted that kind of position, that perhaps the issues are more structural and they are more systemic. Issues around finance, markets, infrastructure, the ecosystem being very hostile. And you've underscored the point that running a business is like running a marathon in Africa. And I see a paradox here. Aliko Dangote once said that Africa is the best place to do business. It's the best place that you can make money. However, on the other side, Africa has an ecosystem that makes it almost impossible. So to make that transition from a small scale, medium scale to a large scale like Aliko Dangote, the state has to be present. The state must be present. I think that's the challenge here. And those of us who are advocating private sector, we must also advocate state capacity, the capacity of the state to support the private sector, particularly our small and medium scale enterprises, to make that transition. If we have 20 Aliko Dangotes on the continent today, our continent will be transformed. On that note, I'll go on to the last presenter of our session, and that is the Director for Youth for SDGs, their business is about SDGs. So she's going to tell us, her name is Diana Uma, and she's going to speak to us on what models of youth participation and implementation action have worked best and should be scaled up across Africa in accelerating the implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063. What strategy is your organization, Youth for SDG Kenya, deploying in mobilizing young people in the rapid implementation of Agenda 2063 and the SDGs? Diana, you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much, Professor Said, distinguished guests, panelists, and excellencies. I would like to start by giving a scenario of my country, Kenya. So one of the things we do not have, in short, is civil society organizations and also very aggressive and innovative young people. So to answer your question, I know I'm standing between you and lunch. So to accelerate the implementation of SDGs and Agenda 2063, we must move from isolated youth action to connected collaborative ecosystems. So as Youth for SDGs Kenya, we do not work as an individual organization, but we are a network of youth-serving civil society organizations, youth groups, and community-based organizations. So our role basically is to amplify the work of young people who are accelerating the implementation of sustainable development goals from grassroots to national to regional and also at global levels. So how do we do this? Let me give you a practical example. Last week, just before we came here for the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development Goals, we did convene over 1,000 young people in Kenya who are championing for the Sustainable Development Goals. So our agenda was really simple, to really document what other civil society organizations are doing in regards to acceleration of the implementation of sustainable development. But also we wanted to engage with our policymakers in giving them recommendations and the actual work on ground that they need to focus on. So the SDGs week really was one of the achievements that I would say we had, but also one of the successes that I think should be documented and scaled up at a continental level. When we did the call for young people to participate, we thought it would just be a Kenyan event, but then we got interest from young people from across the continent. So this shows that young people are doing exemplary work at grassroots levels, but sometimes do lack opportunities to showcase their work. So this is one of the platforms we use to mobilize young people, but we also do leverage on technology and AI. I don't know how many of us have ever worked with AI to mobilize young people, but also collect data and mobilize the youth to see the work that they're doing at grassroots levels, but also in engagement and collection of data at grassroots levels. So we are also a member of a coalition in Kenya, and this would bring me to the next point on how we need to work together. I think it's time for us to move from working in silos, but start connecting and working in coalitions and networks. In my country, we do have a coalition for the SDGs, which is, it's called SDG Kenya Forum, which Youth for SDGs is a part of. So it's a coalition of organizations working and championing for sustainable development goals. One of the things we do is work with civil society, but also government, specifically the State Department for Economic Planning, to see areas where we could collaborate in accelerating the implementation of the sustainable development goals. So I know the previous panelists also spoke on peace and security, so I'll give a bit on also what we do and how we work with other youth organizations and CSOs around this. So in the continent, one of the things also we did last year was convene a stock-taking conference on the progress that had been done on implementation of SDG 16, which is on peace and security, but specifically looking at the role of young people in the implementation of the YPS agenda. So one of the strategies that we use is partner not only with the coalitions, for instance, the Kenya Coalition on Youth Peace and Security, Nigeria Coalition on Youth Peace and Security, but also work with regional economic communities such as COMESA, IGAD, ECOWAS. So one of the things
that I would say would be a success that we did record also is the power of collective action and the power of working together and not in silos. So I'll also want to really briefly talk about one of the challenges that has been spoken about, which is access to finance. I would give a model that I would say should also be considered for replication in other countries, which is not only long-term financing, but also flexible financing. Financing that also encourages consortium, partnerships, coalitions, networks, and also cross-continental learnings. One of the really innovative finance models that I've seen also in the space that I work in is giving access to finance for young people, for instance, working in Kenya, to then connect with young people working in Asia, Europe, or Uganda. So then you find that, for example, if I work for Youth for SDGs, then PYU, for example, is maybe based in China. So then the finance would then look at how can we collaborate better for impact. Lastly, I would like to speak on the importance of grounding our work in strong cultural identity and shared values. We spoke mostly about partnerships, which I think one of the cross-cutting SDGs that cannot be achieved without looking at the whole multi-sectorial approach. So that brings me back to give recommendations on the use of storytelling and creative way of passing information through to grassroots levels. Someone spoke about the role of the creative economy. I think when we were having conversations during the Youth Pre-Forum that was hosted by ECA and the Pan-African Youth Union. So this then takes me back to giving an example of some of the successes that we've seen in regards to achievement and work around climate action and clean energy. So one of the things we are doing is we are using storytelling and partnering with other stakeholders like filmmakers, gamers, those who are very rich in technology, animation, to then go to grassroots level and have conversations not only around the sustainable development goals, but on how we can really decentralize and have it in a context and in a localized manner that even the person at the deepest grassroots level can understand the role they're playing in the implementation of the sustainable development goals. So I think I'll submit from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Diana, for your intervention. We must move from silos to coalitions for movement for change. And we must reconcile both the national and the local. At the end of the day, all development is local. All development is local. I think that's the point that you made quite powerfully. Colleagues, dear participants, we are right on time, although we are standing between you and your lunch. But in terms of time management, we've only spent 1 hour, 3 minutes. And rest assured, we'll be out of here in the next 15 minutes. We'll be opening the floor for comments, questions, observations that you may have. And I would like to take three interventions. 3 interventions. I'm seeing more than 3 already. How do we manage this now? I'm seeing 4 or 5 already in the room. Let's start with South Sudan. We go to Sudan. Then we come to Malawi. South Sudan, Malawi, and another there that I saw. What's your identity, please? So let's start with South Sudan, then we come to Sudan, then we come to Malawi. South Sudan, please be very brief. Direct to the point. Don't greet anybody.
Okay.
Just direct to the point.
Okay. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the SDG inspired us to prioritize peace building, invest in youth, empowering women. And my question goes to peace, the Department of Peace and Security from African Union. My question is, what protocols and context-specific action can the young people and organization in pro-conflict countries like South Sudan take accelerate to achieve the SDG and the Agenda 2063? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to Sudan. Sudan, you have the floor, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank you all, because even if I'm not permitted to greet you or to say whatsoever, so I am a youth. My name is Waka. I'm a youth, and everyone talk about youth employment. So I'm very grateful. So across government, private sectors, and development partners, everyone talks about youth employment, but no experience and no job virus remains. My question goes like, who is here willing to commit within the next 12, 6 or 2 months to measurable targets for hiring first-time job seekers, and what consequences will follow if those targets are not met? Thank you.
Thank you. Issue about experience. We move on to Malawi. Malawi, be brief.
Thank you very much. Simon Munda again from Federation of Disability Organizations in Malawi. Basically, the role of various stakeholders and the issue of CSOs is there, the role of volunteers is there, and I just wanted to specify on the role of us as persons with disabilities and our representative organizations that might not have been discussed. What I'm trying to say is that as we are running through the last stage of the implementation of Agenda 2030 for sustainable development, it's important to really take persons with disabilities and their representative organizations as an integral part of this leg of the implementation. One thing that has to be appreciated, as persons with disabilities, we are already organized at African level. We have the African Disability Forum, we have the African Disability Alliance. At country level, we have different federations of organizations of persons with disabilities. We are even at district level, at municipal or city levels, such that consulting persons with disabilities to bring into the implementation processes of the SDGs, the lived experiences of persons with disabilities, so that we eliminate the barriers, be it institutional, environmental, or attitudinal, that are there, so that persons with disabilities are also taken as agents of development, and like just being taken as beneficiaries of development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for you, please? That's an excellent point. I think we need to do more in engaging people with disabilities and mainstreaming them in the development process, particularly in the accelerated implementation of Agenda 2063 and Agenda 2030. I'd like to call on Morocco. Morocco, you have the floor, please. Then we'll come to Burundi. Burundi, I can see you.
Thank you so much. My delegation would like to thank all the panelists for their insightful contributions. Her Excellency Ambassador Liberata raised a really important issue, and I thank her. We firmly believe that there can be no sustainable development without peace and security, and no lasting peace without inclusive development. In this regard, I would like to recall that the Peace Security Development Nexus provides a relevant framework to enhance the coherence, effectiveness, and impact of our collective efforts. By the way, this Nexus was adopted by EU Summit through Decision 842, which underscores the need for holistic and integrated approach. So my delegation would like to call for accelerated implementation and operationalization of this nexus through stronger coordination and mobilization of all stakeholders in order to deliver tangible and sustainable results for our populations. This way we can move from commitment to action. And thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take a last question, and that will come from, is that Kenya? Burundi, then we'll come to you. Just 1 minute, madam. 1 minute. Then 1 minute for Kenya too. And we close the question.
My question has to do with what institutional capacity that can be given. I'm from Nigeria, I'm not from Burundi. Yes, please.
Madam.
In my country, we have a youth organization that mobilizes approximately 400,000 per annum. And if these youths are effectively coordinated, they can function as grassroots mobilizers of the SDGs. And I want to ask, what is the institutional backing that an organization like this can give to the NYC so that these young ones are effectively used to address SDGs at grassroots, because they are posted to all the nooks and crannies of the country? What can we get from here so that we have coming back that are effectively mobilized, they can achieve SDGs across board, so that we move forward in the implementation of 2030 agenda and 2063 agenda? That's my question.
Thank you, Madam. Straight to your question. The PYU is here, and EC has a very big portfolio on youth. We can engage you here or engage you outside, offline this conference room. Kenya, please.
Use this. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator and the panelists for the well-articulated issues. My name is Keith Andere from the African Center of Climate Research and Innovations, working at the intersection of climate and technology to deliver the twin transition. My experience has been a lot of young people who are doing a lot of innovations and work that we can classify them into these SDGs, mostly within businesses and private sector, who many of the times they do not are not aware of the SDGs and the intersection, because SDGs is perceived to be something for civil society and people working within the NGOs, and so they lose out on this kind of conversation on how to also link what they are doing with the progress that we are trying to measure and the actions that we are articulating here. So my question is, and I know the issue of resource, the issues of partnerships are coming in. How do we bring in private sector and especially youth-led businesses to ensure that they also come to this kind of spaces? Thank you so much.
Very much. In the interest of time, we will not give the floor to all the panelists to respond. 3 of them will respond to your questions. First is the Ambassador, Ambassador Liberata Mulamula, who is going to speak to the issue of peace and security. Then we'll take the issue of youth, and I'll be giving the floor to Ms. Kautara Mondar to respond to that. And finally, we'll take the issue of the private sector, and I'll give the floor to Ms. Ruth to take the floor. 1 minute each. So Ambassador Mulamula, you have the floor, please. 1 minute, madam.
Okay, just seconds. Thank you very much, and I wanted to thank the youth from South Sudan. Yes, you raised a very fundamental question, and I also want to turn it to you, because one of my role is to mobilize the youth, because when you talk of the women, it's not women of my age, it's the women of all ages, including the youth. We want the youth to be part of the solution. I was in South Sudan on a peace mission, and we tried to get the youth at the table. You know what is happening in your country? The revitalized peace agreement is like falling apart. So my call to you, we want you to be part of the process. We want you to be part of of course, the peace process, but we also want you to be part of the prevention, of the protection, because you are the eyes and the ears on the ground for the early warning. Keep us informed of what is happening so that we have quick intervention. But you also to be part of the recovery, to get the communities together. And this is why I said the women really are keeping the communities together. And this is the challenge I put also to the youth, that you should not be waiting things to be delivered to you or to be the beneficiaries. You have to be the actors. So I want to see really youth playing a very meaningful role, especially in your respective country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Can we give a round of applause, please? Ms. Kautara?
So to answer for 2 or 3 questions, so I will combine 2 or 3 questions. So regarding for Sudan, So you've mentioned that it's really difficult to find a job, and because you have no experience, you have no background. So that's why we, as the Pan-African Youth Union, we are making sure that our youth are getting the appropriate trainings, appropriate guidance, and they participate in different programs. They participate in different events, as well as have given the opportunity to meet and with different policymakers, ministers, CEOs, private sectors, in order to have the opportunity to exchange. But the most important thing here is that even the youth, they need to network more. Because the problem is that they said, okay, so we couldn't find a job, but I'm so sorry. So you have no network. So you don't know even your next step or milestone. But that's why we are providing with our learning partners and knowledge partners appropriate trainings, guidance, even mentorship. So definitely we are here ready to support and empower all the youth in order to get the appropriate jobs. As for Kenya, so regarding we have as well a couple of programs like the Africa Startup Forum, where we are having the innovation, we are having the matchmaking areas where investors, banks, financial institutions are meeting there. So at the same time, so the most important thing is networking. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the last panelist to respond, and Ms. Ruth, please.
Okay.
Come in here.
All right. So thank you for the question. I agree that the SDGs seem very abstract to most private sector actors. But what we fail to understand is that we are indirectly contribute to these SDGs every day without realizing it. What is lacking is access to information and capacity building for the private sector actors to understand what the SDGs are, how to align with it, and then how to benefit from the SDGs. And so clearly the void here is access to information and capacity building. But that notwithstanding, we are actively contributing to these SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give a very quick summary and I'll give the floor to the chair to close this session. The first message for us is that peace and security is a strategic public good that we need to invest in. There will be no SDG or Agenda 2063 without peace and security. I think that's the first point. Two, we need to adopt a whole of society approach if we want to deliver on the SDGs and Agenda 2063. Everybody must be involved, and the government must play its role. Other actors will have to play their roles. In particular, the empowerment of youth and women is extremely important. On small and medium-scale enterprises, we need to move beyond the orthodoxy of lack of capacity, because in the international development system, that's our language. We want to develop capacity. The message here for us today is that we need to break the systemic challenges of failure. And the systemic challenges of failure are embedded in the state and society. And once we break that down, the private sector, the small and medium scale enterprises will be able to move. Issues of finance, issues of infrastructure, issues of regulation. Those are critical issues we need to break down for the private sector to move. And the final message for us, we need to take the issue of people with disability very seriously. We need to mainstream them into the development process of our continent. On that note, I would like to thank the panelists for the excellent presentation and for the participants for the excellent intervention. And on that note, I'll give the floor to the chairperson to formally close this session. Ambassador Pacom, Minister Pacom, you have the floor, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Said. I would like to thank the panelists and for the discussion and the moderator for ably steering this conversation. So before we adjourn, I would like to quickly introduce and explain the following arrangement for agenda item 8, namely the high-level parallel meetings to review in-depth and showcase progress made and to facilitate peer-to-peer learning in connection with the sub-themes of the forum. We shall tackle these items after lunch. Under agenda item 8, we shall have 5 parallel meetings this afternoon for in-depth review of progress made. Accordingly, the panel meetings will be focused on one of the following sub-themes, and I wish to designate members of the Bureau to chair each one of the 5 parallel meetings as follows. SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation will be chaired by Honorable Justin Kasole, Lumumba. SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, will be chaired by Honorable Fabrice David. SDG 9 will be chaired by Mr. Salah El-Gariani. SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, will be chaired by Mr. Bourgeve Yaojeve. And SDG 17 on partnership will be chaired by myself. Each of the prior meetings will last 2 hours. Quickly, to conduct an in-depth review, these are the expected, these are the guidelines for these parallel meetings. Number 1, what is requested of us this afternoon is to conduct an in-depth review of the attainment in Africa of Sustainable Development Goals 6, 7, 9, 11, and 17, and the corresponding goals of Agenda 2063, we will focus on the second 10-year implementation plan. Number 2, to increase learning and to showcase and advocate the scaling up of transformative and coordinated policy solutions and actions for the attainment of SDGs and the effective implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan. Number 3, to articulate and agree on key messages presenting between 6 and 8 ambitious transformative and coordinated actions that are needed or should be scaled up to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda and the second 10-year implementation plan. Guidelines have been provided to support the chair and the moderator of each panel meeting this afternoon and to see deliberations of these meetings as well. After the panel meetings, we shall reconvene in this plenary hall. It says here 4:30, but since we're only breaking now, Secretary will make arrangement for how, when we come back here. I would like to invite the Secretary now to provide further explanation on the arrangement, including room allocation for the parallel meetings, and thereafter to guide us. No, the lunch will be after this. So, Secretary, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we'll now break for a lunch. As the Honourable Minister indicated, we will restart directly with the parallel meetings. So SDG 6 will be in this room, CR1, SDG 7 in CR2, just in front. Then SDG 9, CR3, there. SDG 11 CR4 and SDG 17 in CR6. So I repeat, SDG 6 CR1, this one, 7 at CR2, SDG 9 at CR3, which is there, then SDG 11 CR4 and SDG 17 CR6. So we will not have, we are really very, very late, so let's try to reconvene at 3. I know it's going to be complicated, but let's do the maximum to have a quick lunch and to restart at 3 so we can have the parallel meetings from 3 to 5. And then, as you may realize, we have another item on the agenda, which is the launch of the SDR, the report of the African Sustainable Development Report. So we'll have it after the parallel meetings. And the Secretariat will take care of the reporting of every parallel meetings. We'll make sure that we'll compile the different reports from the parallel meetings and make it available to the honorable delegate and guests. So just after the parallel meetings, means at starting from 5, we reconvene here at the plenary to have the launch of the African Sustainable Development Report. Bon appétit.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Before we adjourn, can we please give another round of applause to the panelists and the moderator? And I would like to invite, what are the photographs? Okay, the group picture for all the panelists and moderator. Photographers, please.
Stand here, right?
Yeah, we stand here. But the meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you.
ये करता
Can you hear me?
For photo.
Mesdames et messieurs, je n'ai malheureusement pas pu être avec vous à Addis Abeba, mais je suis heureuse de pouvoir intervenir à distance dans cette table ronde du Forum régional africain pour le développement durable, qui a comme objectif de réfléchir à une question décisive.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARFSD 12 Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and
Mesdames et messieurs, que nous savons pourquoi international.
et vous le savez, nous parlons de programmes éducatifs lorsque ceux qui ne débouchent pas sur
qui a de leur travail. car si nous parvenons à relever ce défi, les conséquences, la stud, parfois légitimes, mais nous aurions tort de les voir seulement comme des menaces pour l'emploi.
Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARF's D12 Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARF's D12 Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects.
Mesdames et messieurs, je n'ai malheureusement pas pu être avec vous à Addis Abeba, mais je suis heureuse de pouvoir intervenir à distance dans cette table ronde du Forum régional africain pour le développement durable, qui a comme objectif de réfléchir.
Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARF's D12 Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARF's D12 Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects ideas to action. Access to knowledge is one of the strongest development catalysts. Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARF's D12 Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARF's D12 Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects ideas to action. Access to knowledge is one of the strongest development catalysts. Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARF's D12 Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects ideas to action. Access to knowledge is one of the strongest development catalysts. Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects ideas to action. Access to knowledge is one of the strongest development catalysts. Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects ideas to action. Access to knowledge is one of the strongest development catalysts. Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects ideas to action. Access to knowledge is one of the strongest development catalysts. Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects ideas to action. Access to knowledge is one of the strongest development catalysts. Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects ideas to action. Access to knowledge is one of the strongest development catalysts. Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects ideas to action. Access to knowledge is one of the strongest development catalysts. Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects ideas to action. Access to knowledge is one of the strongest development catalysts. Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects ideas to action. Access to knowledge is one of the strongest development catalysts. Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects ideas to action. Access to knowledge is one of the strongest development catalysts. Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Driving industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Reimagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships that move Africa forward. This is more than an exhibition, it's a space to connect, to learn, to be inspired. Be part of the movement shaping Africa's future. Join us at the ARFSD 12th Knowledge Fair. Explore, engage, and transform as we share powerful success stories and spark peer-to-peer learning that connects ideas to action. Access to knowledge is one of the strongest development catalysts. Africa is rising. Ideas are flowing, solutions are transforming lives. But But what if you could experience it all in one place? Welcome to the ARFSD 12 Knowledge Fair, where innovation meets action. Discover bold solutions powering clean water and sanitation. Lighting the future with affordable and clean energy. Trading industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Imagining sustainable cities and communities and building powerful partnerships.
Technical team. Members, can you take your seats? Welcome back from the lunch break. Good afternoon, everybody. Excellencies, allow me invite the following to come so that I make remarks when they are here. I want to invite our moderator, Dr. Cosmas Middleton Obote Ocheng, Director Climate Change, Food Security and Natural Resources at the ICA. Please take your seat. So we are having this is Commissioner for Agriculture, Blue Economy, Sustainable African Union. No, you continue. Actually, the title is Dr. Metete. They must be together. They want us to invite him.
She won. Yes, is attending this? Yeah, yes, it's coming. Okay.
So can I also request and invite Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, African Union Commission, Moses Virakati, together with the Executive Secretary of ICA, His Excellency Dr. Clever Gatete. Can you please come and take seats here?
This is how we very people introductions.
Distinguished participants, colleagues, and partners, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this parallel meeting on water. Water is not only a vital resource for life and livelihoods, but also a central pillar of sustainable development, peace, resilience across our continent. It is therefore highly significant that water has been selected as the theme of the African Union, underscoring its strategic importance for Africa's development agenda. This session also comes at a timely moment as we look ahead to the upcoming United Nations Water Conference and the 2026 High-Level Political Forum. These global processes provide a critical opportunity to elevate Africa's priorities, perspectives, and lived realities. Today, our focus is on sharing what works, practical solutions, successful partnerships, and innovative approaches that are delivering results on the ground. By learning from one another and amplifying proven practices, we can help ensure that Africa's water priorities are well reflected in global commitments and outcomes, including the 2026 High-Level Political Forum and the UN Water Conference. So members, I want to invite you to now think in terms of water, but remember water affects everything and water is life. So it is an SDG, but which affects also other SDGs. So I want to take this opportunity to invite our moderator, who I've already introduced, but it hurts nobody introducing him once again, since he carries the names of a former president of Uganda. And this is Dr. Cosmas Milton Obote Ocheng, who is the Director, Climate Change, Food Security, and Natural Resources at the Economic Commission, our host. Can we clap to welcome him? Another hand clap, he carries the name of my former president of Uganda, Dr. Apollo Milton Obote. Please welcome our moderator.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, all protocols observed. As the Chair has said, water is an integral part of African development, but it's also something of an orphaned sector. Despite being foundational to health, agriculture, and energy, it doesn't always get the attention, the funding, and the prioritization that any of those sectors receive, although none of those sectors can actually do much without water. Water is also not the first thing that comes to mind when people think about economic stability or resilience, although one would be hard-pressed to find a resilient economy that has not addressed the water challenge. There are real causes to this relative neglect of the sector, not just in terms of the 2 billion plus people who lack access to safely managed drinking water. I would argue that we would make a lot more progress with the other SDGs if we could accelerate our efforts with respect to water-based SDGs. Of course, the inverse is also true. We won't be able to achieve many of the SDGs unless we achieve our water goals. The good news is that in this podium, we have people who have been working very hard to address the low political prioritization, fragmented governance, underinvestment, and market mispricing in the water sector. With your help, we hope this is the year that we can radically shift the thinking and the practice on water. As the Honorable Chair has said, we have a unique platform within which to do this year. This year is the AU theme is on water, and we'll also be having the UN Water Conference later in December, co-championed by Senegal and UAE. This session is designed to review progress made with respect to SDG 6, to facilitate peer-to-peer learning, and to identify priority actions needed to accelerate achievement of SDG 6 and related Goal 7 of Agenda 2063. To kick us off, we will have opening statements from two of the greatest champions of this new thinking on water, His Excellency Moses Vilakati, the AU Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, and the Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Africa. After they make their opening statements, I will invite my colleague from UN Water class to make a brief presentation before we invite our panel. For now, it's my honor to invite Under Secretary General and Executive Director of the UN Economic Commission for Africa to make an opening statement, after which he will invite Commissioner Moses Vilakati to address the audience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Cosmas. I believe I've been told that you will stone the name of the former president of Uganda. And as if that's not enough, you even stone other two members of the family. So which means you have to go to northern Uganda and find out. I'm sure they need water. So you can also find out what they need in terms of water and sanitation, and then you can pay back. So thank you very much. And thank you very much, Chair, really. Moses Virakati, Your Excellency, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment of the African Union Commission, honorable ministers here present, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this high-level meeting on clean water and sanitation held within the framework of the 12th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. I wish to start once again by expressing my sincere appreciation to the government and people of Ethiopia for their leadership and warm hospitality to all of you. I also extend my gratitude to the African Union Commission, the United Nations System, development partners, the private sector, civil society, and youth organizations for their strong collaboration. We've been working together ever since. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as mentioned before, water is life, but water is also economic infrastructure. It underpins health, food systems, energy production, industrialization, resilient cities, and regional integration. And yet today, we face a troubling contradiction. How can a world of unprecedented technological progress still fail to guarantee safe water and sanitation for all? Globally, pressure on water systems is intensifying. Climate change is disrupting hydrological cycles, demand is rising rapidly, ecosystems are degrading, and competition over resources is also increasing. Water insecurity is no longer a standalone challenge. It has become a systemic risk to sustainable development, affecting food systems, energy security, cities, industry, and social stability. This is why SDG 6 sits at the center of the goals under review at this forum. Without water security, progress on clean energy, industrial development, sustainable cities, and effective partnerships will not be made. Africa's experience brings this interdependence into clear focus. Since 2015, the continent has made progress. Nearly 300 million Africans have gained access to basic drinking water and close to 190 million to basic sanitation. These gains matter. They prove that coordinated leadership, together with sustained investment, can deliver real change. But they also conceal underlying structural deficiencies. Only 40% of Africans have access to safely managed drinking water, and just 30% to safely managed sanitation. The implications extend far beyond SDG 6. Weak water and sanitation services strain health systems, undermine education outcomes, and erode human capital formation. They also constrain Africa's ambitions under SDG 7 and SDG 9, because energy generation, whether hydropower, thermal, or future green hydrogen, depends on reliable water. So does agro-processing, mining, and manufacturing. Africa's industrial future, therefore, hinges on first securing its water base, and urbanization adds further pressure. While cities are expected to drive growth, innovation, and job creation under SDG 11, many are expanding faster than the available water and sanitation infrastructure. Informal settlements continue to grow where services are unsafe or absent, and in the process, increase health risks and economic vulnerability. Climate change further amplifies these challenges. Droughts, floods, and variability are now routine across the continent. Freshwater ecosystems are degraded in much of the continent. Wastewater remains largely untreated, and water stress is rising in many regions. But the core challenge is not only scarcity, but how water continues to be undervalued in economic planning and investment decisions. Africa requires about $64 billion annually to achieve water security and universal sanitation. However, current investment levels fall far short constraining progress across multiple sustainable development goals. Thankfully, there is momentum to build upon. The African Union's 2026 theme and Africa Water Vision 2063 rightly highlight water as vital for transformation, resilience, and peace. And the Economic Commission for Africa is already working with partners on the first 10-year implementation plan to ensure successful delivery. With over 60 transboundary river basins, cooperation on shared waters can also promote regional integration, peace, and collective resilience. In addition, we must enhance peer-to-peer learning throughout the continent so that countries and institutions can share practical solutions, expand what works, and avoid costly mistakes that hinder progress and waste scarce resources. In this context, Excellencies, I would like to present 4 priority actions for our consideration. First, we must elevate water as economic infrastructure, integrating it into energy strategies, industrial policies, urban planning, and climate action frameworks. Second, closing the financing gap will require stronger domestic resource mobilization, complemented by innovative instruments such as blended finance, green and blue bonds, and well-structured public-private partnerships. This is where SDG 17 on partnerships is indispensable. Third, we should promote climate-resilient and circular water solutions, including wastewater treatment, reuse, and nature-based approaches that protect ecosystems while creating jobs. Fourth, we need to transition from articulating our ambitions to delivering real outcomes. The frameworks are already in place. What is needed now is coordinated, large-scale implementation, supported by strong institutions, accurate data, and modern digital tools. Ladies and gentlemen, we must keep in mind that delivering on water and sanitation extends beyond SDG 6. It is also about accelerating progress across the entire development agenda, safeguarding human dignity and reinforcing Africa's resilience. Given that water connects our economies, our cities, and our societies, then we cannot afford to treat it as anything less than a priority for Africa's development future. This is no time for isolated actions. As such, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa is ever ready to support member states to transform water into a driver of inclusive growth, resilience, and shared prosperity in line with the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much. And now it's my pleasure to invite the man who handles the mantle for the whole continent in this area. My brother, Vilakati, please, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Okay. Director of Ceremonies, I'm told you might become a president in future. So, Under Secretary at the UN, my brother Katete, Clever, Your Excellencies, honorable ministers present in here, distinguished partners, and representatives of the various institutions. Thank you once again for inviting the African Union Commission to the high-level parallel meeting on SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. Water and sanitation remains at the core of Africa's sustainable development agenda. They underpin public health, food and energy security, climate resilience, industrial development, and the sustainability of Africa's cities and communities. Africa's priorities on SDG 6 are firmly grounded in Africa Water Vision 2063 and its policy, which calls for the equitable and sustainable use and management of water resources to support poverty reduction, socio-economic development, regional cooperation, and environmental sustainability. These frameworks provide a strong continental foundation for accelerating SDG 6 delivery. Distinguished participants, let me now look at the progress that has been done. I think progress has been made across several dimensions of SDG 6, yet significant challenges remain across all 6 targets. When we look at SDG target 6.1, Africa has expanded access to improved drinking water services, particularly in urban areas. However, major challenges still persist in ensuring safety or safely managed and reliable water supply, especially in rural areas, in informal settlements, and fragile contexts where service continuity and water quality remains a concern. For SDG target 6.2, progress has been uneven. While sanitation coverage has improved in some countries, safely managed sanitation and hygiene services continue to lag behind water supplies. Open defecation, inadequate wastewater management, as well as limited hygiene facilities remain pressing challenges with disproportionate impacts on women, girls, and vulnerable populations. When we look at SDG target 6.3, efforts are underway to improve wastewater treatment as well as reducing pollution. However, limited wastewater treatment capacity, weak enforcement of environmental regulations, and growing urban and industrial pollution place increasing pressure on rivers, lakes, and coastal ecosystems. If we look at target 6.4, some progress has been achieved in improving water use efficiency, particularly in agriculture and industry, in selected contexts. Nonetheless, water stress is increasing in many regions due to climate variability, competing demands, and inefficiencies in water allocation as well as use. For SDG target 6.5, Africa has strengthened the frameworks for integrated water resources management, including through river basin organizations and transboundary cooperation. Yet implementation remains uneven, with coordination gaps across sectors and borders, and insufficient institutional capacity in some basins. Finally, under SDG target 6.6, there is growing recognition of the importance of protecting water-related ecosystems. Initiatives on watershed management, wetland restoration, and nature-based solutions are expanding. However, ecosystem degradation, land use change, and climate impacts continue to undermine water resilience. If we take these together, these trends underscore a central message. Progress on SDG 6 is visible, but insufficient in scale and pace to meet the 2030 targets without accelerated and integrated action. So action is needed. As we look forward, several priorities require focused and sustained attention. One, first, mobilizing political leadership. Accelerating progress on SDG 6 requires water and sanitation to be fully embedded at the highest political level. When heads of state and government take ownership of the water agenda, it moves beyond a sectorial concern to become a national development priority, central to health, food security, energy, climate resilience, and economic growth and peace. Sustained political leadership is essential to drive policy coherence across sectors, align national development plans with Agenda 2063 and the SDGs, and ensure accountability for results. But we are really happy that all the heads of states endorsed the water theme for this year, which shows that there is move in the right direction. The second issue is mobilizing finance and investment at scale. Financing remains one of the most critical constraints to achieving SDG 6. As has been alluded, Africa requires an additional estimated USD 30 billion per year to meet water and sanitation targets by 2030. Bridging this gap will require a fundamental shift in how water is financed, treating water and sanitation as productive and strategic investments rather than purely social expenditures. This includes scaling domestic resource mobilization, improving project preparation, crowding private capital through blended finance, and leveraging development finance institutions and climate finance more effectively. Thirdly, strengthening sector governance frameworks. Effective governance is very critical to unlock investment and improve service delivery. Strong regulatory and institutional frameworks provide the enabling environment which is needed for sustainable investment in water and sanitation. This includes clear roles and mandates, predictable tariffs and financing frameworks, transparent regulations, and coordinations across national and subnational levels. Strengthened governance also underpins accountability, service delivery, service quality, and long-term asset sustainability. Fourthly, integrating climate resilience into water and sanitation systems. Water is at the front line of climate change. Therefore, increasing climate variability is already disrupting this water availability because it also damages infrastructure and undermines service reliability. So integrating climate resilience into water and sanitation planning and investment is not an option, but it is needed. This includes climate resilient infrastructure designs, disaster risk reduction, diversification of water sources, and the protection and restoration of water-related ecosystems, such as our watersheds, the wetlands, and aquifers, which are essential for sustaining reliable water supplies over the long term. Fifth, strengthening the capacity to deliver. Achieving SDG 6 ultimately depends on the ability to prepare, to finance, and implement investment projects, and to operate and maintain services effectively. Many of our countries and utilities face capacity constraints in project preparation, contract management, financial sustainability, and service delivery. Therefore, targeted investments in institutional capacity, in technical skills, in data systems, and the professionalization of service providers are essential to translate commitments into results on the ground. In fact, one can elaborate that our weakest link is when it comes to capacity to deliver. Distinguished participants, I wish to express our commitment as the African Union Commission to work with all of you at different levels towards assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems in order to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063 and that of SDG 6. I therefore wish all of you successful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Vilakati and ES Gatete. Thank you for championing and stewarding the water agenda. And thank you very much for your interventions this afternoon, emphasizing the importance of political prioritization and elevation of the agenda, the importance of bridging the investment of finance gap, and the importance of coordinated action at scale. In the interest of time, with your permission, Chair, I would now like to invite the first part of our panel to join us here at the podium. So His Excellency Lieutenant General Bashir Mohammed Jaba, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, the Federal Republic of Somalia. Excellency Beatrice Anywa, Minister of State for Environment, Republic of Uganda. Mayor Kotsi, the Mayor of City of Mosul Bay Municipality in South Africa, and UN Resident Coordinator for Lesotho, Tiger Continent Sharp. Thank you. Thank you very much to the Executive Secretary and the Commissioner. As our panelists take their seats, I'd also like to welcome my colleague from UN Water, Klaus, who will give us a brief presentation on the theme under review. Klaus will speak for about 5 to 7 minutes, and we'll try to manage time efficiently. We should be out of this venue by 5, so I will try to be disciplined with the time, and we'll make sure that we reserve some time for engagement with the plenary. Klaus, please, 5 to 7 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much, distinguished participants, excellencies, dear colleagues. My name is Klaus Moldeus, and I work with UN Water, and I'm presenting the background report on the sub-theme of clean water and sanitation. And UN Water has supported on the progress reports on the data through the Integrated Monitoring Initiative. And the report is, the credit goes a lot to UNECA for the drafting of the report. So we'll go through the overall progress update and a little bit highlights in terms of recommendations and opportunities. And I think as previous speakers have also alluded to, we can see overall broad progress across SDG 6, but not at the required pace. But there are clear positive trajectories since 2015 for drinking water and sanitation, for water quality, for water use efficiency, for integrated water resources management, and for transboundary cooperation. So it's really large absolute gains in population served when it comes to drinking water, sanitation, hygiene. And so I think we heard that 300 million people have gained access to at least basic drinking water, and half of those to safely manage drinking water. And for sanitation, it's around 200 million, and around 3/4 to safely manage sanitation. But progress remains incremental and uneven with safely managed services. So, for example, for drinking water coverage across the region, we have an increase from 35 to 40%. In rural areas, this increase is from 20 to 25%. And you have a similar pattern when you look at sanitation. So, looking at a few characteristics that we can see throughout the continent, throughout SDG 6. You have persistent disparities when it comes between rural and urban areas, between some national level and across genders. And we also have a strong regional divergence. So For example, when it comes between North and Sub-Saharan Africa, in wastewater, and also water stress, where we see very high levels in water in North Africa of water stress, and less so in Sub-Saharan Africa. And as I mentioned, population growth offsets improvements, especially in WASH in terms of percentages. Data availability is improving, and we see this really across the indicators, but it still remains fragmented and uneven with a need to really invest in availability, quality, and data sharing. So looking at governments, we have real improvements when it comes to integrated water resources management. There has been, across the region, 10 percentage points improvements, and in some countries even up to 30%. So it's good improvements. Also, when we look at transboundary cooperation, where Africa has 72% of their shared aquifers covered by regional agreements. Which is higher than the global average, but systemic pressures threaten sustainability when it comes to finance, when it comes to capacity within institutions. Rising water stress we see especially in North Africa, linked to agriculture and climate change, and water stress has increased from 100 to 120 during this period. Ecosystem degradation is widespread, and 60% of countries report degraded ecosystems. And as we heard, also financing declining is a big risk, especially when it comes to implementation and covering the execution gaps. We will now look a little bit forward on opportunities and recommendations, and as has been highlighted both already today but also on Monday in the session and throughout, the Africa Water Vision 2063 and policy is a key opportunity, and it's really, as we see it, a really very strong example of a regional water-specific dedicated framework that actors can align around. So this moment in time is very important to both drive awareness and commitment for the vision, and also to develop the implementation plan for 2026 to 2033. To also mobilize sustainable financing for the implementation and translate it to time-bound plans. And the timeline for developing this first implementation plan is also very timely when looking at the 2026 UN Water Conference, because when we come to the water conference, it can be a good opportunity to have the plan developed to really try to mobilize resources and actors behind its implementation. In doing this, I think what we heard also through the day is the importance of a systems approach, to really take a whole of government approach and not focus on water in the social sector only, but really across the pillars of sustainable development, social, economic, and environmental, and to have water as a driver for sustainable development. And this is by really placing water at the center of national development and budget decisions, and integrated water in growth, jobs, and industrialization, and also to use the funds that are related to water that have already been allocated to start implementing the plan. So the funded priorities within the existing frameworks, to have this whole of government approach. And last slide, just to highlight a few key enablers that stand out in terms of the implementation. So first of all, it's to take this continental approach and to strengthen transboundary water cooperation, but also cooperation across countries and across different types of stakeholders in general. Secondly, the systems approach to mainstream water with climate, with disaster risk reduction and other sectors is key to make progress. And thirdly, to now focus on the planning and on investing in data, monitoring and digital systems to track results and guide decisions. And in all of this, in taking the systems approach and looking at water as this through this cross-cutting lens, to have the leaving no one behind lens as fundamental. So apply a systemic and rights-based approach that really emphasizes this. So that was my slide. Thank you very much. Look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, class. A lot in there. A key insight for me is structural inequalities shape outcomes. Therefore, systemic and rights-based approaches may be valuable, i.e. we have to look for structural solutions to the structural problems. Since Honorable Vilakati and E.S. Gatete have left, I think we have space up here to have our entire panel, so we have a single conversation, and I would like to invite the other members of our panel to come join us up here before we start. So that's the Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa Regional Hub, Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Massa. Colleague from the African Development Bank, who is the Lead Investments and Operations Officer, Christopher Mutasa. And President of the Youth Watch Ambassador of Zambia, Kumusu Firi. Hopefully we'll all fit in, and if we don't, we'll just squeeze. Okay, so let's start the dialogue with our panelists here. I will ask each panelist to maybe just spend about 2 to 3 minutes in response to the questions I'll pose, so that we have an opportunity to have an expanded conversation with the plenary. I will start with Lieutenant General Mohammed Bashir Mohammed Jama from Somalia. Your Excellency, in light of increasing climate variability, how is Somalia strengthening resilience within its water sector planning and investments, not only to respond to immediate shocks, but also to build long-term adaptive capacity? Could you share with us lessons from Somalia's experience that could help benefit other countries?
Thank you, moderator, and good afternoon to everyone. Somalia is strengthening water resilience by transitioning from short-term emergency response to long-term sustainable investments. These include early warning systems, flood-resilient infrastructures, watershed management, and integrated water resources management. Such efforts are aligned with key national frameworks, including the National Adaptation Plan, NAP 2026-2030, the NDC 3.0, 2025-2035, and the National Transformation Plan 2025-2029. The overarching aim is to enhance adaptive capacity by securing water resources for both pastoral livelihoods and urban centers, while embedding climate action within national development planning. As we speak, Somalia is launching the Early Warning System for All initiative. This effort, implemented in collaboration with UNDP, WMO, and IFRC, is strengthening national systems, including the National Multi-Hazard Early Warning Center in Mogadishu. The initiative enables the provision of real-time alert to farmers, pastoralists, and authorities through mobile-based platforms. In summary, the key strategies guiding water sector planning and investment while ensuring climate change remains central include: 1. Policy and governance. Somalia has established a robust policy framework, including the National Climate Change Policy 2020, led by the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, alongside the National Water Resources Strategy under the Ministry of Energy and Water Resources, both of which emphasize the nexus between water and climate. Second, integrated approaches. A shift towards IWRM SDG 6.5.1 to enhance equitable water access, promote gender-responsive planning, and ensure sustainable use in water-scarce areas. Third, anticipatory action. Strengthening institutional capacity, including community management structures and private water providers, to move from reactive disaster response towards proactive water resource management. 4, community capacity. Building the resilience of local communities, particularly in pastoral, agro-pastoral, and coastal regions, to implement sustainable water management and disaster risk reduction strategies. In terms of lessons that Somalia can share with other countries, I will highlight 2 key areas: strong coordination and decentralized implementation. First, on coordination. The establishment of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change in 2022 has provided a central platform for aligning efforts across natural resources sectors or ministries, including agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and water. Through this coordination mechanism, ministries collaborate on major initiatives such as the GCF-funded Ugbat project and the Joha off-stream program, JOS, etc., ensuring coherence and collective implementation across sectors. Second, on decentralization. As a federal state, Somalia empowers its federal member states to lead project implementation at the local level, while the Federal Ministry of Environment and Climate Change provides strategic oversight and coordination. Implementation is carried out by state-level ministries. This approach ensures that interventions are context-specific, locally driven, and more responsive to community needs. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Governance. I will now move to the Minister of State for Environment of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Beatrice Anywa. Honorable Minister, what specific policy measures and investments is Uganda prioritizing to accelerate progress on SDG 6? And how can regional cooperation and strengthen transboundary water management across shared basins enhance these efforts to ensure that no one is left behind?
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony, Honorable Chair, fellow panelists, and all the participants. Uganda is accelerating progress on the SDG 6 through the 4th National Development Plan, NDP 4. This is focusing on scaling up water and sanitation infrastructure in rural and urban areas, underdeserved communities, institutions, improving water utility regulation, catchment-based integrated water resource management, and protecting water catchment and ecosystem areas. The specific policy measures and investment include: one, infrastructure investment. This is by expanding water supply in rural water and urban through a number of technologies such as gravity flow schemes, solar-powered boreholes, bulk water transfers, and so on. Under sanitation, this is being prioritized in public institutions and communities through various technologies and also local ordinances, that is authoritative laws, bylaws at the local levels. Two, we have a pro-poor focus, whereby we're implementing strategies allowing poor communities to pay a special reduced rates equal to or less than house connection tariffs for water services. Three, we are in rehabilitation process whereby we are repairing non-functional water points to improve coverage without building new one, costly infrastructure. And this has helped us to expand coverage, water coverage, to about 84%. Four, we have integrated water resource management, whereby we are developing and implementing catchment-based integrated water resources management strategies and plans. And this one, for instance, we have encouraged, let's say, planting of bamboos, fish farming as an alternative source of livelihood strategy for the would-be degraders. And this one has helped us protect our catchment area, including the wetlands. Five, we are also adapting to impacts of climate change on water and sanitation, whereby we have developed a national adaptation plan for water, sanitation, and hygiene, commonly referred to as WASH-NAP. And this is, by the way, the first of its kind in the world, which we are implementing in Uganda. We have governance and data approach, where we are strengthening coordination across national and local levels and using increased data for evidence-based policymaking. How can regional cooperation and strengthen the transboundary water cooperation? The regional cooperation and transboundary benefits, one is that shared basin management. As a part of Nile Basin, Uganda utilizes transboundary cooperation to manage shared water resources sustainably, reducing potential conflict and maximizing water usage. It also uses transboundary cooperation to mobilize funds from the regional window for implementing projects that help to achieve the SDG 6 targets. The data sharing and joint monitoring has, as a regional initiative, such as those promoted by the UN Water Convention framework, has enabled harmonized data collection, for more effective policy and management of shared aquifers and rivers. Leveraging knowledge is equally important. This, by sharing expertise and best practices with the neighboring countries, has helped Uganda optimize its water and environment sector performance indicators. 4, leaving no one behind is a deliberate effort. Transboundary water cooperation ensures that water usage upstream does not compromise the access of disadvantaged population downstream, facilitating equitable access. As we talk, we are in discussion, we continuously discuss on how to manage and use the Nile water that has enabled us to be at peace and secure water for all. 5, the regional bodies like the Nile Basin Initiative are central to harmonizing these efforts to enhance water security for Uganda and its neighbors. And this has actually promoted peace in the region. And as I go to conclude, the most critical immediate action to accelerate progress on SDG 6 is to rapidly increase and optimize financing for the costed national water and sanitation strategies and plans. Without scaling it up, we still have a challenge. Current progress is too slow to meet the 2030 targets, with billions lacking safe water and sanitation. To catch up with the rate of progress must increase up to 6 times for drinking water and 5 times for sanitation. And the plan friends for commercialization of domestic water. Yet water is life to many people. It will really be an African in culture and it will be in human. And that this one will disadvantage and burden a woman more. And therefore, we hope we look at this more critically, that we provide affordable water for everybody as it was given to free to us by the Creator, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I really like the pro-poor focus of the strategy. I think the commitment to leaving no one behind is naturally leading you to address some of the structural factors that shape inequalities that we had from our keynote speaker. Thank you very much. We do have a mayor in the house. I'm very excited about this, Mayor Kotsi. In the context of increasing water stress and limited resources, what practical steps has Mosul Bay taken to ensure continuity and reliability of water services? In particular, how has the municipality leveraged a mix of conventional and nature-based solutions such as dams, wetlands, rehabilitation, water reuse, and rainwater harvesting, and technologies? And what lessons can other municipalities draw from your example? Sorry, it's a convoluted question.
It's no problem. Honorable panel chairperson, thank you very much. Mosul Bay municipality will ensure continuity and reliability of water services through an integrated approach, which consists of a mixture of adequate spare capacity. So we purify water 56 megaliters per day. That's drinkable water, and we use at this stage 26 megaliters per day. That means we've got a spare capacity of 50%. And yeah, like I said, it's quite important that no one in Mossel Bay have to buy water, bottled water. It's clean water that's drinkable. Then we've also got a pro-poor policy where we supply households, each and every household, with 6 kiloliters of water for each and every month for free. And then in terms, just back to infrastructure, secondly, we do long-term infrastructure planning, and thirdly, we continuously do maintenance, and for that, obviously, it goes hand in hand with budgetary discipline. You know, as a politician, it's very nice to build and open stuff that people can see, but unfortunately, it's not that nice to spend money on stuff you can't see as a politician. So it's not the populist thing to do, but it's the right thing to do, to invest your budget into the sustainable service delivery. In terms of water infrastructure, we've got 3 dams, of which one is owned by the municipality, and national government owns the other 2 dams. And at this stage, we're working very nicely together. At this stage, they're busy with a 50 million rand on pump infrastructure at one of the dams. Then secondly, we also concentrate on our water distribution networks. We know that in many cities, a lot of water gets wasted due to leaks, water leaks. So we continuously repair pipes. At this stage, we just finished 800 millimeter pipeline. It was a multi-year project. It spanned over 5 years. It was almost a 20-kilometer pipeline we did. And then we've got in Mossel Bay 50 reservoirs. We continuously upgrade as well. We've just finished a 10 megaliter reservoir, and at this stage we're also busy with a 6 megaliter. That means it gives us a reservoir capacity of 109 megaliters. Then we've also got 8 boreholes. So our mix of conventional and nature-based solutions consists mainly of, amongst other things, rainwater harvesting. So we've implemented a council policy where no new house are allowed to utilize the potable water that we supply for garden use. Each and every new dwelling and infrastructure, residential infrastructure, need to implement their own system, rainwater catchment tanks and so on, and that need to be utilized for gardening. Then in terms of service delivery standards, so we've got in the municipality different service delivery standards, of which the service delivery standard for any burst pipe is to fix that burst pipe within 12 hours. And that means that we basically 95% of any burst pipe has been fixed in 12 hours. Then councils also currently working hand in hand with the Science Council and Industrial Research Unit, and that's also in partnership with the governments of Malawi and Botswana. And it's a pyromediation project, which consists basically of the growth of algae. We fertilize algae in tanks, and that's been fed into 7 ponds. And the 7 ponds with bioreactors then last through, and lastly it goes through a reed system. And what we've seen is currently, like I said, it's a research project in the vicinity of 1.7 million rand. But what we see at in terms of the microbial identification in your last dam, it's you can use it for use in gardens and so on. Then lastly, in terms of innovative technologies, Mossel Bay Municipality has got a desalination plant of 15 megaliters, a saltwater desalination plant. We're lucky that we're close or next to the sea. Then we've also got a 5 megaliter grey water plant. And then we've got all these plants are, except for the desalination plant at this stage. We're busy with the construction of a second unit of renewable solar energy plant. Both of them are battery backed up. And as you know, South Africa at the stage went through a load shedding crisis. At this stage, luckily it's sorted, but all our bulk infrastructure can thus be off-grid for a 6-hour outage, and we will still have water and storage services. And then lastly is pipe cracking that we implement, and pipe cracking is basically the implementation of new pipes. You use your old pipelines, and then with appropriate technology, you implement new pipes that's installed inside the old piping system, which is also quite innovative and new technology. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kotze. Again, really impressed by the pro-poor approach. Actually, I think there are real lessons in the mix of approaches you are taking to address the problem. So conventional solutions, nature-based solutions, and technological innovations. I think a lot to learn from there, and I'm sure colleagues will be reaching out. So colleagues, we've so far heard from two national governments and the city. They're trying the ways through which they're trying to address the fragmentation in water governance, the lack of or relative underinvestment, and the challenges of bringing in multiple stakeholders and multiple solutions to the problem. We also do have a UN colleague who can share with us what the UN system can do to support these efforts at integrated water resource management. So we do have our colleague, the resident coordinator for Lesotho. What specific shifts in UN coordination, programming, and partnerships are required to move from fragmented interventions to a truly integrated approach where water becomes a central lever for delivering both Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063 at country level?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and also thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to, if you allow me, I'm going to respond to this from a UN resident coordinator perspective from Lesotho specifically. So I'm going to talk a tiny bit about the context and then some of the shifts that we are trying to enable in Lesotho. This is, of course, a broader UN question, so I'm sure for those of you who have representatives in your countries, this is also a conversation to have with your country teams. So Lesotho is referred to as the water tower of Southern Africa, as the country supplies approximately 60% of the water of Gauteng province in South Africa, including the economic hub of Johannesburg. And the water from Lesotho is transferred into the Vaal River system, and it supports about 26 million people in South Africa, in addition to our own population of 2.2 million. Now, South Africa's investment in Lesotho's water infrastructure is estimated at around $1.6 billion. And in turn, water exports account for about 8 to 10% of Lesotho's GDP. And actually, there's also currently a feasibility study going on a Lesotho-Botswana water transfer project, and results of that are coming out soon. So I say this because I want to illustrate how water really drives, the water from Lesotho drives or has the potential to drive significant regional integration. The Lesotho Highlands Water Project, the engine for the second phase of this water collaboration, is currently constructing the Polyhali Dam, which will be added as a third catchment to the existing Katse and Mogale dams. And should you ever come to visit us in Lesotho, I warmly welcome you to also go and have a look at the very impressive infrastructure in addition to the beauty of the mountain kingdom. Yet, with all of these water investments, Lesotho is making moderate progress on SDG 6. Access to water, safe water and sanitation is critically low. We have hygiene gaps. Long-term sustainability is threatened by climate vulnerability. So we really need to shift the needle. And the UN in Lesotho already supports the government across SDG 6, linked to broader development goals that extend beyond to governance, climate adaptation, and rural livelihoods. For example, we support the Lesotho Highlands Development Authority, community-level climate adaptive water projects, protection of wetlands, solar-powered water systems, and so on and so forth. For the purpose of time, I won't go through all of them. But I think our recognition is that we need to do better towards a truly integrated approach if we're actually going to shift the needle. So I want to speak about 3 key shifts in this regard. Shift 1 to systems-based coordination. Water should no longer be treated as a standalone sector, but as an entry point and driver that connects energy, agriculture, industrial development, and regional integration. The progress in the water sector in Lesotho, particularly the expansion of supply through the Podihari Dam and its link to hydropower generation, demonstrates the water energy nexus in practice. We as the UN work on these issues through a sector-based approach that also mirrors the government coordination. And to shift the needle, the UN coordination mechanisms will need to align agencies around integrated outcomes rather than discrete mandates, with joint frameworks that deliberately connect SDGs 6, 7, 9, and 11. In Lesotho, we're currently initiating a midterm evaluation of the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, which is our agreement with the government on how we work and support their development efforts. And this, for us, really aims to restructure our work in this integrated manner. Shift 2. To integrated area-based programming. To utilize the power of the Lesotho water resource effectively, our UN programs need to move beyond isolated projects and instead support geographic development corridors where water investments catalyze multiple outcomes. The examples mentioned show that at the project level we are there, but this is not enough. To provide one example, large-scale irrigation schemes in the areas of Tsikwane and Seaka can simultaneously advance food security, youth unemployment, solutions to youth unemployment and climate resilience. And similarly, increased water revenues in Lesotho, projected to reach around 13% of GDP in 2025, create the fiscal space that can be strategically linked to social and economic investments. The UN can support the government in leveraging these developments through integrated programs that combine infrastructure, livelihoods, governance support, even tourism, and that is what we are aiming to work towards. So the key question for us is, how do we leverage the full scope of the UNCT for the benefit of Lesotho? Not only the agencies who are resident in country, our colleagues in ECA, our colleagues who are outside of the country, but have a very important contribution towards this sectoral integrated area-based programming. And finally, shift 3, to strategic multi-level partnerships. Water already positions Lesotho as a key regional actor, as seen in strengthened cooperation with South Africa and the Binational Commission Agreement with Botswana. We as the UN aim to build on this and can act as a convener of partnerships that connect national priorities with regional frameworks under Agenda 2063. This includes deepening collaboration with governments, development partners, and the private sector, civil society to mobilize financing, innovation, and technical expertise. In the case of Lesotho, we already have the backbone for some of this partnership work in place. For example, UNDP has produced an SDG investment map that outlines that potential, and there's ongoing work on blended financing. We also work on the development of a climate rationale for wash sector to increase resilience, and the list goes on and on. But the question for us now is, how do we focus this financing work better for impact and scale up the opportunities to shift the needle for Lesotho? So let me leave it at that for time's sake, but there's some snippets of what can be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, RC, for making a very powerful case for Nexus planning, investment, and governance, and the support that the UN system can bring to that. During our keynote speech, a case was made for a systemic and human rights-based approach. And we do have a colleague from the UN Commissioner for Human Rights who can help us perhaps unpack this further. So, Masao, what are the most critical shifts required to ensure that a human rights-based approach is not treated as an add-on, but becomes a central driver of how SDG 6 is planned, financed, and implemented across the continent?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And thank you for the opportunity to also to contribute to this conversation on accelerating progress towards SDG 6 and realizing human rights and safe drinking water and then sanitation for all. I will try to address as you asked the question from a central human rights perspective, and that was the conclusion of the keynote speaker, as you indicated. I just want to first to make a pronouncement that the water and sanitation problematics and then issues are clearly central conversation taking place in the development conversation as a whole. And water and sanitation are not commodities. They are public goods and legally recognized as human rights. And we know that a lot of progress, tremendous progress has been made at the country level. And when I was listening to the Honorable Minister for Environment from Somali, and then also the State Minister of Environment from Uganda, there's no doubt that a tremendous progress, a remarkable progress has been done. And I really want to commend you for the effort that you are making to ensure resilience, water governance, and sustainability in processes that allow us to ensure that water resilience and access to water. But when I was listening to also to the EU Commissioner on water, he did a very interesting disaggregated assessment of how far we are about the implementation of SDGs through a very targeted approach. And one thing that struck me is, yes, we are making progress. That progress is slow, but that progress is also clear, and they show clear discrepancies in how it's happening. Very good in urban area, but also a little bit sluggish in rural area. And this really rings a bell. I think that it's clear that the defining barrier is not a scarcity, but inequality of how we ensure that water access problematic is resolved. From a human rights perspective, I believe that the central challenge is how to expand access rapidly without deepening inequalities, those inequalities that I was just referring to. And then addressing this requires a set of deliberate shift, intentional approach in how SDGs is planned, financed, and then implemented. The first one is that we need to shift from aggregate access targeted to prioritizing equality and then non-discrimination. What does it mean? It means that people in rural area, informal settlement, conflict-affected setting, particularly women and persons with disability, migrant, and people living in poverty should be placed at the center of policy determination and then also water policy and strategy implementation. The second one is about a shift from a formal consultation to meaningful participation as a foundation of water governance. Clearly, participation cannot be symbolic anymore. Communities, civil society, women and youth organizations need to be really considered in the planning process, but to put at the center of consultation to ensure that we indeed make this participation genuine and to trigger the fact that services become more sustainable, accountability is improved, and then inequality also narrow. The third one, we need to shift from viewing financing as a value neutral to ensuring that all investment in water and sanitation is governed by human rights standards. This is really very interesting because we see the private sector involvement grows, there's strong regulations, and then human rights guiding principle on the business of human rights, all of become essential in how we approach the very fundamental and systemic challenge of discrepancies and inequality in water management, in water resilience building. Without very clear human rights safeguards, it is clear that an investment risk reinforcing inequality, and then we need to we run the risk of continuing in the same pattern of exclusion of those who are in vulnerability in our communities. The fourth one is that the African leadership in shaping the post-2030 framework must embed the human rights at its core. The commissioner was speaking about the water visions 2063, which show clear commitment to water and as a driver of resilience and transformation. But the future framework must address a persistent challenge, data gaps, financing shortfall, and then an uneven application of the leave no one behind principle. And the last one is the centrality of human rights and people consideration in policy determination and then also water resilience management. I would want to conclude by again repeating a very assertion by all of us that the water sits at the heart of a climate adaptation, food security, energy transition, and peace. And climate change is already amplifying scarcity, flooding, and displacement. Investing in climate-resilient water systems and strengthening cooperation are not optional. They are part of Africa's climate security architecture. And then I wanted to conclude by saying that progress on SDGs is inseparable from the human dignity. And this is what many, or if not most of the panelists already and the keynote speaker have already said. And then I hear this also from Honorable State Minister from Uganda, which is extremely excellent anchorage on our water vision and in water resilience building. When girls spend hours fetching water, their rights are diminished. When community lacks safe sanitation, preventable disease and insecurity persists. But when rights guide actions, transformating change become possible, and then across education, health, climate resilience, and an economic opportunity. Let me leave you with my central message. And this central message is that to all African leaders, that our organizations are there to support in realizing their own priorities. Place water at the heart of a sustainable development by governing it as a human right, not as a stand-alone sector, but as a foundation for climate resilience, economic transformation, and peace. Let me stop there, and I hope that I will have time to
Thank you very much, Marcel, for sharing practical ways through which we can address the structural inequalities in the sector. Before we move to our two final panelists, just to alert you, because I can see a few colleagues getting restless. So we have until 5:15, so we'll wrap at 5:15. And I'm determined to give you an opportunity to engage with the panel. They are not going to speak to themselves and leave. So yes, I'm putting pressure on our two final panelists. Please, let's make our interventions within 2 minutes each if we can, so that we do have an expanded conversation with the audience. Both E.S. Getete and Moses Wilakati, and I think this point needs no emphasis here, made a very strong case for bridging the investment gap or the financing gap in the water sector. And we do have a colleague here from the African Development Bank, Chris Mutasa. Chris, what are the most effective financing models and strategic investment priorities that can help African countries rapidly scale up bankable, whatever that means, water and sanitation projects, and what reforms are needed to unlock private sector participation and accelerate SDG 6 under the second 10-year implementation plan? I know it's a complex question, but please try to make your intervention in 3 minutes max.
Thank you very much, moderator and distinguished guests. I will try to make it as short as I can. And as Executive Secretary Gatete mentioned, the Africa water sector financing gap continues to increase and is currently estimated at about 64 billion per annum. And that's compared with maybe a current investment of just under 20 billion. So it means we have a huge gap that we need to be taken care of. And with 4 years to 2030, there's a need to increase efforts to galvanize support towards attaining the SDGs. Over the last decade, that's 2015 to 2025, the African Development Bank invested approximately $5 billion in water and sanitation infrastructure and services across the continent. Considering the gap mentioned or highlighted earlier, this indeed is a drop in the ocean. And as we have heard repeatedly in various sessions during this forum, the continent remains off track in achieving SDG 6 by 2030, and millions still lacking access to safely managed services. And being off track with SDG 6 is negatively impacting all other SDGs. So to the question on financing, what are the main sources of financing for the water sector? Much of it depends or comes from a mix of public, private, and donor funding. Domestic resource mobilization remains our best foot forward when we are talking about financing public infrastructure and services. It is the process through which countries generate, collect, manage their own funds, primarily through taxation, savings, and financial sector development. With that in mind, this year, the African Development Bank launched the new African Financial Architecture for Development, we call it NAFAD, culminating in the adoption of the Abuja Consensus on 9th of this month, 9th of April. The NAFAD is a strategic framework designed to overcome the structural obstacles to mobilizing resources on a large scale to plug Africa's 400 billion annual development financing gap. This is not just looking at water now, it's looking globally. What Africa needs globally is to cover. So basically with NAFAD, what we are looking at is supporting our countries to be able to tap into resources that are existing within the countries, insurance, pension funds, and stuff like that, to contribute towards financing. That's with domestic resource mobilization. But as has already been mentioned as well, the viability of water service providers or water companies hinges on robust and enforceable regulatory frameworks in our countries. And I know our colleague from human rights mentioned the issue of tariffs. I know it's a sensitive issue because when we talk about it, people just think that we are leaving others behind. But as Minister from Uganda mentioned, countries have got pro-poor policies where you take care of the poor in addition to, and I think even the mayor mentioned. So those are some of the issues that we need to take into account. We are all aware that overseas development assistance is on the decline, and this is further expanding the gap that we have talked about. Private financing, it's becoming very, we are happy to be seeing countries bringing in the private sector into the water space. And this targets credit worth and bankable interventions, including commercial lending and public-private partnerships to improve water service providers' infrastructure. We would like to encourage stakeholders, governments, the private sector to continue exploring this avenue of attracting private financing into the sector. And we stand ready to engage with all partners to support this. The issue of blended financing was mentioned. And I think it's an innovative way that we also need to make sure that we encourage countries to use that instrument to bring more and crowd in more resources into this space. For these funding modalities to be effective, some reforms need to be considered. regulatory reforms. It is universally acknowledged that the water sector in Africa faces a significant capacity gap, and I think Executive Secretary Gatete mentioned that, and the Commissioner from AU also mentioned the same. And this hinders efforts to achieve universal access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. This gap encompasses not only a shortage of skilled professionals, but also inadequate management of existing infrastructure, lack of awareness, and insufficient funding. The bank supports member countries to improve sector governance, efficiency, and creditworthiness. On a specific note, 71% of African countries are lagging in implementation of integrated water resource management and have inadequate capacity for effective implementation. And 80% of infrastructure projects are dropped at feasibility study. I think, moderator, you mentioned that we are talking about bankable. So we have infrastructure projects at feasibility that are dropped because they are not attractive, they are not bankable. So what do we do to make sure that those are bankable? The bank has got the Africa Water Facility, which we use to support countries to develop bankable projects within the sector. And we are there to engage with countries. So in terms of the initiatives that the bank is championing in support of the sector currently, we have the Sustainable African Water Utilities Transformation and Viability Enhancement as an initiative through which the bank aims to increase investment and financing towards African water utilities. All along, we've been dealing directly with government, but now we also want to go and start dealing with utilities, build their capacity to ensure that they are able to prepare bankable projects and bankable projects that they can go even to the commercial banking sector to get funding. We also have, we discussed this on Monday, the water energy food ecosystem. I was happy to hear from our colleague from Lesotho talking about this nexus approach. It constitutes the bank's response to the need for stronger intersectoral coordination and integrated action across the water, agriculture, energy, and natural resources sectors. The bank launched it in October 2024 in Cairo, and an investment framework was prepared, piloted, and tested. Chris. Just one last minute, yes. It was prepared and piloted in 4 countries. In conclusion, can we say there's only one most effective financing model, really? I think that was what the moderator asked me. At a time when we are chasing possible deficits in funding in order to meet the SDG 6 targets, our conclusion is that it's all hands on deck with all the instruments that we have. All financing tools available and innovative ones should be marshaled in support of infrastructure development in the sector. Domestic resource mobilization remains the continent's first go-to pathway for supporting sector investments. Viability of water companies and utility companies should be a priority for us all. And finally, last mile connections in areas where bulk water or bulk infrastructure has been installed will unlock immediate increases in access numbers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. It's really gratifying that the bank is actually aligned with the governments and the cities here in addressing the structural constraints to accelerating investments in the water sector. Thank you, and sorry for rushing you. And our final panelist, last but not least, is representing both the private sector and youth. As the president of the Youth Wash Ambassadors from Zambia, Kumbusu Firi. And I'll ask you a difficult but simple question, if that makes any sense. And I would like you to please limit yourself to a 2-minute intervention. I think there have been several ideas raised with respect to this particular question. It would be good to have your perspective in a very succinct way. How can we move beyond recognizing youth as beneficiaries of SDG 6 to fully positioning them as co-creators and leaders of solutions.
Thank you very much for that question. But first, we must recognize to say the landscape has actually changed. Through the African Union Agenda 2030 and various national youth policies, the institutional permission for youth involvement already exists. So we are already involved. We are no longer beneficiaries, but we are also the co-creators. Governments across the continent have also made commendable strides in drafting ambitious frameworks to also help with that. However, the missing link is the transition for policy inclusion to functional integration. Whilst the youth are no longer absent from the rooms, they are often excluded from the mechanical solutions. But the narrative that youth are left out is evolving, and the reality is that youths are already moving. We are seeing youth-led innovations. So the question is no longer what can we do for the youths, but how can we de-risk youth-led solutions? So to move from this, what we can do is move from the generic advocacy and towards technical co-creation, where youths contribute to the engineering and economic modeling of water systems. We can also institutionalize representation. In my earlier statement on Monday, I said to say we can have a youth wash advisory board or have advisory committees within ministries of water. This will ensure that youth inputs isn't a one-off event, but a permanent checkpoint in the policy cycle. The other thing that we can also do is have a blended finance mechanism where we use public and donor funds to de-risk private investments. We can also unlock commercial banks for youth-led small, medium enterprises. The other thing we can also have is private sector actors that establish a WASH innovation fund that provides equity rather than just donations. So this will just move, it will be a cycle that will later produce really good results. And we also would urge the governments to create a regulatory sandbox where youth-led WASH startups can pilot new technologies without having the immediate burden of, heavy licensing fees. And also, we would like to have would like to have a percentage where the youths are given a certain percentage in contracts from the private and also the government sector. And also receive mentorship from private sector giants in achieving ISOs and national quality standards for youths. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing those ideas. We don't have time, but I have a follow-up question. This cap or quota or ring fencing contracts for youth, I know a few countries where the law provides for that, but the youth are not able to harness it anyway. So I think that's a challenge for all of us to ensure that actually we take advantage of the opportunities that the legal frameworks already provide and find out why the youth cannot harness the opportunities that are already provided by the policies. Thank you very much to all our panelists. I did promise an expanded conversation and we only have 5 minutes. I should also let you know that Honorable Davis Mapirara, the minister from Zimbabwe, has been with us all week and has been attending various meetings on water and has kindly agreed to table some of the insights and some of the recommendations from those conversations here at the plenary. So you will not hear from me trying to conclude this conversation. I will not draw any conclusion. I'll offer that opportunity to him to share that with you. But maybe 3 minutes, we can take questions. I won't promise that we'll answer them, but at least we'll table the questions. If we can, we'll try to answer them, but we'll reserve 2 minutes before we close to the Honorable Minister from Zimbabwe to table your discussions, recommendations, insights to the floor. Yes, we do have our host country, Ethiopia. We'll go first, and then Kenya. And I can't read that far. Could somebody read that for me? Libya? Namibia. Okay, so it's Ethiopia, Kenya, and Namibia in that order. Ethiopia?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I extend, of course, our very warm welcome to all sisters and brothers from across the continent that came to their home Addis Ababa to attend this meeting. We very much appreciate the UNECA for putting the water agenda as a priority for this conference. A very striking fact, Mr. Moderator, 6 out of 10 Africans lack basic drinking water services. Nearly 1 billion Africans have no access to adequate and equitable sanitation and hygiene. This is unconscionable and it needs to be rectified as a matter of priority. On the other hand, Africa has only 6% of the freshwater resource of the globe. The water scarce continent and large population without access to water and sanitation. In our opinion, the missing link is an underdeveloped water infrastructure. The Water Action Agenda within the African Union contains several projects and programs that will be implemented at a continental level to ensure adequate access for the continent's population. I would like to hear from the panel on what they envisage to be the major gap in realizing these water development projects and water development infrastructures in the regions they cover and the countries they are concerned with. What are the policy gaps and the financing obstacles, especially in terms of raising finance from domestic sources? Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Ethiopia. So we'll have Kenya, Namibia, and I'm informed I missed Egypt. So we'll take those 3. Kenya?
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this opportunity. My question is about wastewater treatment plants. As we all know, clean water, we not only need water, but we also need clean water. When we talk about wastewater treatment plants, especially in African countries, they are not designed to remove the current pollutants that we have. We have emerging pollutants. Not only we have pharmaceuticals, we have microplastics, and so on and so forth. The current wastewater treatment plants that we have, for example, in Ethiopia, we use the UASB and trickling filters. These are basically the biological wastewater treatment plants, mainly designed to remove basic pollutants like the BOD, COD. What about these emerging pollutants? What discussions are we having regarding removing these very, very key pollutants that are affecting our lives? Apart from that, if we cannot have the advanced treatment designs like the advanced oxidation processes, which are very, very expensive, which we only have them in Western countries, what can we do to lift up people who are coming up with green technologies, the bio-waste solutions? What discussions are we having regarding that? Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Namibia, very briefly, and then Egypt.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to note that I think it's important that in reporting, we acknowledge that at the turn of the 21st century, the academics had projected water wars. And I think 20 years down the line, we have no water wars. So I think Africa needs to complement itself on that. And I want to also compliment Uganda for its efforts for the coordination. However, it is also emphasized that nobody will be left out. In the presentation of Lesotho, it talked about South Africa and Botswana in that, but it has left out Namibia. The Orange River is definitely impacted as downstream by the upstream activities, and Namibia had refused to give the no objection certificate for that development, especially for phase 2, and has asked for construction of a downstream dam on the North Oeverfjellsdrift area, and South Africa has not committed to it. So I just wanted to ask for inclusion in Namibia in that conversation. I see Lesotho is not here, but South Africa and Botswana will take note of that. And then my other question would be probably on the SDGs, the consideration of affordable technologies for seawater desalination, if that could be for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Namibia. Finally, Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the floor. This is not actually a question, but I'm taking the floor to express our appreciation to the panelists and distinguished ministers for their excellent and comprehensive presentation. Allow me, Mr. Moderator, to highlight briefly this point. The subject of this session, assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation, which is also the theme of the year for the African Union 2026, is both timely and opportune. It reemphasizes our collective commitment to upholding the dignity, human rights of our African people, as well as the provision of their vital and basic human needs, as we strive towards achieving poverty alleviation, socio-economic development, transboundary and regional cooperation, integrated water resource management, and environmental protection. Mr. Moderator, distinguished presenters, as Africa is preparing for the UN Water Conference in December of this year, it is my pleasure to inform you that Egypt is co-hosting with Japan an interactive dialogue on water for the planet with the UN Water 2026 conference. We are well aware that accelerating the implementation of water-related actions and to strengthen planetary resilience will not be achieved by a business as usual approach, but by achieving transformation of governance, financing, cooperation internationally and nationally on all levels, human resources development and knowledge, science and technology transfer. For this reason, it was decided to adopt an open door policy for this dialogue to strengthen global water governance. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Egypt. And thank you to Ethiopia, Kenya, and Namibia. We did have two discussants, and they are my UN colleagues, although they have left. But they're going to answer your questions. So I give this commitment. They're UN, so I can commit them to this. Actually, it's UNEP and UNDP. So we take note of the questions. They will answer your questions. We will reach out. In the interest of time, because we are way over the limit, I will give this opportunity to the Honorable Minister for Zimbabwe, who is actually speaking on your behalf, to provide his intervention. Honorable Minister, you can take the podium.
Thank you, Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As we have heard from all speakers, progress on Sustainable Development Goal 6 remains fundamental to the entire Sustainable Development Agenda. Without accelerating results in water and sanitation, the achievement of the broader SDGs will remain beyond our reach. Colleagues, we don't have time. We're only left with 4 years. While coordinated actions and targeted investments have delivered pockets of progress, these efforts remain fragmented and insufficient to drive the scale of transformation that our continent urgently requires. Our pre-event on Monday underscored a clear message: delivering measurable progress on water security and sanitation in Africa will require stronger institutions, clear and bankable investment frameworks, and innovative financing models capable of mobilizing both public and private capital at a scale. As Africa advances its industrialization agenda to drive structural transformation and job creation, water emerges as a critical enabler. It is indispensable for increasing agricultural productivity and supporting agro-based industrialization, particularly given our largely untapped agricultural potential. At the same time, the development of mineral-based value chains and broader industrial growth will remain constrained in context of water scarcity and stress. This is why, as we move ahead with our common position, it must be disciplined and focused, not a catalogue of issues, but a set of non-negotiable priorities, each linked to real investments, real reforms, and real impact on our people. A common position is fundamentally a tool for prioritization. It compels us to make strategic choices, focusing political attention and resources on what will deliver the greatest impact, rather than spreading our efforts too thin and our effort spreading too thin. The discussions have further underscored that water must be repositioned as a strategic economic asset, central to driving growth across agriculture, energy, industry, while also strengthening climate resilience. There was strong consensus on the need for integrated approaches, particularly the water, energy, food nexus, alongside improved governance, stronger data systems, and more resilient urban planning. Equally important is inclusive engagement, ensuring structured youth participation and integrating grassroots and traditional knowledge with science, technology, innovation to deliver solutions that are both locally grounded and sustainable. Strong leadership is essential to driving policy coherency. securing resources, and maintaining focus on Africa's water priorities. The priority is to translate the African Water Vision 2063 and policy into implementation at scale. The framework is in place and political commitment is evident. The focus must therefore move from commitments and declarations to coordinated delivery across regional, national, and local levels. Let us move from fragmentation to solidarity, from aspirations to implementation, from crisis to resilience. Let us protect water, govern it wisely, and ensure inflows equitably for every African today and for generations to come. With the compliments from the Republic of Zimbabwe, I want to thank you all. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. With gratitude to our panelists and to you, the audience, I now hand over to the chair of the session.
Thank you so much, moderator. Can we clap for moderator? And thank you so much, our panelists. Can we also clap for them? And in a special way, can we clap for ourselves all? I know it's not so easy to sit and pay attention, be very attentive after some good lunch. So, but we've managed to come this far. I want to take this opportunity to thank, in a special way, to thank the moderator, the participants, and our panelists. But allow me, in a special, also thank the organizers, because they've made it that we handle this and in a way that we can be able to manage time and maximize time as we are here. If you realize we have water is a resource and we are leaving this place, like many of you have made submissions, that we should bring out water to be part of the enablers infrastructure. The way we look at works, we look at electricity, we should also now look at water also as an enabler to able to facilitate that we are able to achieve. So the discussion has highlighted clear and important messages, which my colleague, the minister from Zimbabwe, has brought out. So looking ahead, it is vital that these messages are not only taken forward to regional and global fora, but also translated into concrete action, effective delivery and real result on the ground at national, subnational, and household level. In the end, our success will be measured not by the strength of our statements, but by the tangible improvements we are able to deliver for communities across our continent. As the Bureau of the Forum, we look forward to taking stock before the next forum of the concrete actions that will have been implemented in response to the priorities identified here today. Thank you once again for the valuable time, contributions, and resilience, and the manifestation of determination to make Africa better tomorrow. With that, I would want to invite the Secretariat to come and make announcements and guide us on what's next. Secretariat, members of the Secretariat, Alhaj.
For the chair.
As they are doing some consultations, can I request panelists, can we have the opportunity to have the picture here so that we smile as they do the administrative work? Please stand up.
Yes.
Members, smile a bit. The biggest challenge we're always faced with people of my height, whenever we stand near those who are so tall and we send out those pictures, people always send me messages that, why did your father stand next to you? Meaning I'm a daughter to either the man or the woman standing next to me. Please, cameraman, make sure I'm of the height of the tallest person in this photograph.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. Secretariat, make sure if I'm not of the same height, those camera people may lose their jobs tomorrow. AI must work. Thank you. Can you please make announcements as the panelists make their way back to
Thank you very much,
their
Excellency. Thank you, distinguished delegates, participants. Thank you very much for your patience, for sticking out with us here for these very long sessions. The parallel events are now almost complete. I kindly request that all of you remain here. The participants from the other parallel events will join us here, and we'll now move to the next event, which is the launch of the Africa Sustainable Development Report for 2026. Once again, thank you for your understanding, thank you for your patience, and we are approaching the end of the day's session. Thank you very much.
members. You can also stretch and pick a cup of coffee or tea and come back, because it's also very unhealthy to sit for more than 1 hour, and we've sat for 2 hours plus. Please, just stretch a bit for the good of our health. We want you alive.
That's the chair's authority right there, chair. But distinguished delegates, please, as the chair said, take your coffee very quickly, and come back to the room. Thank you very much for your understanding. I've also been asked to remind all of you that the evaluation form has been shared with all of you. There's a QR code for that. Please make sure you log in, download the code, and kindly complete the evaluation on behalf of the Secretariat. The feedback is very, very important for us to help us improve our sessions, our meetings going forward. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, I am well aware that the minister has, or the former chair has advised that people stretch their legs and get a cup of coffee, which is perfectly reasonable and acceptable. However, for those of you who are in the room, may I ask that you take your seats. For those who are standing on the sidelines outside the door, may I ask you to please take your seats. If you're able to send the message out to colleagues who've gone to take a cup of coffee, please relay the message, ushers, that we are resuming in the interests of time. And it's a really important session. In fact, some might say this is the essence of the 12th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. We are launching the 2026 edition of the Africa Sustainable Development Report on the theme of transformative, equitable, innovative, and coordinated actions for the 2030 Agenda, Vision 2030, and Agenda 2063, aligning the targets and aspirations of the UN with their global blueprint on SDGs, alongside an African blueprint for continental development over the next few decades in what is the second incantation of the decade of acceleration. So it is really important that we launch this report to really understand what the findings have been, because those findings will inform, by and large, the conversations we've been having, in fact, even the breakaway sessions. So if you could make your way back to your seats so that we can resume with a really important agenda item. And as we gather our colleagues from your coffee break and take your seats, in the interest of time, I'm going to defer to the moderator of this session, Matthias Nab, the Director for the Regional Service Center for Africa at the United Nations Development Program. He will then facilitate this conversation, this high-level roundtable with the best of the experts among us. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my dear sister Lerato. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I know we have come to the close of the day, but this is one of the most important sessions. So for those of you who are outside and standing by the door, please just grab one or two people and bring them back inside. We have a very distinguished panel. So thank you very much, esteemed panelists, for joining us for this 2026 Africa Sustainable Development Report launch, prepared jointly by the African Union Commission, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the African Development Bank, and the United Nations Development Program. The report remains the only continental assessment tracking Africa's progress in implementing both the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. Since 2017, it has provided an important evidence base to guide policy and accelerate development outcomes. This year's report comes at a critical moment with less than 5 years to 2030. And as we advance to the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, Africa is in its decade of acceleration, a period that demands urgent, coordinated, and transformative action. The 2026 edition focuses on 5 key areas: water and sanitation, energy, infrastructure and industrialization, sustainable cities, and partnerships. These are central to Africa's structural transformation and deeply interconnected. The context remains challenging, yet there are opportunities. This session is therefore an opportunity not only to reflect on the report's findings, but to focus on solutions. What must be done differently to accelerate progress? Without further ado, distinguished participants, allow me to recognize and welcome, and they are already seated up here, our esteemed speakers. We have, of course, including the chair, the executive secretary of ECA, my brother Claver Gatete, the executive director, UN Habitat, Anna Claudia Rochbach, the director, Office of Strategic Planning and Delivery, my dear sister Boto Bayendi, the regional program officer, Climate Change and Green Growth Program from the African Development Bank, Olufonsu Samurai, the United Nations resident coordinator for Botswana, Weiyan Yang, and lastly, the team lead, Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Elevate Trust, my dear sister Sandra Shoko. I would also like to call up Mr. Stephen Karengi, Director, Microeconomics, Finance, Governance, and Planning Division of ECA, to give us a very summary presentation. Dear colleagues, I'm told we have only an hour, so after the presentation, which I will give only 7 minutes, because we had a presentation yesterday. So Stephen Karengi, if you can make it a summary presentation. And after that, I will instruct my esteemed panelists, because I'm wearing the red cap, so at least I have the power of veto. So I will be giving them minutes and minutes. I'll be checking my own time. So Stephen, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, Excellencies, Ministers, Ambassadors, colleagues, ES, ED, and all the members of the panel. So what I'm supposed to do is to present the Africa Sustainable Development Report and present it in such a way that I don't repeat what I said yesterday. So what we have done, I have the report there. So what I'm going to do now is just to go straight and give you country examples, because yesterday we gave you the levers that can be used to accelerate the move towards the goals. So today I'll just give you a highlight of some of the examples that you find in the report of what countries are doing towards advancing the goals. So on this particular slide, the only point I would want to say that we have not said today is that there is growth that is happening in the continent of 4%, at least that's what we project for this year. We have the severe commitment, and we also have the membership of the African Union to the G20, where it's advancing priorities for the continent that are critical also to the attainment of the Agenda 2063 and the SDGs. And with that, we will be able to look to advance the performance of these 5 goals and the others that are not covered in the report. Now, going to the SDG on water. In this slide, I just give you an example of what is happening on the indicators. Yesterday, we gave you the result of what was happening globally. And what is it that African countries are doing? We have the example here of Morocco that we cover in the report, where there is a national program to address structural water scarcity with the building of dam infrastructure and also areas of water efficiency. We also have an example of Benin in the report, where the country is actually trying to address the access of water in the rural areas, and you find some of the examples of what they are doing in terms of rehabilitating village water supplies as a way of ensuring that even people in the rural areas achieve clean water. And the policy recommendations are clear for that SDG, and I think I'll leave that for you to find in the report. Now, the second, on the second goal, that is the one to do with affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy, which, of course, we said is regressing, especially in terms of the renewable energy share. Here, I would want to highlight the example of how regions within the continent are actually trying to work together to address some of these indicators. So I give the example here of the SADC, the South African Development Corporation, whereby last year, SADC, as a regional economic community, agreed on a robust implementation plan to scale up clean cooking. Yesterday, we gave you the numbers of what is happening in terms of access to clean energy for cooking. And here is an example of what SADC is doing. And there are 3 examples for 3 countries, how Tanzania has launched a national clean cooking communication strategy, how South Africa elevated the issue of clean cooking to the G20, and how Malawi is pioneering clean cooking at the schools level. And in terms of the policy recommendation, I think this will be clear from the report. In terms of the building of the resilient infrastructure, that is SDG 9, I would like to highlight 2 examples. Of course, there are many more examples in the report. I would like to highlight the example of what is happening in Ghana. I think we have had this example of Ghana over some time, whereby you have 1 district, 1 factory program. Now, the interesting thing about this example is that it is a commitment of the government to produce jobs in the rural areas, not just concentrating industries in the cities. So this is an example of how using industrialization, there's job creation gains, not just in the cities, but also in the rural areas. Now, the next example is the one for Cameroon, of how Cameroon is trying to have a diversified manufacturing base. The report highlights the sectors that the country has identified, that is from agro-food, construction materials, and light industries, all with the intention of raising the employment base by raising the manufacturing value added, which, as you recall from yesterday, we indicated that the manufacturing value added in Africa is still very low. Now, in terms of in terms of recommendations, the report highlights the importance of the AFCFTA, which I think was covered a lot today and yesterday. The importance of digitalization, whereby we said Africa is actually doing well in terms of digital connectivity, and also in terms of another recommendation related to transport infrastructure, and also fostering innovation and technologies to support the SMEs. So you'll find in the report other examples of what is happening in other countries, especially in terms of deepening industrialization and also investment in research and development. In terms of the cities, again, another SDG that we said we have a regression rather than moving forward. In the report, we have various examples, but in this particular case, we give the example of I don't think you can see it, it's a bit small, but if you look at one of the indicators on urban particulate matter, you cannot even be able to see that bar because there has actually been very little progress, or at least we don't even have data on that. So the example that we decided to give you is on the African Cities for Clean Air Initiative, which has been established by the C40 cities with the objective of ensuring that there is an improvement of urban air quality so that the health of the city's dwellers can actually be protected. And there are participating cities that are highlighted here, the four of them, and there are several activities that have actually taken place between 2022 and 2026, and the idea is to align urban climate and public health goals by integrating environmental health in urban planning. And there are specific policy recommendations in relation to this SDG of what we propose the options that countries can take to move forward. And lastly, in terms of the goal related to the partnerships, here we decided to look at the Agenda 2063, especially on the second 10-year implementation plan, with a focus on the issue of financing, partnership, and governance agenda under the Agenda 2063. And we give some examples of what countries are doing in advancing this goal. Examples of how Zambia, for instance, has undertaken ambitious fiscal reforms to reduce aid dependency, the digitization of tax and anti-corruption measures in Burkina Faso, which has resulted in rising tax revenues and also reduced reliance on external financing. And there are specific policy recommendations on how this can not only move on the financing, partnerships, and governance agenda and Agenda 2063, but also help in the attainment of progress on SDG 17. And these recommendations relate to investment promotion, issues of debt management reforms, and also the reform of the international and climate finance, and also the utilization of diaspora remittances. And lastly, and I hope I've been able to stay within the 7 minutes, we did give you these insights. It's as I gave yesterday, which are aligned to the recommendations that the Deputy Chairperson also gave us, that for us to shape the Africa Sustainable Future, we need to have integrated action between the two agendas. We need to close the financing gap. We need to cooperate. We need to scale up and have a better aligned international finance. We have to invest in data, and we also have to not only advance policy, but also plan the implementation of whatever it is that we have in our policies. So with that, I hope I've been able to supplement what we discussed yesterday, and I have not repeated anything that I said yesterday, and the panel has enough to work with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen Karenge. Very, very summary presentation, and you were within the 7 minutes time limit. Colleagues, I will not attempt to say anything about what was brilliantly presented. We will move straight, and with the permission of the chair, to the panel discussion. And we have an esteemed group of panelists. I will go to each panelist with a specific question. And since we are running out of time, I will just suggest that the panelists stick to the 5 minutes time allocation. In very rare circumstances, I will add a minute or two. But please, let's try to stick within the 1 hour mark that the chair has allocated us. So I'll move straight to the Executive Secretary, ECA, Mr. Clever Gatete. And the question is, this report underscores that accelerating progress on the SDGs and Agenda 2063 will depend on strengthening Africa's implementation capacity across regional, national, subnational, and sectoral levels. From your perspective, what are the most critical actions needed now to strengthen policy and plan implementation in Africa? And how can institutions such as the ECA help translate political commitment into measurable development results? I know it's a very loaded question, but I know you will be able to do justice to it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much, Karinji, for the presentation. There are some facts that you have to state that the SDGs were signed and accepted by all governments, including our African governments. Then number two is that our countries have the vision. There is no problem of vision. There's no problem of strategy. And also the issue that remains is the political will to make sure that what we signed on can be implemented. And for the political will, it starts with sensitization. This is not only the work of governments, it's the work of the entire country's population that we have. So the sensitization so that everybody, beyond only the government officials, understand what SDGs are, what Agenda 2063 is, and also understanding that they also have a role in terms of the following up the implementation. The other is how does this one captured into the planning process? How do governments incorporate all the indicators, all the areas, and then also to be implemented, and not implemented only at the central government level, but go down to the local government level, which is very important. There is also a role of the parliament, because as you start with the planning and you go to the budget framework, you pass the budget, the parliament is supposed to monitor how the budget is being implemented, but also especially including the elements of the SDGs and also the elements of the Agenda 2063. And that's very important. Once the parliament is really involved, it also forces the countries. And this means there has to be the coordination of the ministries themselves, not each ministry working alone, but also the sector-wide approach in terms of the implementation, so that is government-wide approach. And from there, then evaluating yourself on what you have done in terms of implementation. And for this one requires really coordination across at the national level, at subnational level, at sector level. And once you do that, then of course, before you go to the next cycle of the budget, you evaluate yourselves. And that's how you mobilize even resources from your own domestic resources, from the development partners, from the money that is borrowed. That's how the resources are being allocated. But also that's not enough, because there'll be some projects and programs. And to do that, you need to do some preparations, the procurement, coming up with actually viable projects that can be implemented and also monitored. And that requires also the technology part, because it helps you in terms of really understanding where we are doing right, what needs to be done. It provides all the necessary information. So that there has to be the capacity for multidimensional approach. There has to be the technology that can help you in terms of doing this. And also, most critically, there has to be the resources to be able to do that. And as we know, and the work that among the biggest work that we do at the ECA is domestic resource mobilization. How do you generate your own taxes? And as you were saying yesterday, on the African continent, that's where we are really having a big problem, where the average tax to GDP ratio is the lowest in the whole world at 16%. And we are saying what we need to do to raise those resources so that you can now be able to tap into the debt and also the grants, but at least you have to have a significant amount that's generated domestically at the country level. And that's why almost in every part, in every country on the continent, the Economic Commission for Africa is working with government to see how they can increase their domestic resources, to make sure that you can really have the capacity for the taxpayers, and you have a system that works properly. You can digitize the whole system so that everybody pays their share. And also you can involve everyone, because a big chunk of the taxpayers are small or they are informal. And currently it's now about 82%, which are just informal. And bringing them actually to the formality, that one helps in terms of increasing the domestic resources, but also the incentives that we provide in terms of the tax waivers, that one being looked at so that whatever you provide, you also get something in return and you increase the resources. And that of course goes also with the capital market side, which becomes very, very useful. So there has to be a way of correcting that. And then at the same time, sometimes we also trade and we work across the borders within the region, but also at the African continental level. And that's why the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is very, very useful. So there has to be a way of working together, but also working together with African Union and their agencies, and also be able to monitor. And that's why this event here is very important, so that countries can be able to say, this is what we are doing. And we are doing it not only at the central government level, but at the local government level. And this is where we stand now. And we come to a place like here where we can now share experiences on what has worked in one country or one region, and then you can learn from that. And I can tell you that from next year, we'll also be adding the learning from each region, so that here for the Latin American and Caribbean, for Asia, for other places, we can now share experiences on what has worked that can be adapted here. And that's why you have a session like this one here. And once we do that, then you can learn from each other. And then from there, this experience can help to improve. But it has to be owned at the country level, not only by the government, but by the population. We must mobilize, because it's not only the taxes that, by the way, that finance, but there are other innovative solutions. That's branded finance that we have been talking about all the way through. The blue bonds, the green bonds, depending on which kind of situation. There are many facilities that can be brought into that. But also, as we are discussing with the executive director for UN Habitat, there are other innovative ways under which the private sector can innovate and participate in the whole implementation process. And it cannot only be government, but can also be the private sector coming together. And that's what can help in terms of accelerating the SDGs, moderator. So I believe it is possible. But it is possible not only with government, it's the whole society, but it's also the private sector, it is other partners coming into supporting the whole entire framework. And each country has everything it takes, from the framework to the strategies, the plans, and everything else, which has to be monitored. Of course, there are weaknesses, those can be fixed, but at least we know where we are going, and once we learn from each other, then I believe that we can always make an improvement. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary for ECA. Very, very, very clear. The need for political will and sensitization, and the need for real domestication of the two agendas. And of course, the role of national institutions, especially the parliament, in determining budgetary frameworks, sectoral coordination, and of course, capacities and resources, highlighting, of course, domestic resource mobilization and partnerships and peer learning. We will leave it at that. I'm sure we will have about 10 minutes for some questions and interaction, and I'm sure the Executive Secretary will come back to explain some of these in more detail. The next question will go to my dear sister, Ms. Anna Claudia Rochbach, the Executive Director for UN Habitat. The report highlights rapid urbanization as both a major opportunity and a growing challenge. How can African cities better translate this trend into inclusive growth and resilience? And what priority actions are needed to address informality and service gaps? And let me say that all panelists are required to speak directly to the mic so that the translators can be able to capture and also translate for our French and Francophone audience as well. So, Ms. Ana Claudia, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator Matthias, Excellency Chair, my brother Claver. Well, my intervention will be very simple. We mentioned, it has been mentioned that in average half of the population living in urban areas in Africa live in informal settlements. And we also spoke about the informality of labor. So they overlap, they intersect. So both need to be handled. I will lay out to you two avenues. One is preparing and planning the cities for the future, for the urbanization, dealing with the gaps. And the second one is on finance, right? And we need to embrace informality in these two aspects, when we plan cities, when we prepare for urbanization, and when we allocate finance. So on the first 2 points, at the national level, what needs to be done? Collect information and data. So equip the census statistic offices with the capacities to really be able to go to the ground and collect information about the informal settlements. The second aspect at the national level is really having the critical policy frameworks, the national urban policies. We spoke before about that. Africa has progressed on that front. There are more national urban policies, but we also need to have the legal frameworks that enable the local planning and the connection to services by these informal dwellers. This is very important, very critical. The second aspect, and Claver mentioned the local government, there is required action at the local level in terms of embedding these informal settlements into the master, into the urban plan. So make sure that when we plan a city, we recognize the reality that's there, because it is there, right? And we use zoning mechanisms, land policies, to really make sure that these settlements will be integrated to the city, will have access to the services, and also the fast tracks that we need to improve the land tenure situation. There are great examples also in Africa, the special planning areas from Kenya, from their national special legal framework is one example. So at the local level, upgrade, integrate to the city, zoning, planning. And then on the finance, we really need to unlock fiscal resources for these areas, even if ownership's not clear. And there are planning instruments, there are zoning instruments to do that. I come from Brazil, from Latin America, in that region, and you spoke about exchanging experiences. There are many examples of mechanisms that cities implemented, national governments implemented to make sure that fiscal resources flow into informal settlements, that water utilities, they are allowed to connect services. The electricity utilities, they are allowed to connect services. We also have to recognize in the financial mechanisms by the private banks, by the public banks, the informality of income. And also, again, overall, globally, we have many examples of microfinance, of ways where financial institutions were able to expand their outreach and develop creative instruments to access the risk of population depending on informal income. So I will leave you with that. We are going to meet very soon in Baku, Azerbaijan at the World Urban Forum. All that is at the Nairobi Declaration that came out of the African Urban Forum. So we are committed to bridge and continue this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give another round of applause? It looks like we're all tired. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Anna Claudia Rochbach. I think what you mentioned, I will summarize that into 3 Ps. Basically, how do we plan for people, for prosperity? Plan, people, and prosperity. And I like the fact that you really broke it down into 2 streams, talking about data, the need for data and information, but also the fact that national policy frameworks must also speak to the entire communities, including the role of local government. I will move straight to the 3rd panelist, the Director, Office of Strategic Planning and Delivery, African Union Commission, my dear Sister Boto. And the question for you to address in about 5 minutes is, the Africa Sustainable Development Report points to growing alignment between the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. How is the African Union building on this progress to support more coordinated implementation and delivery at the country level?
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon. Due protocol observed. I would have loved to submit my response in 2 folds. First of all, in how we've achieved to a point that this report shows evidence of collapse in the walls between the 2 agendas, and then going to the latter part of the question as to what are we going to be doing differently. Allow me to respond departing from 4 fronts. That first, the theme of this 12th session of Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development that talks of turning the tide, which means that no business as usual is required at this point in time. Transformative and coordinated approach for delivery of the 2 agendas. Then recalling the vision of Africa, which speaks to integration, prosperity, and peace, underlined, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force in the global arena. Third, we are conscious of the timing, last 5 years of 2030 agenda, and the first 2 years of the second 10-year. Fourth, we are looking at the discussions of this 12th session and the results of the Africa Sustainable Development Report, which converge to the reality that Africa does not suffer from lack of strategies, framework, or vision, but we are lacking, or we are fragmented and uncoordinated in implementation. Having said that, the evidence of our growing is departing from the spirit of 1 framework, 2 agendas, which culminates from the commitment of the UN and the AU on delivering the 2 agendas as one at member state level. We are seeing commitments from the second 10-year leading to better coordinated political direction, being drawn to granular implementation approaches. We have the college-to-college approach. We have the MOUs that had been signed. We also have granular implementation tools, the domestication guidelines, M&E framework, the domestic resource mobilization strategy, and the communication strategy. Evidence is also shown in the tools such as the Integrated Planning and Reporting Toolkit, led by UNECA, the product of the technical working group, which was also constituted as a diverse team to plan with both the UN and AU structures and other African institutions such as the African Development Bank. To respond to the latter part of the question now as to how is the AU building on the progress made on the ladle we've shown in the report, we are leveraging the energy on the timing, finishing of the SDG and the start of the second 10-year to make one framework, two agendas impactful at member states. We are leveraging the geographic presence of the UN, such as the RC structures, which we may have underestimated over the first 10-year implementation. We have socialized some of the tools, domestication guidelines in Kampala. This 12th session, we were socializing domestic resource mobilization strategy to say to the RCs, you are representing both agendas at member states, magnify yourself, and we need to feel your presence. We also say we are leading the plans by making sure that the recommendations of this Africa Sustainable Development Report are institutionalized at member states. The technical working group has developed a model of regional focal teams. They were deployed for the biennial report, and 7 new member states have reported that have never reported before. We are advancing on the regional cooperation. The ES has talked about the REX as critical. The report shows that. We are talking of domestic resource mobilization strategy being implemented. I'll deploy my last 3 minutes on then. How do we improve coordination? It's not enough to improve coordination. It should be coupled with bold and intentional transformative approaches. Allow me to emphasize that delivery must now be transformative, not incremental, conscious of the African context. First, we need mindset shift. If indeed Africa is no longer short of vision, of strategies and frameworks, we must change. Africa must lead. If it is to be the dynamic force in the global arena as per the vision, we must acknowledge that we are stepping in an uncharted territory. We commonly address this as shocks. Sometimes we talk of economic shocks, political shocks, climate shocks, and even social shocks. This means that our past skills and experiences are becoming irrelevant. We need to accept that no continent has been where we are as Africa. No experiences can be drawn from anyone. And we must know that, therefore, the uniqueness such as Africa being driven by its own citizens, which are youthful. What must we change in our mindset? We have no one to benchmark from. We should be the benchmark. Be comfortable to lead. We should develop a confidence to stop being lonely and uncertain in the front. The Africa we want and are co-creating today is the Africa that we cannot be ignored. That Africa must shun to follow and be a dynamic force in the global arena. What else in our mindset should change is that if our economies have to be led by citizens, leaders are accountable and stewards of the resources the citizens entrust them, public institutions are effective, Pan-African values command behavior. Inclusivity is not a choice, it's inherent in ensuring that no one is left behind. And the holistic governance ecosystem is working. Citizens are accountable and productive. A number of these cannot be bought by money, or financing is not a constraint. The issue is we must be disciplined towards the Africa we want. We must ensure balance. All the 16 SDGs and 7 aspirations are politically agreed priorities. They must all be pursued. An example is that at a year when 76% of the AU budget was going to peace and security, it is the same year that we experienced the highest number of unconstitutional changes of government. What else do we need to balance? Women need to be in the front, youth need to be in front, the private sector, our policies must command that. We must accelerate and scale up And lastly, we must shift focus from the scoreboard to the field of play. Both agendas are happening at member states. The field of play gives us the real-time indication of what we are doing right and what we need to improve. The field of play is member states and their implementation structures. The ES also already talked about coherence. We need interministerial coherence. The Ministry of Finance must be knowing what the Ministry of Planning is doing. We need a coherence between legislative and executive to make sure information loop between AU and UN system reach member states for action. The performance in terms of Agenda 2063 and the SDGs should be seen as member states in a new way as a scoreboard recording their success or failure in implementing their national development plan, which draw from promises and commitments to citizens made first in their party manifestos. The Pan-African Parliament, for instance, is mandated to ensure all parties going to elections have their manifestos aligned to Agenda 2063 and evidently also to the SDGs. This perspective will improve accountability to citizens and therefore build trust. Member states should look at AU and UN system as their toolboxes, which tool to use when, your bench strength as to who can substitute what. In conclusion, growing alignment between the two agendas is not just a political or technical achievement, it is a strategic opportunity to be fully leveraged in the spirit of joint implementation, one framework, two agendas towards the Africa we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Boto. Again, it's all about looking at it from an opportunity lens, that the stars are aligned, one framework, two agendas, and to borrow the terminology, we are delivering as one. Now, you mentioned the fact that we need to be connected at the national level, and the geographic presence of the United Nations is helping to do that. And I think we have on the panel a resident coordinator who will also speak to a question. But before I get to her, let me go to the regional principal officer, Climate Change and Green Growth Program of the African Development Bank, Olufonsu Somorin. And the question to you for another 5 minutes take is, the report underscores a significant and widening financing gap. What innovative financing instruments and priority investment areas can most effectively unlock resources at scale to accelerate SDG and Agenda 2063 implementation? My brother, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, everyone. I want to especially recognize the quality of the report we're talking about today, and that speaks to the productive partnership among the institutions. And we really want to thank the leadership of ECA in bringing the thoughts and the ideas together. Mr. Moderator, the question about financing gaps speaks to some of the context we're dealing with today. First and foremost, we're seeing the decline of the official development assistance globally. Secondly, we are also experiencing a persistent high cost of capital for many African countries. And you overlay that with the fact that the fiscal space to borrow resources to implement investment projects is becoming very limited. So then the question comes down to what innovation needs to happen. What do we need to do differently going forward? Allow me to establish something that I think is very fundamental as we set out. Most of the time when we look at the financing gap and issues around the need for capital on the continent, we tend to look at it from the point that capital is either inadequate or it's scarce. The assumption is that we're dealing with a scarcity crisis,
Unfortunately, that's not the reality. The quantum of capital needed to solve all the development challenges we're currently facing, that quantum currently exists in the global markets, in the global economic system. The challenge is distribution. Because while there is limited capital in one part of the world, there's an abundance of capital in another part of the world. And I'm thinking, and that's the entry point for innovation, because what do we need to do differently to bring capital from where it is most abundant to where it is most needed? And that starting point for us at the AFDB, and perhaps for all of us here, is to look at our own domestic resources. And I don't think we explored that enough. And thank you, ES, for talking about the domestic capital base on the continent. For numbers that you may have heard before, when you combine all of the capital available in our institutional investors, from our pension funds to our financial institutions on the continent, as well as some of the other innovations that we put in place, like Sovereign Wealth Fund, they come to almost $4 trillion. So that is the quantum of capital currently on the continent. Now, imagine a situation if we decide that 10% of that will go into infrastructure on the continent. That could unlock $400 billion. And imagine if we choose to take a step further to make that $400 billion as equity contribution, that is able to de-risk capital outside the continent, that is able to crowd in additional resources through MDBs and other DFIs. And all of the billions we're talking about, in fact, even trillions, are things that can be realized, and they can be realized at the moment. But unfortunately, this is not happening, and I think we have to ask ourselves why. There are two things that I probably want to put on the table. The first one is we need to understand that finance or capital does not exist in an institutional vacuum. It is very much nested within the overarching policy systems and regulatory framework that hold the flow of capital. So just imagine the pension fund on the continent is about $1 trillion. Some will tell you 700 billion, some will tell you 1.2 billion, 1.2 trillion. Most of the policy framework or regulatory conditions around the use of this capital says that only 5% of that can go into alternative investment, money that can be available for private equity or even investment through capital market. And in fact, the reality is only 2% of that. So just imagine if 10% of pension funds alone can go into finance and infrastructure. It just needs a policy change. And the biggest driver of change that will be consistent with unlocking capital is policy. And that is why this conversation is very important to every one of us here on why this needs to happen. The second part, which is also very important, is the need for us to diversify the instrument available for us. When you talk to a lot of policymakers, when you talk to a lot of financiers in many countries, the knowledge of financial instruments available to do this is very limited. If it is not concessional loans, if it is not grants, barely other options. And it's important to diversify that because different asset classes can use different instruments. And from resilience bonds to different debt, from guarantees instrument to other instrument. So it's very important for us to look into that. And the capital, again, is available. And that speaks to the popular notion of blended finance. But it comes from the knowledge of understanding the different instruments available and experimenting on what kind of instrument or a blend of instruments will work for different sectors. What may work for road transport may not necessarily be most appropriate for water infrastructure. Lastly, the question again is, what are the priority investments that we need to focus on? I think there are going to be two of them in this infrastructure space. It's energy and water. And if you bring that to the fact that that can happen within the cities and the sustainable cities we're thinking about, we appreciate the value that in about 24 years from now, the 2050 we often talk about, 1 billion additional people will be added to the African population. 80% of that growth will happen in the cities. I think it's very fundamental to think about investing in energy, water, and other infrastructure that is needed. Lastly, Mr. Moderator, there's a bold call for us to understand that there's a cost to inaction. And more importantly, even delayed action has a cost. And we have to understand the urgency of doing things, looking inwardly, looking at our resources, bringing all the players together, and be able to push the agenda forward. Money is not necessarily scarce. Money is just not evenly distributed. And bringing the distribution closer requires for us to have this facilitation, these bridges that need to connect capital to priority projects on the ground and ultimately transformation. I'll keep it there for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm so delighted our panelists are really sticking to time and giving us very instructive and informative responses to the questions. I particularly like your take in terms of even still sounding positive with the abundance of capital and highlighting the need for us to pay particular attention to the distribution factor. And of course, your priority areas you talked about, energy and water, also ties in well with some of the sessions we've had here at the forum. So thank you very much for that. I will now go to our UN resident coordinator from Botswana. And the question for you is, based on your experience as resident coordinator and in the United Nations system, what have been the most effective approaches and key challenges in coordinating across the UN system, government and regional partners to deliver integrated support for the implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063? And if you would be so kind to share some lessons from this experience, which could be scaled across other African countries.
Thank you very much, Matthias and fellow panelists. Allow me to stand on protocol already established. I actually would like to start with a very simple and direct response to the question about main challenges to deliver integrated support to the implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 23. In my view, they are institutional structures and mindset. Just think about that. And now coming to, I don't want to dwell on the barriers. I want to share what's in my view good practices to overcome those barriers to deliver integrated support. I want to motivate my sharing the experience of Botswana by actually citing something that was said by the report that we are launching. The report says that Africa's problem is fragmented implementation, financing gaps, and capacity constraints. Actually, this is also our diagnosis in Botswana when we were preparing our new cooperation framework for 2027 to 2031. So let me answer the question by explaining how we are taking the integrated approach to design the next cooperation framework as a delivery architecture in Botswana. So we have organized our framework around two strategic priorities, building on the examination of the feedback loops that at the system level using the nexus approach. We actually took a view that started with the theory of change that's based on a very simple logic. If we strengthen institutions, namely data systems, justice and rights, infrastructure, and business environment, then the national vision of inclusive economic diversification becomes achievable. Based on this simple logic, We identified priority area 1 as the inclusive diversification package that includes social services, food systems, energy transition, and nature conservation. And the second priority area is the enabling architecture that, as I mentioned, data and monitoring, rights and justice, infrastructure and business environment. We say the first priority area is the what we need to deliver. And the second priority area is the how we are going to deliver. And we look at the two priorities and examine the interactions or the feedback loops. We see that priority area 1 delivers progress in SDGs and Agenda 2063 and builds the foundation for trust and the institutional reform that's emphasized in priority 2. And priority 2 removes the constraints that have made priority results difficult to achieve at scale. So this integrated approach is an intentional choice. That is a mindset reset. So this is what I was talking about, overcoming one of the key challenges. This mindset reset is also rooted in the evaluation of our current cooperation framework. There, during the evaluation exercise, we learned 3 things that worked in our view. 1, joint programming around concrete deliverable output produced results no single agency could have delivered alone. I just shared the example in another meeting, the biogas in school program with the UNDP, UNIDO, and UNICEF financed by joint SDG funds that convert food waste in school into clean cooking energy and organic fertilizer for school gardens. But here we have one intervention that has results on 4 SDGs. This model is shaping how we are designing the energy transition output in the next cooperation framework. Second, anchoring UN support inside national planning systems that actually breaks down sectorial silos in institutional structures. That also works. Earlier this year, ECA, together with the SGAP and OHCHR, jointly delivered the first African deployment of the Every Policy is a Connected framework in Gaborone. It mapped National Development Plan 12, the indicator architecture, to the SDGs and Agenda 2063. The National Planning Commission led a whole of government initiative that involved many ministries, and one UN team delivered, supported. This is one practical example of policy coherence and integration in Botswana. And thank you, ES Gatete and your team for making this possible in Botswana. And 3, using the regional architecture deliberately also worked. ECA facilitated Botswana's national AFCFTA implementation strategy, complemented by UNDP's support and UNIDO's trade competitive work, giving the government a coherent package of support rather than 3 parallel offers. So here now, the 2027 to 2031 framework reflects 4 design choices that respond to those lessons I mentioned that what have worked, and the finding of the African Sustainable Development Report. First, fewer outcomes and sharper focus. And the previous cycle, we had 5 outcomes and more than 15 outputs. The next framework, we have 2 strategic priorities and 8 outputs. That's a deliberate response, a deliberate choice. And second, data and digitization as the central enabler, and health information system, agricultural data, energy metrics, biodiversity monitoring. And so they are all going to be integrated into our support with the Statistics Botswana and National Planning Commission. Yes. Third, alignment with the government's own delivery architecture also works. So I will close with two practical points that could be scaled across other African countries. One is organize around delivery problems or bottlenecks where multiple SDGs intersect. And the second practical point is to treat the connections in nexus and relationships between governance and diversification in the case of Botswana as feedback loops, not a sequence, and look at integration as a intentional choice for integrated delivery, not as another layer of coordination. So I hope the example of Botswana I shared is useful to others, and then I'm here to exchange with other colleagues. And I thank you very much for this opportunity.
I think you've actually given a very practical example of what the ES said in his response to his question, where he emphasized the need for peer learning. And I think you sharing this example from Botswana is we've started in that regard of peer learning. But I like the fact that you talked about addressing how Botswana takes the institutional structures and mindset challenge and how you were able to work backwards to be able to ensure joint programming and policy coherence. But your emphasis also on aligning with government delivery systems is also very important in terms of how we deliver on the two agendas and the one framework. Colleagues, we'll go to our last panelist. And yesterday I shared a story of how the African youth, Pan-African youth, gave a statement that was so profound, and all the panelists have referenced something around domestic resource mobilization. The Secretary General of the Pan-African Youth Union said that if we want to be serious with domestic resource mobilization, we must acknowledge that Africa as a youthful population accounts for a very significant domestic resource in our youth. So it gives me great pleasure to invite my dear sister Sandra Shoko to attempt an answer to this question on behalf of this huge domestic resource, which is our African youth. Sandra, the report identifies innovation and digital transformation as key drivers of structural transformation. From a youth perspective, how can African countries better leverage innovation ecosystems, particularly by empowering young entrepreneurs and innovators like yourself to accelerate progress on industry, innovation, and infrastructure? You have the floor.
Thank you so much. And I'll stand on already observed protocol. So I'll just start off by declaring my comrade name in this war for startups, because I've worked in this space for 4 years. So it's Startup Bay. That is the name for the war of fighting for innovators and young entrepreneurs. And the first thing probably is to highlight the idea of the innovation ecosystem, because I believe it has become such a buzzword. And once we start actually understanding what an innovation ecosystem is, then we can be moving forward. So it entails entirely, firstly, 5 things. Firstly, skills. What is the education we're providing? What skills are we linking? Secondly, finance. How are we structuring it? How are we making it being accessed? Thirdly, infrastructure, the digital infrastructure, but also the physical infrastructure, because especially for e-commerce platforms, you definitely need roads and railways and how things are moving around for things to be going. Then institutions, policy and regulation, and then lastly, markets. Are we actually creating things that are needed, or we're just creating in the air? And then the second part of it is then to highlight the idea of leveraging, which is in the question. And I think they've started having a tick box culture where we're just having startups and building tech hubs. But are we actually essentially linking them to this innovation to the real economy? That has to be the idea and the mindset that we have. And then the third point, before I then get into the nitty-gritties of what the details is, I will hold your hands as I say this. Imagine you are running a race and you're running as fast as you can, and you're running and you're strong. But as you reach in the middle, you realize you're running in the wrong direction or you forgot your teammate. Your teammate is the innovator. Your teammate is the entrepreneur. You are doing such great work. But if you do not have the specific industry experts from the young people who are helping you mold these things. The race, at the relay point, you have no one to pass the baton to. So just reiterating this, that has been said. And now to get into how we can empower. The first thing is funding. And I think I will not go into the generic aspects of funding as it has been described, but to actually speak about how exactly to structure this funding. Firstly, innovating in Africa is such a luxury because we're playing with bread and butter money. You just don't, because when you innovate, you start and you fail, you start and you fail. It's an iterative process. So there needs to be prototype innovating to create things that you know that they might fail, they might fail. You fund 10, one succeeds, and you have to be okay with that because that is the innovation culture. Secondly, we need patient funding. Right, and the usual suspect is the government, but other innovating, blended innovative structures are also okay. And patient funding means that it's going to take 3 to 5 years for actual startups to actually grow and make revenue. And usually, private sector does not have that patience. Who has to be doing that? Usually, the government. But also a new aspect is coming in place, which is diaspora. Ask the millennials who are in the diaspora have money. We just need the structures to be there. First of all, to invest back. Right. So let's work on that regulation that allows diaspora funding to come and be secure and have that trust that Ahmad spoke about yesterday. And then secondly, when we speak about regulation, there's a thin line between over-regulation and under-regulation, right? And this line, when you over-regulate, the burden goes on the startups. When you under-regulate, the diaspora entrepreneurs don't know how to come back in space. So there has to be that thin line. But remember, when you remember your teammates, that one, the young person, and they're advising with you, you're not going to get it wrong. And do not tell me about that we have startup acts because we've analyzed them. Some of the startup acts, as long as they're doing a top-down approach, are not actually catering for the needs of startups. Tunisia is a great example of how you can approach making regulation. Bottom up, where you're actually consulting and more formulating and trying to understand. And then thirdly, I think we need to look at the idea of having innovation hubs in more clusters and not in isolation. So what I mean by this is, let's have special economic zones, yes, let's have innovation districts. I would even go further and say, let's actually start specializing, because the danger that comes is that countries are gonna start competing even under FCTA. But if you specialize and we can work together, that means that we are resource sharing and we are building onto each other. The way even the AI structures are being made, that you've got semiconductors there, you've got chips there, things like that then coming together. Let's have that, because this allows knowledge spillovers, collaboration, and scaling. And then my last point, because I'm also aware of time, but I have so many other points that we can discuss afterwards, is strengthening the digital infrastructure as a platform. And I intentionally use the word platform because a platform allows you to build onto each other. You are building up. So by this, 3 main things. Firstly, expand broadband, not just connectivity. It's great that the report speaks about how it's 2G. That's a great start. But if we're actually going to be coding and doing software that actually makes digital sense, we need to be expanding to 4G and 5G. And then secondly, understand that connectivity without affordability does not translate to economic transformation. In other words, very simple words, I'm just saying data cost must fall. Ahmad said this also yesterday. And then lastly, enhance DPIs, because these are the roads and electricity of digital economy. And in conclusion, I'll just highlight this. Empowering youth in innovation ecosystems is not just about the startups, not just about us. It's about shifting Africa's economic culture. We're doing so much already. We could accelerate the impact of SDGs that we're having, but we need to be working together and iteratively trying. And we will fail sometimes, I do not disagree, but let us do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandra. What a powerful call to action to actually empower our young and youthful innovators and shifting Africa's economic culture into making sure that there is no connectivity without affordability. Expanding broadband, and ensuring that the 5 areas you talked about, skills, finance, infrastructure, institutions, policies, and markets. I think you made a very powerful case here. Colleagues, can we give all the panelists a round of applause for their responses to these? I know we are running out of time, and I'm still under the guidance of the chair. If you allow me, I will take 3 questions. The panelists agree we'll take 3 questions from the floor, and we'll come back to the panelists to respond. I see Eritrea is up. Can I have the second one? Eritrea. I can see, okay, Eritrea. And my brother at the back there. And then the third one. But we will need to have 1 or 2 young people and I know a sister also ask a question. I see only 3 men raise their hands. And that is not good enough. Okay, while you are thinking, we will take the 3 men, and then we'll have some young people as well ask questions. So, Eritrea, vous avez la parole. Et si vous pouvez quand même rester dans 1 minute, ça nous fera plaisir. Merci beaucoup. Oh, sorry, Eritrea. I thought that was Djibouti.
Merci beaucoup, merci. Thank you very much, moderator. And just we want to also thank the concise and eloquent presentation by Dr. Karingi, as well as enriching input by all panelists. I repeat this one. We raised it when there was a validation meeting for this report twice, and I repeat it just for the sake of future undertaking. It is wonderful report, but when it becomes more comprehensive, it becomes more relevant, because I see in some cases there are a mention in the report lack of information from member states, but still also some of the information online by the same system, by United Nations, UNDP, and other relevant platforms. And so that when the system also talk into, for instance, in SDG 6 on access to water, Eritrea has made an extensive investment on that aspect. And thanks to the exemplary and pragmatic leadership of the executive secretary by himself and his team are working a very wonderful job. We may have, of course, shortcoming not selling what we have done, but by seeing that example, he is doing a wonderful, which we highly appreciate and respect in making promotion material on that aspect, where Eritrea has made an extensive investment from policy to development of infrastructure in that aspect, to, of course, building more than 800 small, medium, and large-scale dams to have access to water in all aspects. In terms of modernization of agriculture, we can see it in terms of domestic resource mobilization. We can see it is almost 100% by the internal resources. So just in the future undertaking, so that the system also talk it to itself, because these reports are also in the public domain under the UNDP regular annual reports of the country reports, and also by himself, the executive secretary, as I have mentioned, it has doing a wonderful exemplary job leadership in that aspect. Thank you. I submit.
Thank you very much. And when we come to the responses, I'm sure there will be somebody on the panel to really reflect on what you just said. Can I take the hand at the back? If you can introduce yourself and your affiliation. 1 minute, sir.
Thank you. It's a very, we're happy to see the launching of the reports and an excellent speakers, and I'm happy to hear. My name is Ahadu. I'm from Addis. I run an organization called Sikket Africa. It's a digital mentorship platform. It's a youth-led and youth-focused organization. Happy to be here, and I have just one question for everyone. I'm happy that the African Union delegate, Her Excellency, were mentioning about the mindset. That's also where our focus is and where we try to make change. But my question is to the UN as well as to the AU and all the panelists. How ready are you to really accept the bottom-up approach or youth-led initiatives that can maybe transform our world or also the different organizations? Sometimes that's the biggest challenge. What's happening forwarded from the front is very good, it's very interesting, but when we try to really approach and access, that's been a challenge. But the youth are not waiting at the moment. They are coming up with a different innovative approach. So I would like to know how ready UN and AU are really to accept these models. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you are saying to the AU and the UN, how is our mindset also shifting to the current complexities and realities in terms of bottom up and taking note of all these other young people that are innovating. And so I have, yes, from South Tome, and then we will come to you, sir. I just wanted to have my sister speak as well. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. My name is Nana Miriam Yusuf. I'm from Ghana and I work with Women Environmental Program. Throughout the conversation, we've heard our panelists talk about blended financing, cooperation to achieve the Agenda 2026. But the ultimate goal is to have impact at the local communities and build resilience. My question is, where do you position civil society organizations? Because we haven't heard how development institutions as well as the public institutions cooperate with civil society on the ground to ensure that impact is actually felt at the grassroots level, mainly because our civil society organizations are the institutions championing the agenda at the local level. They are the ones that live with the community people and can attest to what is happening at the ground level. If we do not have representatives at this level, how then can we ensure the achievement, and how then can we seek to know how the impacts are really benefiting the people on the ground? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The question is very clear, and I'm sure you will have a brilliant response from our esteemed panelists. I thank you for 1 minute, and then we'll come to my sister here, and we will stop the question and have reaction from the panelists.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sadaka Abate. I represent an independent think tank on African agriculture named Homegrown Vision. Mine is just, food for thought kind of things. Number one, what I would have expected here would be water beyond drinking and sanitation, because water is so important, to say the least, about so much not said about water as an important contribution to agriculture. And what do you measure? And water, not only just about making water available, but, making the environment ready. How many water engineers are we going to train? Irrigation agronomists to train, not just water, sir. It's beyond that. Secondly, I would like to say, are we really asking the right questions especially when it comes to sustainable development in terms of agriculture in particular? How much of the smallholder Africa wants to continue with in the 21st century? Smallholder agriculture in Ethiopia, example, if you look at it, 0.81 hectare per household. How are we going to feed ourselves, give a market, import substitution, and what have you. My last one, 20 seconds, sir. So my question, final question actually is, when is Africa going to be weaned out of handouts? I say that because it's incumbent on African governments to plan independent of whoever is the donor, who is going to give it to you. I think there is a need for us to be really independent and move forward as our own agenda. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. You said food for thought. I think this is more than food for thought. We'll have some people reflect on this food for thought issue. We take the last one, and my sister here. Please be brief, and we will come to the panelists. Each panelist will be given an opportunity to address the questions, and you have only maybe 2 minutes to reflect on any of the questions.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Tafadzo Kurotwi from Zimbabwe, representing a youth-led organization called Emerald Climate Hub. And we have initiative on clean energy, which is biogas. And my questions, you were speaking about domestic funding. So how can we ensure that this funding reaches to us young people for our project to be bankable, scalable, for it to be sustainable as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think the questions are really straightforward. And I see your question, maybe the colleague from the African Development Bank will be able to talk about innovation as he did. Colleagues, let me come back to the panel, and I will not want to assign questions to each and every one. And I will go the same way that we went. So maybe the Executive Secretary will take a 2 minutes reflection on some of the questions. Then we will come to the Executive Director from UN Habitat. We'll go the same route we went. So over to you, Executive Secretary, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Let me start with my neighbor here, the RC from Botswana. I think there is one good example of how we work together within the UN system in coordination. We had a 2-day retreat with the cabinet in Botswana. That was in last year. And it was the president, the vice president with the Minister of Finance, the entire cabinet, the permanent secretaries working with ECA. And we were there with the resident coordinator, also representing the UN country team. Because they wanted our help, but they wanted it done in an organized manner. We discussed for the 2 days, we came up with 19 areas of support. And we agreed that for these areas, and all of them were contributing to the SDGs and the Agenda 2063. And we agreed that for all those kind of areas, there are some that we can support directly as the Economic Commission for Africa. There are other areas that will be also supported by the UN country team in Botswana. And there are others that we can also mobilize resources for with our partners, the African Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, and other sister financial institutions. And now we are monitoring that. At the beginning of Feb, here when we had a summit in the middle of Feb, we had to have also an update with the president himself. And for the Minister of Finance, we have regular meetings on update on where we are financing this. And I think that's the coordinated way of how we support a country in all areas that contribute to the SDGs and Agenda 2063. The second one, I really appreciate, and I don't know if you saw it, the energy that Sandra has. If you compare with us here, we are 2G, she's at 5G. We are really not at the same speed. So what that means is what I was talking about, inclusiveness. If you don't include the youth and you leave it for all of us who are at 2G, I don't think we'll ever reach there. So we need the youth to be able to move fast to make sure that we're also using the latest technology that we can use in terms of the implementation. So really, Sandra, I thank you very much really for your contribution. Let me now go to Eritrea. Eritrea, I visited the country, met with all the ministers, met with the president. I found him actually near the dam. Eritrea has done something that I never knew because they have more than 800 dams. I was asking many questions on why you did it. They wanted to solve the problem of the climate and also the water, the irrigation part that we are talking about. And they told me it was done by Eritrean people with so many engineers from Asmara University. They are the ones who did it with no assistance from anywhere, but they did it. The president himself demonstrated on how they power the water from the dams for irrigation using the solar systems. And he did it and he took us to the farm. And so when we went to talk with the Minister of Agriculture, what we can help, how we come in as UN on how we can help. And they said, no, on food, on agriculture, we do irrigation, we don't need your support. Where we need your support is on nutrition, to make sure that they have the right food for their children. I was really, really impressed. And I said, we have to have a documentary. We have to have other countries coming and see how they use this one, because we are all having effect of climate. So really, thank you very much for your country and what they did. And I think this was a very good lesson. Secondly, for Addis Ababa, the bottom up, which is a very, very good question, by the way. And this is how they do it. Usually for the planning, once before you go to the budget and finance and other things, usually the whole planning starts with consultation. Consultation with the civil society, consultation with the private sector, consultation with the local government. And that's where, before even you start talking with the ministers among the different ministers and other agencies of government. So you have to have the national consultation so that you can now be able to tap the inputs from the entire society. So now, once you have done all that, then you prepare a budget. And then decide also on how that budget is going to be implemented. You take it to cabinet, and then you take it to parliament. In parliament, they also consult the civil society. They have to be on the private sector. They also, the different commissions, they invite them to come and participate in that one before they pass the law. So on that one, they are highly consulted. And then for the government, having had the budget passed, they have the performance contracts. Many countries are now, with the help of the ECA, having the performance contracts so that you know within the limited budget that you have, the budget from the domestic resources, from external resources, either aid or its grant or its loan, how are you going to implement? How do you prioritize? How do ordinary people know actually what you are supposed to be focusing on? And that's the whole essence of the performance contracts. And by that, everybody can monitor. I could say that in a country like Rwanda, the whole budget is also online in Kinyarwanda and in English. So everybody can read it, everybody can follow up, everybody can now be able to follow up and see whether you did what you are supposed to be, what was supposed to be done. So it's very important that we do the consultation. The issue of Sao Tome, the local community, where do we position civil society? I think it's the same thing which I was explaining. They must be consulted. You cannot ignore them. You cannot really say we are government and we're able to do everything minus the civil society. The issue of the water, drinking water, I didn't understand this question properly, but we know that water feeds into everything. There is water for drinking, where you have to cater for the entire population, and using different means of the water. There are spring water, there are different types of water and all that. All you want is a clean water. And that's why there has to be heavy investment into that. There is also water for those that are doing the hydropower. They use the water. You cannot do without it for the energy. And then there is also for irrigation. They are for different purposes. And that's why there has to be a regulation. Who regulates what? Because we have water that is not always excessive, but you have to make sure that all the water is regulated. And there has to be a measurement of the water that you have. Rainwater, the water you have underground, the other sources of water, how much do you have? There has to be a quantification of that. And also there is cross-border water. And that's why we're saying if it is cross-border, there has to be joint cooperation between among the many countries where that water goes through so that it is well managed. So the governance part becomes very important. And here, that's why we should have the water engineers and others who understand really this area so that we just don't use the water anyhow. That it has to be regulated in any way. And the other second question that he asked is about when the Africa is going to win out of aid. This is a deliberate decision, really. Maybe I can give myself a basic example. When I joined the government of Rwanda after the genocide in 1994, we are getting 100% aid. Not loan, 100% aid, because we couldn't qualify for the structure adjustment program of the International Monetary Fund. We worked our way out so that you continuously raise your own resources until you reach a level where you're self-sufficient. It went up, and now it has reached a level where the grants, where their own domestic resources, plus the debt you acquire the debt because you have the capacity to pay back, is now more than 90%. So that means you can stop your resources in terms of aid, and I can survive without actually any problems, without any shock. And that's the deliberate choice of any government, starting from zero, raising it to 60%, to more than 60%, and then you say, the rest I can borrow because I have the capacity to pay back. But this is the deliberate choice of any government. Lastly, talked about the last one of Zimbabwe, the youth. I didn't understand it, but I think for the biogas, for the people who don't know biogas, when you have 3 cows, then you can have biogas that you can use for cooking, that you can use for lighting, that you can use anything. And this helps because it reduces you cutting the trees for cooking in the rural areas, especially. In the urban areas, in most cases, they have the energy that they use. Either you can buy gas, or you can use electricity, or you can use solar, or you can use anything else. But in the rural areas, there is a lot of cutting trees, which has an impact on the environment. And that's why some of the mechanisms, like the biogas, becomes very crucial. In my own country, what we did was, in order to reduce it, we had to target the big consumers, the army, the police, the schools, boarding schools, the prisons, and so many others. And they say, let's focus on this to use either gas or to use biogas, or a combination of that, so that we can reduce the amount of trees that are being cut every day, because you have to eat every day. So that's why focusing on that, for most of the people who have animals, then you can take advantage and say, if we do this, then it can help. The second one is improved cook stoves. The improved cook stoves, you can use 10% of the actual charcoal that you used to use. And then this one can reduce also the cutting of trees, which has an impact on climate itself. So there are many models that can be done, but the issue is, how do we scale them up? And then that's the question that you're asking in terms of how you design the project, and also how to make sure that the project is bankable for financing by either the government or partners, and so many of them. But what I come up here, just as I conclude, moderator, is that as we do implementation, we have everything. We have the government, we have UN system. Almost in every country in Africa, there is a UN country team that is actually charged to make sure that they can deliver on the SDGs. And we have the regional institutions, like the Economic Commission for Africa, that is helping both the government, but also the UN country team, to make sure that we can deliver on all the goals that we have been discussing here. So if we are well coordinated, and also we work with our development financial institutions and African Union, which is leading us, since they designed the Agenda 2063, they have the commission, they have agencies, and we all work together seamlessly. And if we can continuously work together, I think delivery would improve significantly by learning from each other and knowing that each country every year can learn from other countries and improve how we implement. And I think this really can work properly. So I don't want to take much time, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. You made our life very easy, yes, with a very comprehensive attempt to all the questions. And I'll just ask that we give him a round of applause, please, because this was very useful to get the perspectives from Rwanda and also from your own personal experience. Now, with the permission of the chair, I think we have about only another 6 minutes, but I will ask Madam Rochbach to also give a minute intervention. You can supplement and complement what the ES has said in answer to one or two specific questions. Then we go to my colleague, brother from African Development Bank, and we come on this side as well. 1 minute, sir.
Thank you. No, just commenting on the question on stakeholder engagement, the youth, the communities, and so on. I think this is an effort, UN work in progress, right? So we have an office for the youth dedicated to the youth affairs, for example. The efforts through the Pact for the Future, the Summit of the Future, thinking about the future generations. So there are some efforts, at the global level. But talking about UN Habitat, I mentioned before the World Urban Forum, and perhaps just to explain what it is, it was created 20 years ago to be a stakeholder engagement mechanism for UN Habitat. So we actually, in 2 weeks when we meet in Baku, we have dedicated segments to engage with women, with the youth, with elderly, persons with disability, private sector, CSOs, CBOs, local and regional governments, and so on and so forth. So we are privileged at UN Habitat of having this very strong mechanism. We are also very privileged because we have a lot of projects on the ground, and I think our sister organizations and the UN system especially, working on development, working on humanitarian. We have been also improving a lot in the recent years on how we engage with community leaders, with young people, as we implement our projects on the ground. But I do believe we need the energy from the Sandras and the way this panel was laid out, and also Olofunzo. We are also young, right? The way this panel is an example of how we should persistently, engage the young people and listen to them, because actually they have the aspirations, they have the energy that we need. And again, thank you for this opportunity, and congratulations for this report, and congratulations for this forum. It has been fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have been advised that we need to go up to 4G and 5G. So by popular acclamation, I would let Sandra speak now so that we can be energized. Sandra, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Matthias. So I think firstly to the civil society question, firstly, I feel your frustration. We've been there at Elevate Trust because our larger work is in STEM education, but I'll just say it's easier to push a moving wheelbarrow. Right, so start where you are. We started off with just a grant for educating girls in STEM education, and now we've gotten to 6,000 girls, rural girls, and are building 20 labs around the rural communities. And the government has joined us, other CSOs have joined us with just one grant we started off. So just as you wait for them to come through, start with what you have and apply for those grants. And then secondly, on the agricultural one, this is where I was so happy when I had that question. This is where leveraging digital infrastructure works, because currently I have a startup that's combining drone technology, weather forecasting, and a financing methodology I cannot explain because that's IP protected at the moment, but they're actually reaching out to smallholder farmers and using domestic funding among ourselves to see how they can expand agricultural output. So that's where digital infrastructure works, in those small, tiny grassroots areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And my brother from the African Development Bank, any reflections to some of the questions and or parting words for this very important crowd?
Thank you very much. I think I want to emphasize just one point and just bringing together all of the thought here. We have to get to a point where we have a collective thinking around what I call an aggressive infrastructure development on the continent. It has to be aggressive. It's not going to go at the pace that we're going at. And the reason for that for me is when you hear data, or data such as the fact that 70% of the infrastructure needed is yet to be built on the continent. So 70% of what we need is yet to be built. And this is a continent that is growing extremely at a high rate. And in the next 24 years, we're going to be 2.5 billion people. So the question then is, how do we combine speed and scale together? And it's a question that all of us at continental level, at country level, at community level need to think through around financing, but also more of interaction. The other point is also the need for us to redefine the interaction between state and non-state actors. It's easy to hear things like the government is not doing this, and we've allocated too much of blame and too much of responsibility to the government, and we need to relook at the idea of what partnership looks like, and ultimately what kind of sustainable development framework would be best placed to bring the energy and the strength of all actors, whether you're civil society or whether you are private sector or research community. That thinking of how we work together and how we complement each other in a coordinated manner is very fundamental. The lady that asked the question about funding, I'm happy to introduce you to our colleagues in Zimbabwe who can help you with your project. I'll keep it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Olufonsu. Now, let me go to the UN Resident Coordinator for a minute of reflection, and our last speaker from the African Union, Director Boto, will also have a minute to wrap up, and then I'll give you a 2 minutes closing of the key messages.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you. I want to thank everybody. I also want to thank the questions brought by the audience. And I think the ES and the ED had really replied very well on behalf of the UN system. Just allow me to supplement from Botswana. I just want to say that in developing our cooperation framework, yes, indeed, we actually consulted with civil society, involved our partners in civil society, including youth. And I promise in the implementation of the cooperation framework, we will be seeking partnership with civil society, grassroots organizations, and bottom up. Yes, that's my final word. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last but not the least, Director Boto.
Thank you very much, and for the audience for their compelling questions. Firstly, let me respond to the Nobel submission by the youth. We have said throughout the session that the policies, the strategies and frameworks are sufficient and not lacking, but we are hearing feedback that the youth is still experiencing the gaps. They don't feel these good policies in their lives. We have acceded to that by saying that we are changing games to go exactly into the players, into the playing field at member states level. We need to go beyond the AU-UN policies that indeed show we are committed to youth, for everyone to sit in their space and execute, for the employment to be created, and therefore the funding comes in and the youth feel included. We also, I think I was hearing from that submission that how ready are we, the non-youth who are holding the benches of decision-making and policy-making, ready to let go and include the youth? The intention is there, the application is coming. Let me also respond to the issue of maybe skills, where we were asked how many engineers. To say the Africa Capacity Building Foundation had done well to align skills needs over the first 10-year implementation plan, and they are refreshing that to inform our custodians, the member states, on what skills are required to execute the second 10-year in an accelerated manner. We also last year, as the AU, had the theme of the year as education. I believe specifics would come out to say the priorities and the pains we need to combat. What kind of skills do we need to create, be it engineers and so forth? Lastly, when is Africa going to win from handouts? The hands are empty. Those that we depended on are equally torn by their priorities, and we are intentional about growing and being weaned from handouts. Hence, the development of domestic resource mobilization strategy that we believe when implemented, it would be a sign that we are growing and exiting the handout mentality. Mindset change would take us from where we are to a different perspective, hence results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give the panelists a round of applause, please? And of course, I want the panelists to also give you a round of applause, the participants. No, this is very serious because we have stayed this late, and it shows the importance that you all attach to this particular segment. And I see the chairs are still here, so thank you very much, the chair. I will just take 2 minutes to summarize some of the key messages, and there are only 3. One, the importance of this report is evident. The panel, and indeed the report itself, has underscored the central role of data in shaping sound decision-making. This report stands as a strong example of how key institutions can collaborate to produce analysis that meaningfully informs policy. Second, in the current context of tightening fiscal space across Africa, alongside broader global political and economic shifts, SDG 17 is more critical than ever. There is need to build a new generation of partnerships that came out clearly in all the panelists' responses, but also in the report, ones that are catalytic, pragmatic, and aligned with today's financing realities. This requires a shift in mindset. And I think, again, most of our panelists talked about this mindset shift, moving from viewing development primarily as assistance to treating it as an investment opportunity. It is also important for us to think about innovative financing approaches. The colleague from the African Union and all the other panelists made mention of that, including blended finance and the stronger role for Africa's private sector. Third, dear colleagues, there is a clear call for a new development model, one that is led by African governments and institutions and grounded in domestic resource mobilization. Agenda 2063 envisions a future where Africa's development is primarily financed through its own resources. However, current approaches have yet to fully align with this vision, and Director Boto gave us some hope there. Greater emphasis is also needed on leveraging Africa's inherent strengths. We talked about the best and the huge domestic resource in our young population and our vast resource endowment, ensuring that the continent is primarily the beneficiary of its own growth. Finally, and it came out in the report very strongly, that regional integration emerged as a central pillar of Africa's development strategy in this evolving context. A number of colleagues referred to the AFCFTA as a leveraging point. And so we need to definitely take advantage of this framework to expand intra-African trade and strengthen economic resilience across the continent. Africa's regional institutions will continue to play a critical role in moving this conversation forward and translating policies into practice. This was all that I had, and I tried as much as possible with colleagues to sum up. But let me say again, it was a pleasure moderating this session, especially at the last session for the day, and I want to extremely thank our panelists who stayed and all of you who stayed. I would yield back to our chair, who would now wrap us up. And I also deserve a round of applause, please.
It's always wise to value oneself. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to you, moderator, for expertly guiding our last discussion for today's business. Discussion which have been enriching, engaging, and powered by meaningful and thought-provoking contributions from our panelists, from our presenter and as well from the delegates who are still here quite late this evening. So I have checked with the Secretariat. There is no specific announcement for tonight. If not, to remind you that we shall resume our forum for the third and last day tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp tomorrow morning. So this brings us to the end of our official business for this second day of our forum. I wish each and every one of you a very nice evening for tonight here in Addis, and we will have a last photo session with all our panelists for tonight. Good night and see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.